What's up, whoever's in here so far? Wait for a couple more people to come in. What's up, whoever's in here? Sorry. We are talking about today why, just a little bit about Just Hilarious, Cenat, and Druski. And really the old guard versus the new. And I'm trying to pull up some numbers here of incomes. Wait for a couple more people. Anybody want to come up? Just come on in. Now, how do I do this? Hold on. To the studio. Wasn't really prepared to come up here tonight, but a few people asked me to. But it's also 11:30, so I will not be here long. Hey, Candy, it's like candy, candy. Ow, feel it when you walk, even when you talk, it takes over me. Go Birds. Oh, Candy, how is your did you do your thing yet? I can't see what that is. What is that? Oh, yes, I guess so. Oh, you're happy. You're dancing. Lovely Mo. Are you going to come up tonight? I'm getting kind of hot. This sweater is hot. The old guard versus the new wave. Okay. So we just fresh off of Gabor's live stream. And we were talking about Just Hilarious, Just with the Mess, or Just with the BS, not doing her work over at the Breakfast Club. And I brought up how did we get to, I said Druski was coming on and they didn't let her, I don't know if they didn't let her, but she wasn't present for the interview. And I feel like that would have been a good look for her, being as though she's a comedian. And they got into this big thing about how these comedians now, they're not really comedians and everybody's just giving them stuff. And somebody even compared them Tila Tequila, like she was something back in her day, but where is she now? And yada, 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 yada. And I felt like a lot of it, not everybody, was hate. They were hating. They were saying they're not really good comedians. They're only streamers. And they're not, they don't go through the traditional channels of comedy, whatever that is anymore, because it's 2025. Like, what's traditional? people have carved out their own lanes of doing things. And when I brought up that Kevin Hart is actually trying to get, well, not trying, he is having Kai Cenat in like development, in the development stage of getting a movie or movies together. He's probably going to work out a deal to sign them. Honestly, I don't know if Kevin Hart has anything to do with Rock Nation. Let's actually look that up now. I want to. I left the Druski video to do. Right, they don't understand, and I felt like they don't get it. I'm just going to chalk it up to that. They just think it's some Instagram stuff. Like Jess is an Instagram. She's an Instagram, and they were saying that Druski makes not Druski, Kai Cenat made. Somebody said, I think Callie maybe. Somebody said that he made $100,000 a month, and they were like, "Oh well, he doesn't make that every month, does he?" And I'm like, "Are y'all kidding me?" Like, let me see. Hold on. Okay, so Kai Cenat monthly income. The last I checked, it was $3.6 million a month. His total earnings include large donated revenue, major sponsorship. Monthly income is over $10 million. That is monthly income. This is not some, if he were to stop working today and invested his $10 million, he wouldn't have to work ever again. This is not something that's just going to disappear. This is through streaming, sponsorship deals. And what I was trying to say was that when he gets in these rooms with these executives, a lot of them don't even know who he is, but their children do, and they know he's a big deal because of that. And that's when they get to looking in to see what he actually does. Now, I get it, Kai Cenat. He's not a comedian, but I get his whole appeal. He's a streamer. He basically streams his whole life, I guess. And he's on not Twitch, but let's see. I'm actually considering going over to one of these exposing. So in video dated November 17, 2024, it says he makes $100,000 a day, Kai Cenat. I was thinking about going over to one of these streaming services, Twitch. There's the one he's on, just so I can play Real Housewives content and not get this copyright thing that YouTube has going on. So we could watch it together and we could, bid off the shit together. So now we have, is this coming up? All right, Druski. I think Druski is hilarious. Now Druski has built a net worth of $5 million. He earns an estimated 1.2 annually, according roughly 20,000. So he tours a lot. So they're trying to get Druski has a show right now. Look, he made the Forbes list of top creators. This is 10 million. Afrotech reported that he made 12 million in earnings. So these young Discord, okay, I'll look into that. Let me write it down. Well, not write it down. Put it in my phone. These young men are doing it, and that's all I was saying on the other live. It was like, it was a lot. I feel like I watched TV, movies. Oh, really? Thank you, Candy. You are just the gift that keeps on giving. I don't know what's going on with the screen share, but Druski, this was in 2023. He made, let's see, unlock. All right. We're not doing that. Let's do this. Let's see. All right, forget about this. The point is that these young men are doing the damn thing. I wonder if I would get a strike on here if I share any of Kai's. But just the fact that so there was another comment made that Kevin Hart was trying to get in on, Kai Cenat snorting. Wasn't it? What's the ratchet girl's name? The ratchet rapper with the nasty lip glosses. Hey Naomi, what's her name? Red. What's her name? Something Red. The rapper. She was snorting on Cenat's live. But let's see his Twitch and Twitch. That's where he's on. Let's see. What's his Twitch income? They were saying like, oh, Kevin Hart is just trying to get in on his Sexy Red. Kevin Hart is just trying to get in on the action. Shouldn't that tell you something if Kevin Hart is trying to get in on the quote unquote action? Kevin Hart is trying to get them to ascend to another level and maybe help sign them. And because Druski did an interview on The Breakfast Club and he was saying that after they did their Thanksgiving live, and I tuned in for some of it or saw the clips. Okay, he makes 3.6 million a month on Twitch. And the rest, I guess the other 7 million he makes, how much did he say he made a month? I forget. There's 2 Nike deals and all these other, he has a betting app. Get a piece of their pie. I guess get a piece of their pie, but really put them on. They need, Druski definitely needs to be in a movie. Now, I don't know if Kai Cenat's thing, his whole thing he does is an act. He's not really like he's not a comedian, but he has a little shtick going on. So I would like to see them. I would watch a movie with them three, and just based off the energy that they have in their live streams. Kai Cenat is constantly breaking Twitch records. He was offered like 70 million to go to switch to another streaming platform because so many kids love Kai, especially black kids, white kids too. And he's a good dude. He's a really good. He's unproblematic. I ain't gonna say what good now. He's unproblematic. Let's see what else. He has 20,000 paid subscribers last month on Twitch. They pay $4.99 a month. There's 3.6 million monthly, 43 million annually. But that's according to. All right, so we get the point. They're not just Attila Tequila. They're not going to disappear. Like, they are goated. I Show Speed. Let me look him up. Now, does he do like stunts and stuff? Because I see him doing some wild shit. Let me see. I Show Speed. I think he's a little problematic. Kai is even in the T-Mobile. Thank you, Candy. They have those what are the betting apps called? I don't bet it, but everybody does. The sports betting, T-Mobile, they run Super Bowl commercials. The thing on Joe Budden's what they're all in. Prize Picks. So there's not a flash in the pan. Let's see. Net worth. Income. So, do y'all want to talk about the one with Jamie Foxx? Well, Prize Picks. I Show Speed. Now he makes 170K per month. Or 107K per month. That's good too. Just from streaming. Come on, what are we talking about? The casino app. Yeah, like they're getting really brand good. And the thing, I saw Kai Cenat. What was the last thing Beyonce was at? The Grammys. He was shaking Beyonce's hand or whatever, like, oh, hey, Beyonce. And he said that he only got over to the table because Blue was like, that's Kai Cenat. Like, oh my God. So they had him come over. They let him come over to the table. So they're getting these deals based because their children love them. And I don't think that a lot of people understand that the power in that. The children are the future. Teach them well and let them lead the way. Show them all the beauty they possess inside, Like, so this is what we're investing the future. This is what the future is and what we're investing into. And Kevin Hart is kind of like smart, you could call it. He's trying to, ride their wave, but snatch them up before you know who does. I ain't gonna say what Kanye say, but you know what I'm trying to say. I ain't gonna get started. Get canceled before I even get started. The genius of iShow Speed. Should we do a Reddit dive? AdSense, primary source of income, 7.1 million annually in YouTube ads alone. Wow. Anything else we want to talk about? I didn't realize it was so late. This is gonna be a really short live. He used to be a D1 athlete. Okay, I get it. Okay, now it makes sense. Cause he does like daredevil stuff. He used to be. I have no idea who they are. I watched a quick side. This editor's move. Yeah, see, DGF, Google Kai Cenat, Kevin Hart, and Druski Thanksgiving live, and you'll see like little clips from it. They're funny, and I don't even think Kevin Hart is that funny, but they had him in stitches. I think Druski is hilarious. It's a different kind of humor, and he has a dating show right now. I wonder what network that's on. Let's see. Druski dating, and Meatball's on there, and I'm proud of Meatball. She's from Philly, like really gutter. So it's on YouTube. Where to watch? Let's see. YouTube. Druski and Kevin Hart pull up to Kai Cenat's house. I don't know if I could play this. And Druski does this thing where he has a record label. I don't know if that's real, but he's always talking about signing people to his record label. And the auditions are the most ridiculous, funniest thing in the world. But I don't know if it's serious or not. It's like, what I think is so funny about Druski, like, are you for real? Are these people really auditioning? Let's see. I wonder what happened to the little girl who pranked her grandmother that her granny would pop off. I don't know her. I gotta look at that. It's satire. I can't tell, but it's funny. No, what is this? It's Kevin Hart. Okay, could have been love. It's on YouTube.
Well, this week, could have been love.
He's lonely, he's desperate, and he's resorted to paying $50,000 to host all these women here this week.
50,000? You could buy something.
Some women want you for your fame, your money. Some of these women might want you for your women.
Come to Papa.
My man, where's my man? Oh, I can't wait to him.
Druski needs a mommy.
He's sexy.
He's like medium ugly.
Steamy.
Bust it wide open. Yeah, just how I like it. Butched up. What type of flavor you is? Seen the tits. I
You
like
gonna
that.
smack for me?
She got that big old chocolate ass. I don't know how it's gonna go. It could go either way. Yeah, a little Happy Meal right there.
I'm 43.
I like a mature.
Really like that? I'm just having a strap with me. Like that? Oh no! Mama beat me.
Ladies, the jig is up. You're going home. Hi, I'm Caleb Presley, and welcome to the Could Have Been Love Estate. Today, we embark on the romantic journey of Druski, the CEO. The destination? Lifelong monogamy. Some say he's single.
I don't know. I don't know if I can play the whole thing, but the auditions are hilarious. Like the first elimination, and it's free, so he must be. I thought it was on like Zeus or something. It's on YouTube. These young men are getting money. NOLA auditions. It's too long. I want to see something short. We always talk about like on YouTube, like Black YouTube. Monique is back hosting Charm School. Oh, good for Monique. We always talk about like the white creators versus the Black creators. So, hey, Charlie. Oh, Druski is hilarious. What's going on, girl? People were like kind of low key, high key hating on Druski, Cenat, and saying, you know, they're not traditional comedians. They're not going to last that long. Shit like that. And I beg to differ because Cenat, hey Shelves, is making, what was it, 3.6 million a month. Richie Druski is Monique. I'm sorry. Cenat, this isn't, let me see, monthly income. This isn't just like flash in the pan type shit. 3.6 million monthly. That's just from Twitch. That's not including his endorsements. It was a different number earlier. It was like 10 million a month. Twitch, let's see. Twitch subscribers pay $4.99 per month. Twitch takes 50% of subscriber interview, but for its top creators, it reduces its share between 20 and 40. Cool. Cenat's earning 30-day live stream worth 3.6 million. He earned 3.6 million in 30 days before Twitch took his cut. This is more than most A-list celebrities make in a year. You can look at this on your own, look into it. But this is the new wave, and these are the leaders of the new school. Hey, Trent King. I'm just about to ask. Wait, what is going on? Druski is Monique. Stop, Trent. Don't. And I feel like, thank you. That's all I'm saying. Good for them. Like, it doesn't matter. This is, to me, is not a just hilarious. And it's a shame because if Just Hilarious actually took her craft seriously and stopped running after these no good ass men and having a whatever. Remember the married guy she was with? If she just put in more work and perfected her craft, maybe she could be hitting these kind of numbers and not getting ready to get put off the Breakfast Club. What else y'all want to talk about? That's pretty much. I can't really show. Last night when I was showing Better Odds Than Making. Hey, if Cenat never worked again, he would be cool if he invested his money in the right way. Now, the only problem that I saw with Cenat was, so I was watching Shannon Sharp interview with Gilly the King. He's from Philly, and he I guess went viral this year for his Eagles dances and stuff. I was telling my man how I think Kai is a good kid. He started doing streams with his sister in an apartment doing pranks. Right. I think Kai is a good kid. And remember they were trying to cancel him with the whole, because Druski had called the little boy fat. So on Thanksgiving, they were doing a stream. Kevin Hart, Druski, Cenat. There are other people there. He has other people in the house with him. And they hired this family to dress up as the Addams family. And all night, Druski said all night that everybody was calling him fat. So the little boy, I think he said something like, sit your fat ass down. He called the little boy fat, and the boy started crying. He's thinking it's part of the skit. So he keeps going with it and keeps calling the little boy fat. So the internet kind of like ran with it, and they were trying to like cancel Kai, and it was a big thing for a day, but a lot of people were like, no, we're not doing that to him. We're not canceling Kai. He's a good dude. They stood tall for Kai. Druski, he apologized once he knew that it was serious, but then the mom got on the internet and she was saying that she's so offended. She was just trying to get a check, and everybody was like, "Girl, bye, for real. Like, get out of all of our faces." There's no gatekeeper holding one back from potential audience. So all that is required is motivation, time, and they make their own opportunity. That's the point. Like, people were talking about, they were saying, like, you have to go through a traditional means to become a comedian, which I agree. If you want to be on the Chitlin circuit, if that's what you want to do, come up to the Chitlin circuit, do your comedy, do your stand-up, have to do Kings of Comedy like Monique. I think that's so 90s, the way, you don't have to do that anymore. You could just go on here. I've seen it. I've seen Kid Fury. I used to follow Kid Fury before he was on the Read, and he's writing for HBO now, and he does this little stuff around. He goes around. Even anybody could do a show and then go do appearances. I've seen blogs, podcasts come from nothing to having, like, I was listening to the Watch What Crappin's Crappy Awards, and like there were like 10 housewives that came to come get their awards. So you don't have to go through the traditional channels anymore. It's how seriously you take yourself and how much work you put in. Yup, Kai made Druski apologize, but if that was my son, I would have marched him in front of the big nigga to roast. Lady, if your son was dressed like Pugsley, his ass was propped. He was fat. Tell him now so no one can hurt his feelings. But you in here dressed as the Addams Family in a house with Druski, Cenat, and Kevin Hart. Mom, what did you think was going on? Why would you have your son there on Thanksgiving dressed up as whoever he was from the Addams Family? We had Wednesday. What was the little boy name? But he was fat. And they was calling Druski fat all night. So he was like, come on, it's time to sit your fat ass down to eat. Or whatever he said. Girl, come get your son if you don't want. It was a joke. If Druski and Kai would get canceled, my question is, who would the 35 and under have to replace them? What do people want right now is what I question sometimes. They're not getting canceled. So let's see. 35 and under. They have their own demographic that the 35 and older don't seem to understand. They don't even know what streaming is. Well, they know what streaming is, but they don't know it in the sense of like Twitch, and they just don't know what it is. What do people want right now is the question. People just be talking to be fucking talking, like, and they don't know what they be talking about. Chubbs, what did you say? Okay. That same Chitlin circuit been going since Vaudeville, Jim Crow. Yeah, don't nobody want to go through that bullshit. We could go right to the source now, directly to the people. We don't have to sign 360 deals. We don't have. Some people would benefit from having, like in the music industry, I feel like was missing in the music. Now we could say that for the music industry. Let me read these comments real quick. He called him a fat bee. Druski is fat too. Right. So in the music industry, I feel like a lot of people would benefit from a traditional record company. Like, everybody doesn't benefit from being independent, because we see somebody, let me see, like, okay, let's take like Sabrina Carpenter versus I don't know. She clearly has a machine behind her. I don't know if everyone's familiar with Sabrina Carpenter, but let me think of somebody else. Who has raw good talent, but they don't have any media training. They do and say a lot of dumb shit. It gets them in a lot of trouble, and it's fucking just effing stuff up. Think of somebody, because I don't really follow. I couldn't even think of Sexy Red for a second. Like, if you think about like how Beyonce's extreme with her father, the training and stuff she went through. But if you think about just having a machine behind you. Back in the day, you would have media training. Like last night, I showed an interview between, oh God, my throat's starting to act to what it was doing last night. So I'm gonna be like 10 more minutes. We saw the interview with, was it Halle Bailey and Lauren from the Breakfast Club? She kept trying to ask her about Burna Boy, and she kept stepping the questions, like basically saying mind your business. And Lauren like asked her 10 follow-up questions, and she still wouldn't answer it. These kids don't have media training. You have Cardi B, who fights for people on the internet, who puts all of her business out in the streets. You would never see Beyonce. The young people are moving fearlessly because they have developed a comfort level with exposing their lives on the internet. I would say 40 and under. I didn't know who Sabrina Carpenter was until my daughter wanted a shirt from Target. Still haven't heard the music. She has, so her big song, her big breakout song, well, she's been an artist, is Espresso. I wish, guys, I'm going to go on Discord or find somewhere else where I can start sharing this stuff with you, because we have to stay like connected to what's going on. You know, we can have our opinions and stuff, but the world is changing and we need to know what's going on. And I want to talk about some real stuff, and I don't want to get canceled. But Sabrina Carpenter is Espresso. She has a video with Christina Aguilera. She just won a Grammy. And she reminds me of like old school, like 90s. Her music doesn't sound 90s, but it has like a 90s feel, meaning like it's like she doesn't look she's like I can't describe it. I wish I could play it. Cringe and forceful. We couldn't use calculators, child, and they cost remember when we had to buy the scientific calculators and then we didn't even use them? We had to pay, they were like $100 and we had to get a new one every year. I love Espresso. Yes, her whole vibe is like sex kitten for real, but not like Halle Bailey's sex kitten where she's overdoing it. It's like really like demure and it's not forced. Yes, these kids express themselves to the world instead of a journal. Now, Shelves, that is a big problem for me in the personal life, because my daughter does that. Super pop. You should include what you just said in like your mission statement, which is what? That I want to talk about some real shit. The 1930s fashion with Sabrina Carpenter. Yes, I love Sabrina Carpenter. So let me pull up some. Let me see if I can. Maybe I could just show you her style. She did a song. She brought out Christina Aguilera on her tour, like Christina, skinny Christina. It's for real and it's for sure, and I'm ready to give you what I want and what a girl wants. She remade one of her songs. She uses a lot of old beats. She has a beat that uses Tamia, I'm So Into You. This isn't doing any justice. Let me see. I'm just going to show you the YouTube. Concepts. And she remade Dolly Parton's song. I think she won a thing for that. Please, 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 won't you in my heart. Anyway, my voice is going out. Let's stay in current. Yes, guys, I'm gonna keep y'all young. Keep y'all. I hate YouTube. I just do. So, but I'm gonna use it. Figure out how to. We can hop on YouTube. Hop on over to Discord or Twitch or whatever, but we have to stay current because the world is changing. I want to talk about politics. I want to talk about everything, not just bravo, bravo, bravo. Okay, now look at Al. I would be a straight student of AI or Al. AI? Yes, we have to. I love ChatGPT. A lot of older people don't even know what it is. My girlfriend, who house burned down, I was like, put up a GoFundMe. She was like, can you help me to write my thing? I was like, girl, just go on ChatGPT. Tell ChatGPT what all I did was tell ChatGPT, my house burned down, I need help, blah, 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 blah. And it wrote a nice little thing out for her in like 30 seconds. Okay, thank you, Candy. Girl, he talked to Barack like he was a young ninja on the block. You talking about Druski? Druski be playing too much. Wait, what? What did you talking about, Druski? Fan base is working to untie content creators' hands and is black owned. Is fan base? Fan base isn't fan base? Is that like a Twitter or is it like a streaming service? Thank you, Candy. I want to look at this. I'm about to get off of here. And I want to talk to some of y'all privately too. Google Gemini. ChatGPT. I had a really good interview yesterday. Redid my interview and I asked ChatGPT what are some of the questions they might ask me. Here's the job description. Here's my resume. Here's my experience. Give me some questions. What do you think they're going to ask me? And the answers. Google Gemini. Saving lives. No, the ninja who got 4 babies and 4 mamas. Who? What are we talking about? It's like all of it. Anthony Edwards. Hold up. Let me see what you're talking about. Because listen, I have some pretty extreme views regarding politics. And I don't know if y'all... I don't give if I get canceled. Because I got some real stuff to say. Anthony Edwards. Like, we were talking about... Oh, was he playing or no? Do you know last night when we were, I don't know if y'all were on the live last night, and I was showing Married to Medicine, but I didn't play the audio. I was just showing my TV. When I got off the live, and when I get over here, I just hit and StreamYard just automatically sends it to YouTube. Like less than 10 minutes later, I get a notice and it says, you got like 6 copyright infringements and we can take them out for you. And I was like, child, go ahead. And they had it was like at the 2-hour 11 mark and they just took all of the Housewives content out of it. I'm like, damn, I didn't even play it. So they got, well, I don't know what kind of system they got. I thought it was like if they hear the audio or something, but no. I didn't even play it. So earlier we touched on the girl. I felt like there was a lot of homeless shaming in this story. The girl, I don't know her name, but 2 of her children froze to death in her car. And somebody was saying, oh, I heard she had a gambling problem. And I went and let them 4 kids stay at my house. And what's she doing homeless? Like, shit like that. And it just like irked me. I'm a property manager as a professional. And I was getting irked because, first of all, yes, you do have law. There are laws, but everyone is not abreast on the laws. I just was talking to somebody today whose property manager was telling them that they couldn't come on the property anymore because she smelled weed on him. That is illegal. You need to know your rights. They have to give you. You have to have a restraining order to restrict someone from their own home. He was saying he's not on a lease. I said even squatters have rights. You get mail there. You do live there. You are a resident, and they have to give you papers, and it takes at least 30 to 90 days depending on what's written in the paper, but there's still an eviction process. You actually have to go before a judge and get evicted. You can't just leave. But a lot of people, because he was saying that the guy came to, he was saying he was telling me that was his son, but he was like, back in the day, a guy came to try to put him, his property manager came to try to put him out. And he was telling him, y'all got a week to leave. And he bought he was like, they were his cousins. And if he didn't know any better, he would have left. And he wasn't scared anyway, because he about he bowed it too. Like we could have it whatever way you want it. So he didn't leave. But think of a young girl with 4 kids under 30. I don't know how old she was, but she has 4 children. And think if somebody came to her saying, "You gotta go, you gotta roll. Your rent is late. Get out." Like my girlfriend whose house burned down, right? She's staying at the Red Cross. This BI at the thing, I don't know what she has against her. I think because sometimes I was letting her stay the night here because she works overnight and she works for SEPTA. That's in Philly. That's our public transit system. And she works overnight and she's studying to become an engineer too. So their facilities, you can't come in after 11. So I would let her stay here. You can see her on my couch a lot. I would let her stay here. So I think because I'm thinking maybe because they don't see her coming every night. They told her she only had 21 days to stay there. But another guy, they told him he could stay as long as he wants. And I'm like, you have to advocate for yourself. Y'all got SEPTA too? I think she did that because she has to learn all of the rails and tracks, and she was naming all these places. I was like, God bless you. Exactly, I would have packed up because if I knew I wasn't paying rent, I would believe getting kicked out and being homeless was inevitable. It is inevitable, but you have rights. They have to give you have to go through before a judge, and then even that takes time. They could say you need to be out in 90 days or 30 days. Really, by law, the minimum is 30 days, unless there's something crazy going on a week, but they have to give notice. But still, even after those 30 days, if you don't leave, we can't come and make you get out. We have to go to court. We as a property manager have to go to court before a judge, prove the case as to why we want you evicted. Okay, you haven't paid rent in months. Okay, fine. You smell like weed. They're going to tell you to go F yourself. That's not a lease violation. So even that takes months and months and months. And even after, let's say you get a verdict and they say, all right, you have to leave, you have to go. You still have to wait for the sheriff to come and put you out. If you really want to be an asshole or extend it for as long as you can really wait up until the sheriff comes. Now, I wouldn't advise it because when the sheriff comes, they say, get what you can grab in your arms and get out because we locking this door and we throw all your shit out after that. I think legally, the last place I worked, we had to hold your stuff for 30 days and that's it. Like there are laws. Even squatters have rights. When you see abandoned houses and people move into them, if they get a piece of mail there or we're there for 30 days, they have rights. You can't just put them out either. We see that all the time with people moving into other people's Airbnbs. They can't put the people out of their Airbnbs once they stay past 30 days and get a bill sent there. See? Yeah. So I'm imagining this little young girl. I'm not gonna say clearly not educated, but clearly not, so smart or just unfortunate. I don't want to say anything bad about her because I don't know. She clearly has a story. She looked young to me, and for her to have 4 kids is like I saw somebody who had 4 kids at 21. That means somebody was doing something to that child as a child. Just something else going on. Anyway, she's homeless, living in a car. Right now here in Philadelphia, it is 22 degrees outside, and she's sleeping in her car, and she was parking in the casino parking lot. So somebody said, I heard she had a gambling problem. And like I said, when I used to do Uber, I would hang out around the stadium because there were always big surges down there and the games and stuff were there. So I would always park in the casino parking lot because it's safe. There's security. There's cameras. It's sheltered from just being outside in the wind. So just because she's in a casino doesn't mean that. So the baby dad, he gets on there and he says, well, she called me to say, can I get my kids? But get my kids and get my kids because you homeless is two different things. So she has challenges that seems to be gullible, right? So my point is, when I say I have pretty extreme views, is that and this I wouldn't even consider this an extreme view. So she went to, at one point in her story, she went to their shelter and they told her to beat it. Basically, we ain't got no room for you and them. So that's why she was living in her car. So my thing is, and I said, because we have all of these migrants, immigrants, whatever they're called now. Hold on, let me turn this screen off. In the shelters and stuff, that the citizens of this country, the people who these resources are for, Section 8, homeless shelters, public housing, food vouchers, food stamps, all of that, she couldn't get access to any of it because it's filled up to capacity. Why? Because there's all these extra people who are getting it. 24-hour places. Lily from SWV used to drive around and sleep at the baseball stadium when she was homeless. Right, because they are safe. Believe it or not, they're the safest places around. Hey, DGF, I'm just rambling. You could jump in there.
Hey
My
there.
voice is, I think
I'm a Detroiter.
something's trying to come down on me, and I'm a fighter, and I'm not letting it. I refuse to lay in the bed and lay down. I feel something coming, but I'm not letting it get the best of me. So my
Pineapple
voice is a
juice is
little.
good for your vocal. Pineapple juice might help your vocal cords to clear any, mucus. I hate that word, but I had to say it. From your vocal cords.
I get some tomorrow.
Mm-hmm. I'm a Detroiter, and I have literally.
Let me ask you a question before you start. I
Yeah.
saw something where Detroit was flooded, then everything froze. Is that right now?
No, that was just in the Southwest Detroit. There is no South Detroit. South Detroit is Windsor, Ontario, because you enter Canada in a southerly direction from Detroit. So Southwest Detroit is where our Mexican town is. But some of our water pipes are super old, over 100 years. So that was an exceptionally large pipe being fed directly from the Detroit River, which is actually a strait. So it was really pumping hard and fast and really flooded that neighborhood in Southwest Detroit. Southwest Detroit is where our Mexican town is. So, right. So some people were, thinking like, why would they let that? They didn't know, like, to replace this pump because ICE is gonna eventually, try to get in. I just think that we also we have been experiencing super stupid cold weather here in Detroit. Detroit does not get as cold like in Chicago, and we don't really have a lot of snow. It's kind of perfect. We don't have severe weather like hurricanes and tornadoes and stuff. It's a
just
sweet
cold.
spot. It gets cold, but not crazy cold, like Maine or even Chicago. So the pipe burst, but the next day, if you look at, so it's an Instagram page called Dearborn, and they post news. So they had shared the news from Metro something or other, and the city cleaned that ice right up, scooped it right. I was so impressed with the next day. They have provided the citizens with homes, hotels. They scooped them out. They came and scooped them out of there because they couldn't stay because they had to turn the electricity off, and they're working to um repair, and they're going to pay, the Detroit water authority is going to pay for the repairs and everything of those homes. But now everybody is afraid because of the potential for ice to come through there, and try to start stuff, but they should be protected, from them. They're working on,
Philly
tools.
set an ice van. They set an ice van on fire. They blew that ice van up here in Philly. They want what? They ain't playing that shit here.
We have not heard a peep about that.
Oh, they ain't gonna tell you that because they don't want to. They don't want y'all to. They don't want everybody else to follow suit. But we with
Mm-hmm.
the shit here.
Mm-hmm. Our Mexican town is not huge, but it's well established, and a lot of them migrated from the Jalisco region of Mexico or Mexico, and they just have like a lot of businesses and panderias and carnicerias, meat markets and bread markets, and the best ice cream I ever had in my life. So, we everybody is, got to on the lookout, because I saw in, I think, Texas, they were letting ICE agents go in with the county or state when they was checked to see if like barbershops had their licenses posted and stuff. But the guy was like, the owner was like, you don't have a warrant, you can't come in. You don't get to walk in with the state person to check to see if my license is up to date. So people, like you said, they have to remember their rights. But and here in
Do
Detroit,
you have rights if you don't? If you're not a citizen here?
they are citizens, and so if you walk into their business, you can't go into a business. That's just still the law. You got to have a warrant.
Oh, they playing dirty. The ICE people.
Yeah, they playing dirty.
They on some shit.
But the business owner in Texas knew you cannot come in here, and he stood his ground.
And they
Why
didn't
the
come
I
in.
No, he didn't go in. He stood there at the door. He just would not let him shut the door. The Iceman kind of blocked the door, so he couldn't stand it. He just stood in the doorway, one foot on the porch and or whatever, and the other inside the business, while the state person checked his license and left. But I would be meeting I guess did whatever little inspection they did, but it's just slick. But with the young lady here, from what I understand, is she just had to wait a couple of days. She was getting to run around with the red tape, but her mother was with her, sleep in the car too. But my thing is, if they were gambling, if they had a gambling problem, if that was the matter, don't they know that the government, the police have already checked casino footage to see if those women were in there gambling and left the kids? If that was the case, they would have been in jail. So that
Thank
wasn't the
you.
case.
No,
But people
she
just
didn't
want to
hear that.
always um s- just think the worst,
Ain't nobody
and
telling that. She just heard casino parking lot.
hmm
And
and
heard.
like I had posted, when I was a kid, my mother, in our house, we had a queen size sofa bed in the basement, a queen size sofa bed, and it was not a crap, so it was beautiful, and a real mattress. It was nice. On our den, and a chair also that led out into a twin size bed. Girl, and we had fun. When our cousins would come, they had money. People could still afford to stay in hotels, but that's not what you did. You stayed with your family. My mother's
Right.
nephews, my whoever came, cousins, our friends, people, we could just crash out, girl, and watch TV, play records, dance, put up a tent in the backyard. We had a bunch of fun.
Listen, I
Family
can
don't just
tell.
stay in hotels.
I can tell who didn't have praying grandmothers and who did by a lot of the conversations that we have. Oh, of course we had to get out our bedroom. So my aunt and them ain't sleeping on the damn floor of the couch. My mom's
Right.
brother and his wife, they sleeping in one of our rooms, or the other biggest room in this house in here. We all would sleep down here. Like we had a couch here, not this couch didn't pull out, but there's another couch over there that pulls out. But we had a big pull-out couch we used to be all piled up, and we have a third floor. We kids all over the house because they had a bunch of
Yep.
kids. My mom had 4 kids. They had 4 kids, and they would be up all night playing cards and cussing and drinking, and we would be watching movies, and we would split up into our little factions and stuff. But we gave the elders, even when we go visit my grandmom down south, everyone, the adults had rooms, and all the kids slept together
Mm-hmm.
like little puppies. Like we just got, we didn't care. We loved having one big ass. We put blankets all over the floor, and everybody just, just crashing out
See
everywhere.
what kids do.
So, right.
And 20 somethings. My
I would love if
and
we
we
could all
and,
like rent a house together and just stay together, even with our kids, or just do the same things. But people get older, and I don't
and
know.
when you went down south, hotels weren't convenient. They weren't close and they weren't convenient, so you stayed with family. Like in my town where my daddy is from, we all just stayed. We stayed with family. I have never stayed in a hotel
Me neither.
ever when visiting family. We get up in the morning and make omelets or whatever because they love my mother's cooking. Girl, we
Yeah.
get up, everybody be chopping something. Of course we were like, de facto slaves.
Right. Exactly.
You know.
Like I was raised, I wasn't
Playing
a
records.
latchkey kid. I wasn't raised, dragged up through the streets. Like I was raised.
And low key, that's teaching your children how to teach to treat you when you're older, how to show respect and how to treat family. And because these next 4 years, this a lot of people are going, and this whole country is all about the business of snatching up people's real estate by any means possible. They'll increase the taxes, have the sheriffs come and take it, declare your zone your neighborhood to be what is it called when they want to take your property? Uh, it's a
Eminent
domain,
domain.
eminent domain.
Eminent
They did that
domain.
on the waterfront. And right now, what they claimed it was going to be, oh, we're going to put a casino here, we'll do that. It's not there. Now it's owned by a bunch of non melanated real estate investors. It's it you so they really just took property from people without paying them its true worth. That's how gentrification has been working here in Detroit. But yeah, that young lady was going through red tape hoops and she was under so much stress. Not everybody has the skills, the capacity to go and get another job real quick. And now a job rent has been going up here because of gentrification like crazy. It's ridiculous. The rents are
Well,
too
I
damn
want to
high.
get back to resources that are allocated for certain things that are being redirected towards other things. Um,
Girl, we have plenty of money. The United States is not ever. I learned this in my law class in college. Uh my professor patted his pocket. He said, "You know why?" He said, Social Security is never going to run out of money." He said because they're never going to stop collecting taxes.
well,
It's
Donald Trump
all
said he wanted
alive.
to
They
end.
don't want to have
Donald
enough.
Trump said he wanted to end federal taxes.
They need to redirect money from weapons manufacturing from the Pentagon and these overseas projects. It's plenty of money to help people here, but they don't want to have the employees. They don't want to have enough employees to take care of the business to do it. But government is in my
Well,
opinion, government.
wait, because wait a minute, because there are so many federal employees. This seems like an overabundance of federal employees. We have all these programs that we're paying for in other countries, and even here we have all these federal workers. But still, if you look out, Philadelphia has something called Kensington, where it's an open air drug market. They That's where all the quote unquote zombies live, the people who are addicted to fentanyl and the new stuff that they're putting in fentanyl that's eating their flesh from the inside out, and the rehabs can't even take them because they're not even equipped to deal with all of this open wound stuff. And
Oh my God, I haven't heard of that.
yeah, look up Kensington. Kensington, they call it Kensington Beach. Some people on Instagram, but it's called Kensington. People living in tents and stuff, like they have monies and stuff, but how much of our money is being given to outsiders? Yes, zombies. They literal zombies. Let me show you Kensington.
We
But
have a
I want to talk
Kensington
about
Metro Park here.
immigration. Immigration is a big illegal immigration is a big hold up. Kensington.
It's a big country and it takes a lot of people to manage the infrastructure, to manage the federal government and everything that we have going on. If you fire people, then everything is going to things are going to fall apart, and you won't have, and people are already
I'm not talking
overworked.
about
But
fire people.
if
I'm
there
talking
were
about
not, but this is, I'm just trying to say, if it were not for people of, if they, the federal government is the largest employer of Black people. They're complaining about big government and firing people right now because they want to change the demographic of the federal government. That's the only reason they're
well,
bitching and moaning.
when I look at the like I saw a town hall where it was like the first batch of DEI people were fired from the government, and they were all white.
Because they're the biggest benefactor of DEI.
So this is going
I'm
back to my
talking
point.
pre,
These
I'm talking
programs
pre,
that are being put in place for us, not black like this, not like this, us are not being given to us. And if I take you on a tour, if it wasn't so cold, I would actually go right now and
mm-hmm.
show you every corner where there's a Chinese store, a Dominican store. I don't even know what they are down the street, but another Dominican store, another Dominican store. The Indians have the gas station. The Vietnamese people over there have that corner 2 blocks down. That like actually those 4 corners. We don't have anything.
Like when we talked the other day, I told you our biggest immigrant group is Middle Eastern, and they have really came when they came in, they bought out a lot of Black business owners and got over because of the 7-year tax break turnover. You pay no taxes on your business, and you just keep flipping the business.
Yeah, that's what they do here. Every couple of years, the business changes hands to a family who don't speak a lick of English. They are being cleared out of the programs because they don't do their job. Thank you, Dylan. It's in Detroit, San Fran, New York, Philly. All the major cities are drugged up and has been. And a lot of the fentanyl is coming right over the border. If you see some of these videos of the border crossings, they're just walking right in. They're just, nobody's checking anybody. And I just was watching the news earlier where were they from? Not Colombia. The theft gang that was going around robbing the athletes. They were
Mm-hmm.
like they weren't Colombian, but like a Colombian death gang, some shit like that. And they all get low interest loans. Yes, and hold on, I'm all over the place. Sorry, y'all. And they get low interest loans with no credit and tax breaks. While we ADOS get nothing. This is my entire point. I'm not
We
trying to
talked
be
about that
racist.
the other day about
I'm
being
not trying to
descendants.
be racist. I'm not trying to be whatever it is to not want a bunch of other people benefiting off of systems that were originally put in place to benefit us, but we aren't getting shit. Everyone else is benefiting off of the stuff that was originally put in place for us. And when everybody's so up in arms about DEI, but when I'm looking at who DEI is benefiting, it's not us. It is really not us.
The biggest group though is white women, white American women.
Thank you, Dylan. That's all I'm saying. And if I'm the asshole for saying that, then so be it. I'm tired of it.
I agree 100%.
We shouldn't be made to feel, people say, well, as black people, we should stand up for I'm just going to say Hispanic community, because it's not just Mexicans or Guatemalans or, I think it was Chilean. They were Chilean. It was a Chilean kill, some shit. They were going around robbing all of the athletes, and it was a really sophisticated operation. But anyway, and they're all illegal. They're all illegal immigrants. And I hate to sound like that, but that's what it is. And look at these pictures on the screen. This is Kensington, and it's sad to see. This is why I left my last job, because it was in this community. I'm trying to make the pictures bigger. And these are people, they're all high. Like you see, they're sleeping on the ground, and there's no help for them. Like nothing. This is like every day. And look at this one. The police are right there. And one day I was walking past because I told you I worked in this neighborhood. I'm like, you know, can y'all do anything? And he was like, like basically, what you want us to do? Like, put them in jail for what? So they could be it's like nothing for them to do about it. Like, hold on, I'm trying to see like the tent thing. Let me get some.
We don't have a massive our people with problems like that. They're not like in a tent city type area like that. I've seen a region like that when I went to Los Angeles, and I was so shocked because Los Angeles used to talk so much shit about Detroit. Back when the Pistons and the back when we swept the Lakers. The
Look
Lakers.
at the picture. So
I was like, they got a lot of nerve.
Dylan, I think most of these people are too far gone, especially with the drugs that they are on. What they're putting in the drugs now, like
it's like those
not
bath salts or something.
Yeah, it's eating their flesh. They literally have open wounds. I don't think there's any coming back from this, honestly. I mean, I might be wrong, but because I know, like, when you're on meth, I was watching a documentary where the girl's family said they had to force her to sit down and eat some oatmeal. She was all skin and bones. Like, you don't even eat. You're just running. I forget how many days it takes for you to be awake, for you to die, but you're literally just like awake, not eating, getting high. You're just literally killing yourself.
That's so sad to see.
And this is in Philadelphia, and there's a really rich, high-end part of town, like right next door, like a few blocks down, called Fishtown, and it's been gentrified. Let's just keep it real. They bought hardcore drugs in America to sprung out the black. But these aren't black. The majority of these people are white, and they come from affluent families, a lot of them. The Bellas when a gang broke and robbed the Denver quarterback. Okay, Venezuelan. The cocoa and the recipe for crack came over and destroyed black communities even before fentanyl. Yes, back in the 80s.
Y'all know why? Because us
pretty much glued to the streets. Yeah,
we ate those people. We survived everything.
Yeah, because it's cheap. Fentanyl is cheap, and you only need a little bit of it. And they're cut, but I think because so many people were dying from fentanyl, they started cutting it with some other shit, and now it's just bad. And
it's like they're just making up something. No chemists.
They're putting like stuff for horses and animals in there. Something called trank. I don't know what that is. I forget what it is, but it's insidious, really. These are right. The roots came back to the CIA, allowing us to start make money and possibly to keep communities poorer. Well, I watched this. My girlfriend aunt passed away a few weeks ago due to fent OD. She was an educator for 25 years. 2020 came and she lost her mind. Yeah, and a lot of people are on pills, and they're making a lot of these pills in Mexico and sending them across the border, and they're fentanyl. They call them pressies. If you go on Reddit and just type in, you can just type in drugs, the subreddit for drugs, or if you want to know just about specific drugs. I like reading about that kind of stuff, and because I want to see. There's a lot of fake pills out here, so people might think they're going to a lot of people, black, white, especially white, they like to party on the weekends, get high, do the drugs, all the drugs, and they think they're getting ecstasy or some coke or whatever, and they're getting fentanyl. I even heard they putting it in weed. It's like the new heroin. Yes, it's something that tranquilizes horses. I'm sorry to hear that. Hold on. Come on up, Callie.
Hey, Richie.
Hey,
No, I heard you
Hey, Callie.
talking about Mexico. Hey, y'all. I knew a girl that actually got really sick because she thought she was taking diet medicine and it was meth.
What?
Back in the back in the day,
I think I know
even
what
my
it's
dad used to
called.
do it. We used to go to Mexico and get medicine because my dad has always lived in LA, even though I would always come to visit him. We even back in the day, that was the thing to do, especially if you didn't have insurance, to drive to Mexico and get medicine because it was so cheap. But with this fentanyl stuff, I would not mess with any of that now. I don't even care if it looks like a real pharmacy. I would not touch any of that stuff. But
No.
yeah,
I do have friends who drive to Canada to get to the pharmacy in Canada. I'm going to advise them to maybe stop.
Is it a CVS or is it like a? Because these aren't like big chain pharmacies. These are like little Mexican places. You know what I mean?
Okay, I'll ask her to,
There's no
assess
regulation.
what's going on.
Yeah,
So
this
listen.
girl, actually had a bladder infection. She didn't feel the bladder infection because she was on this shit. And it ended up spreading to her kidneys and she passed out. She went to the hospital and a social worker comes in and starts asking her, does she have a history of drug use, all of this? And she's like, no. Like, what are you talking about? I don't even know why I'm in here. And they start telling her about the risk of meth and heroin. And she was like, what are y'all talking about? So finally, her mom talks to the people and they deduce that they have found all this meth in her system. And so they asked her, like, have you been anywhere where you would have been given this? And she says, starts telling us the things that she takes. And it was that diet stuff she got from Mexico.
I went to a weight loss doctor one time and I was prescribed something called, it'll come back to me, but it was like somebody told me that's just speed. Like you just whatever the
Was the eye on the
pharmaceutical
man?
for speed is. Let me see. Weight loss.
Well, I know regular diet medicine is like speed, is like legal speed, but this was actually had like street meth in it.
Yeah, it's an amphetamine. I forget what it was called. I'll look for it later. But
Is it
yeah.
phenylalanine or something like that?
It was
Phenylalanine, something like that.
It was fent. It sounded like fentanyl. It wasn't fentanyl.
I had a doctor prescribe me some medicine, and it just had me amped up for one day. I polished every piece of sterling silver I had, and this was in the 90s. So sterling silver was big. I had a lot.
Phentermine. It even sounds like fentanyl. It's called it was called phentermine.
It's
Yeah,
probably
that's it.
might be in the same family. But I even when I had threw my back out, I was getting these gummies, and it was like the best high I had ever felt. Like, and my back was better in 3 days. And all of a sudden, they stopped making them. And I'm wondering if it had a little bit of fentanyl in it to this day.
The fen.
Like just a little drop.
Where are you getting them from?
It did not feel like weed. It felt like I was floating on something. I got it from the dispensary.
Oh, that was good weed, girl. That was no fentanyl.
I could never find nothing like that again. Nothing ever. And they stopped making them.
So I want to highlight this comment.
Why did they stop making this?
It also ties back to big pharma that are giving people oxy prescriptions and then expecting them to come off of that. Now that's a big problem. So when people get on Percocets or Oxycontin, well, people don't really prescribe Oxycontin anymore. They do. You have to cancer to get it now or be like terminally ill.
They give you the mixed one because I got it when I had surgery, but I was allergic to it, and so they had to give me something else.
So when you get on those, if you're on those, you get addicted to it. Your body, you build up a dependence, and then they just want to cut you off. But a lot of people who take it for a long time and they can't get it, that's when they turn to dope or other stuff. And that's a big problem. That's a lot of people in Kensington That's a lot
how
of people
people got on a lot of these intravenous drugs. You know what? I have to open the chat in another window. Let me see. Because I'm on an iPad. So if I try to open up the chat, it's going to hang up on me.
I'm highlighting the chat, so.
Yeah, let me see
on the screen.
if I can go to my computer.
I've had friends pass
I
from that.
can't.
Yeah.
That happens to me on my Samsung phone too.
Yeah.
It boot me out.
It's more of like, it's not meth like the bad meth. It's like it's a drug. I guess it's a control. It's called phentermine, PHENT, but it's probably all in the same family, honestly. Benadryl puts me to sleep. Yes, Deidre. Pharmacies been giving Vivinice and Adderall to housewives for years. Yes, people get high off of Adderall.
Oh, yes.
So, I
That's why they would
had
call
Adderall
them
before.
dolls. In that movie Valley of the Dolls, those were the dolls. Uppers and
Adderall.
downers. Uppers and downers.
I tried Adderall before. It didn't do it. I didn't see what the big deal was.
But you know, when I was in college, it was so many girls, and it seemed like it was all girls that got strung out on Adderall. It was none of the guys. It seemed like it was.
I think that because it makes you not eat. Like all this stuff is speed. They're amphetamines, and they make you not want to eat. They take your appetite away.
Adipets.
I was raised on Dare. Yes, just say no to drugs.
Yeah, I remember Dare too. I remember Dare
They have
too.
morphine
They need to
pain
bring Dare
medicine.
back.
Yeah.
Because I don't feel like these kids are afraid of drugs the way that we were.
No, they glamorize it in the music. All of these rappers now, they all want to get high.
Yeah. Like Deidre was saying, we grew up seeing crackheads and stuff. Drugs were not cool to us.
Candy says, baby, I get 60 Adderalls a month. I have ADHD. So it probably won't, doesn't make you high because you have ADHD, but for somebody who doesn't have ADHD, they get high off the shit and they probably abuse it. They take more than prescribed. You probably have, your prescribed dosage, just like I take Xanax because y'all see how hype I be getting. Like I've been like in robberies and I have a panic and a PTSD. I have all kinds of shit, but I don't abuse it. I take it as prescribed. Let's see the bad meth. Rufio, we got somebody new. Let's see.
Yo. So we're talking about Cenat and Druski?
Oh, yes.
Yo,
welcome.
I love Kai. Kai's been one of the dopest dudes. Druski is a bit of a Weisenheimer. I don't know, but I love Kai.
Well, tell us, old heads. A lot of people don't believe that. Older people don't believe like that. It's a real thing or a viable career, or they're like one-hit wonders, or like they'll be gone soon. What do you think?
Oh, you mean when like Kai Cenat went on Cenat or Cenat? I'm saying Cenat. He went on Club Shay Shay. It seemed like he's doing kick butt tootie. I'm trying not to cuss on your panel because I don't know what your rules are here. But he seemed like he was kicking mad butt. He seemed like he was doing a great job. I've seen many videos of him. Him and Druski both looked like they were disappointed they didn't receive some trophy at some goofy basketball event. I didn't know what that was, but I saw a short for it.
They play a lot.
Kai. I mean, he's had everybody on.
When they're acting or playing, and that's what I like about them. I guess they always in character, but I think
Kai seems down to earth. He seems like a really genuine down to earth dude.
He gives a lot to charity, and what I'm scared about with Kai is that he has a lot of his friends around him. Like he employs his family. Like he streams out of this big house. And so Callie, you weren't here. I don't know if you were here earlier. Kai Cenat makes $10 million a month. Huh?
Hold on, everyone stop. 10 million a month?
Yeah, I'm gonna share my screen. Hold on.
Oh hell. My goodness. All right. Oh no, carry on. I thought you were kidding. 10 million a month?
a month.
Wow,
You know
dude.
what I
I could
think?
live
It's
off
just a
that for the
new
rest of my life.
medium. Like,
I would just go be a broke ass and just pay my bills and not do shit and just die.
If he never worked another day in his life, he would be okay.
Oh, that just depends on how he lives. It depends on how you
Okay,
spend your money. It depends
so
on how
right
you
here.
spend your money. That's why half the NFL is in debt. They're making $100 million and somehow they're 30 million in the debt the deficit.
So right here it
supposed to
says
be
he
around.
makes 1.6 million a month from just Twitch alone. But the other page said
Oh,
he makes.
I don't trust Google for shit. Everyone I've ever talked to who's
You can
famous.
crunch the numbers right here. 700
No,
a million.
I believe that's what it says. I'm just saying I don't believe it's true because everyone I've ever talked to who I know that's famous, they're like,
He's in,
"Oh, these numbers are horse's ass." Like I either have way less or way more than that. The numbers are like never correct.
he has endorsements with Nike. If he's got a million people paying him $5 a month, you do the math.
Well,
And
yeah,
Twitch,
that would require
Twitch
every
pays.
single. No, no, I understand. If everyone was actually paying that out, then of course it's wow, that's top dollar. You know, a million people paying even just $1, a month. Like that's big money. I'm just saying, I don't believe every single subscriber is doing that. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, some of them are probably gift subscriptions. Some of them might be on discounted
Well, it
subscriptions.
doesn't matter
It
because
kind of varies.
he
Yeah.
also has a big endorsement with Nike. He has an endorsement with a sports betting.
Yo, what
Let
the
me
hell
look.
was he just on? Was it the Eagles? I just saw him doing something big time. I can't remember what the hell it was. Kai, not Druski. Druski, by the way, you see him yell at that little fat kid. I'm not calling him a
Yeah.
fat kid because I'm being mean. Apparently, he was calling him fat, and then sometime later in the episode, he was like, "Oh, I'm sorry, man. I'm big too," and tried to reconcile. Uh, if you don't remember, it's fine. But he was
No,
like
we already
trashing
talked
him.
about it. We already talked about it.
Oh, I don't know that. I'm just saying Drewski has less class than Kai does,
Well,
in my opinion. Because when Kai went out, I don't know if it was Korea, Japan. I don't remember which Asian language it was. I'm not gonna even try to attempt to say the word. It sounds like the N word, but it's Korean or Japanese or Chinese. I'm not sure which one. You can't even distinguish the difference, but it's a filler word in their language. And some Asian dude came in and was like, "Oh, I want this," and then said not the N word, but it sounds like the N word. And Kai was like, "Huh?" And he's like, and then the other Asian dude was like, "Oh, I'm so sorry." And then Kai was like, "Oh, no, 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 that's your language, man. You're all good." And I was like, "Oh, thank you. Someone at least has the decency to understand." This guy clearly had no ill intent, no ill will in his heart. He was just speaking his own language in his own country, and a lot of people would have just turned that into a damn scandal. And I was really grateful to see someone just be reasonable.
You know what I think they are? I think they're the male versions of the Kardashians. Because remember, we thought Kim Kardashian was not going
I'm
to be a
sorry, I'm
big
done.
thing. No, we thought that she was going to go away. She wasn't going to be a big thing. Her and Paris Hilton, this is just like a fad. They're going to
Oh,
be
Paris
gone in
Hilton
15
is
minutes.
basically gone, other than Paris. What is that
She's
stupid porn
bigger
that no one's watched?
overseas, but she's very big overseas. She kind of
Oh,
she
it's called A
that
Night
was
in
done on
Paris.
purpose for her not to be as big here because she was making
Yeah,
more money over there.
yeah. I never watched that goofy ass porn. It's called A Night in Paris. I couldn't bring myself to do it because, first of all, I was too Christian at the time, and I'm not into white women or blondes. And she
Yeah,
basically
I
hit.
didn't want to see that either.
Well,
I
no,
just
she
didn't want to
because
see it. You know,
she's a
like
flat chested, no having ass, white blonde. I'm like, you're literally
okay.
everything. I
So back
think
to
it's ugly.
Casanat. All right, here we go. So let's see.
I'm
His
white, by
partnership
the way, so
with
I can say that. Don't get upset.
that's
I'm
I'm
not
not
into
upset.
skinny white blonde chicks.
I'm not upset. So Kai Cenat, he has a partnership with Nike, McDonald's, T-Mobile, and
McDonald's. Okay,
that's
okay.
big
T-Mobile.
money. Big money. I don't
Oh, of
know what
course.
Rumble is, but he also has one of those.
It's like YouTube, Rumble. Yeah.
Okay, and he also has like Prize Picks. I know Druski's on Prize Picks, and like I said, Kevin Hart wants to bring him aboard, him and Druski, to make movies. That's like making a movie with Will Smith.
Hold on. Oh, fuck that. No. Druski as Will Smith, my ass. He's not even close to Will Smith's level.
No, Kevin Hart.
Kevin Hart is trying to take Druski
Oh,
and
I
Kai
thought you were
Cenat
saying he's on the level of Will
under his
Smith. I'm like,
wing,
bullshit.
on their Thanksgiving broadcast, 24-hour live stream. They
Oh,
announced
when they
it.
were all
And
making fun. Yeah. Dude, I've only seen clips of it because like it'll just randomly pop up in my feed and then I'll see it and I'm like, these
thank
fucking
you, Leafy
morons.
Man.
You know, it's weird and I won't go too deep
Leafy
into it,
Man.
but like about the Diddy shit and all this, that, and the other. It's kind of weird watching all these guys in the fucking Diddy mansion over here in pajamas. You're like, what the hell is going on here?
So Leafy Man.
As kids, we all did that. That was no big deal. But as adults, it's kind of weird. Like, what a bunch of men are just hanging out in pajamas together. What the fuck are you guys doing?
Hold on.
I'm just saying.
Leafy
I'm just
Man.
saying. It was. I just found it very.
So Leafy Man says that Kai makes $8 million. That number isn't even accurate. He makes $8 million a month. Now I pulled up. He still gets paid whatever on subscriptions. Is y'all don't know what y'all talking about? Deidre, him, Brooklyn, Deshae Frost, Prime. So these kids are making millions. Prime, who's Prime? See, I don't even know who these people are. I'm sorry, I don't know what you're talking about. Google DGG. I know who DDG is. How is Paris done? She's huge. This guy is really just saying shit. Okay. Little
Oh,
Mendici's
you
is
mean
swinging.
me? No, Paris Hilton's like a fucking
Listen,
ancient relic of the past.
Excuse me. Listen. We take our turns. We let each other talk.
We
We
were
don't
taking
talk
our
over.
turns. You've been talking this whole time. I just
Oh, you
said.
get the fuck off. How about that?
I
How
just
about
said Paris
you
Hilton is a
do?
relic of the
Please.
past. That was the whole sentence. And now you're.
Okay, so I didn't even know Little Mendices was streaming. I'm glad. Oh, I saw Little
Oh, I didn't
Mendices.
know that either.
He was trying to get Jules, Solange's son, to call Beyonce on FaceTime, and he would not bite.
You know,
He's
there is
talking about.
so much content. It's hard to follow everybody. And I think that's why everybody has their own little communities. Because you can only
But I
follow some.
love, I love to see it. I love to hear it because, like, I like these celebrity kids, like, getting in the mix. I like to see that. I don't want to hear them out in the streets doing stupid shit, shooting, and Gilly was on Shannon Sharp. His son got killed because he wanted to be tough and in the
Yeah,
streets.
that's sad.
So I'd rather them be streaming and doing whatever and trying to be good kids. And I salute these guys. I'm not gonna talk shit and say, oh, they should
No,
go
I just
through.
think it's something new. Like when we had the social media stars first come out and we were like, oh, these people gonna be gone in a minute and this and that. These people are still here. They're still successful. So I think this is just something new.
So I couldn't get him on fast enough. I couldn't see him on here to do it, so I had to go on my computer and do it. But hold it. Oh, no, go ahead and talk. Wait.
The gatekeepers have been removed from the equation, Callie.
Yeah.
Now
Yeah,
now the kids
that's what
can
it is. Yeah.
now creative people can go straight to an audience, and it's millions of people who like millions of different things.
So the people who know about this.
Yeah. I think
So
it's dope.
that's what Rich was trying to explain, that these young creators, they have they're not going to old school chilling circuit, vaudeville style, Jim Crow era, crawling your way up through waiting on somebody to book a gig. You book your own gigs. If you want to work hard and put out content, you are your own.
And I just want to say
you
this.
create your own opportunity.
I want to say this about Paris Hilton. She is not a has-been or whatever he was trying to say. Paris is and will always be that girl. Before there was a Kim Kardashian, there was a Paris Hilton. And her mother is reigning supreme on the Beverly Hills Housewives. So the Hiltons, I've always loved Paris Hilton. I don't know how anybody else feels about her, just like the Kardashians aren't going anywhere. You got to give credit where it's due. In Paris, she just got married. She has 2 kids now. Everything is, wonderful.
Her shoes selling good. Her shoe line.
All her little
and then she waited to get married. She didn't marry one of those gold diggers. She said it herself. She said, I got tired of them gold diggers. I got tired of those men using me for my money. She went and she found her a rich man, age appropriate, and got her some kids. I ain't got no problems with Paris. I just feel like
me neither. She's okay with me.
Yeah.
And I like that she got married later in life, to give me hope, like the older girls.
Yeah. No, it's a lot of people around our age that are just now getting married. It's actually more common than people think.
Yeah, it seems like it might be a little bit smarter. I don't know.
I think so too, because you know more what you want out of life. If I would have got married when I was younger, I'd be divorced because I don't want to live with nobody. But I know that now.
Mm-hmm.
I would be in a mental hospital if I would have married my basketball player. Okay, let's just say that. All right.
Well, Richie, I'm gonna be honest. I can imagine myself being trapped in the house with none of my exes. Like that sounds like a nightmare. Like when I think about all of them, I'm like, imagine being trapped in the house with this dude, and I don't have nowhere to go.
Yvette says her son watches Cenat and pays a subscription. And that's what I was trying to say earlier in the other chat. When Beyonce was at the Grammys, Cenat said that the only reason why he got to go over to her table and meet her is because Blue said, "Oh my God, that's Cenat," and they told him to come over. So I imagine, Jay-Z is always looking for the next big thing. So who knows what's in store for these guys, or who, But my fear with Cenat is that I saw a clip of him at the store, and you listen to rappers and other people who've had lots of money and have lost it, and they said the biggest thing was having their friends around. And Gilly, if you listen to Shannon Sharp, if you got some time, you want to listen to a good story, Gilly from his name Gilly the King or Kid from Philly, he said, when he was a rapper back in the day, he had an entourage, and if he bought himself an outfit, he would have to buy 15 outfits. If he go out to dinner, he got to buy 15 dinners. All that shit adds up. So I was watching Cenat in a mall somewhere, and his friends were just piling sneaker boxes up on the counter, and he was getting like a little bit pissed off, but I still think he paid for all of that. And when I do watch his some of his streams, I see a lot of people, his friends, family, whatever, in the background, and I hope he's not just throwing money away because he is young. He just, he didn't just do it overnight, but it seems like it might as well be overnight. So I hope like people like Kevin Hart being around, seems like a good guy, or just other people around him helping him do the right thing with his money and not just squandering it all, because he could be a flash. You
and hire somebody who's hopefully an embezzler won't get a hold of him.
Yeah, I find that what happens with a lot of rich people, they're lonely, and they think that the only way they can have companionship is that they gotta pay other people's way, and they get taken advantage of.
Well, I forget what show was I watching. It might have been the Cosby Show, and he was like, if your accountant can count, I think Theo was trying to get an apartment or something like that. He was like, if your accountant can count, and this person can count, and you can't count, you ain't going to have no money. And a lot of people like Robin Dixon, who got scammed out of her money, and Nicole Murphy got scammed out of her, money that she got from Eddie Murphy. Her
What?
settlement.
But guys, can we be honest? Those were sweetheart scams. I 100% believe both those women were messing with those men.
Okay, he was a friend from China. What do you mean, Deidre? What'd you say, Callie?
I think that both of those women were messing with those men. Yeah, both of them were. I think. No matter how much they say, oh, he was such my good friend. He was my good friend. And girl,
if I got rich, I would disappear somewhere because everybody's gonna have great ideas about what you should do with your money, what you should. Everybody has all these great ideas, or they need money. You will go broke.
You know, one good thing I will say is nowadays it's easier to educate yourself about finances. It's not such a hidden thing as it was before we had all this like information on the internet. So I do think it is a little bit more difficult for someone to like just come in and just like really just sell you a bill of goods, because you can kind of look that stuff up and be like, wait a minute, this is illegal to do this. Like, because a lot of people get caught up, people telling you could cheat on your taxes, and then you get caught and you get in trouble, and that person is nowhere to be found.
Quite a few people are not autodidactic types, though. You and Richie seem like autodidactics. You know, are you teaching yourself? You know, you'll teach yourself how to do something. Pick up a book, go to YouTube University, you know, teach yourself how to crochet, knit, run a stock market, right? You're teaching yourself, Callie?
Well,
or you have taught yourself with a little help?
I'm learning from other people that I'm finding on YouTube, but yeah, you know,
that's self-education.
One night I was up, that night I had the 12-hour stream. Callie was waiting for the markets to open. Callie is
I'm trying to right now for tomorrow. Yeah.
She sure was.
I'm determined to learn how to do this. I said if I could sit there and I can go to college twice and I can give all these people these money at these universities, I can learn how to trade. Because once I learn how to trade, I will always be able to make money and I won't be dependent upon these jobs.
Okay. Hold on. Let me fix this.
I mean, having a job is great, but you're still dependent on other people. And that's just what it is, you know?
Right. What's up, Deidre?
Let's talk about them kids, though, y'all. Them little young kids are making
you know what you talking about, Deidre. I only know about Kai and Druski.
Yes, it's a lot of them. It's like the Deshay and his little sister, the Frost people. His name is Deshay Frost and her name is Brooklyn Frost. All they do, y'all, is get up every morning and scream. You hear me? They just talk about shit. Just walk around the goddamn house, pranking his family and shit. Little men DCs, he be doing Yandy and Big Men DCs, all in their business. And they are making millions of dollars, y'all, every damn day. Talk about nothing, doing stupid shit.
Wow. Do you have like young people around you that's watching it? Are you watching it or?
Yep. I watch it myself. I just be like exploring YouTube, and my kids, they be watching shit like Druski and shit like that. You want line when you said Kevin Hart tapped into Cal Kent because he was like doing it real big. The nigga is making millions of dollars a day, so he came on there. And it is funny. It's like it's a skit like Saturday Night Live. It's not like no a stand-up comedy, Rich, when you saying that. You were so right though. But they are making more than the fucking singers and shit right now. You hear me?
They getting money. They getting the mother, like for real. I was getting mad.
These little motherfuckers is getting real money every day. Like
I just don't know what y'all talking about. Like they are doing it.
They really look Gigi, that Halle girl. You remember the little boy? I
thought he was a rapper. He's a streamer.
He's a screamer. He was a screamer before all of them. This nigga, he back on that shit. You need to go look them up because they be him and they got a little baby named Halo. He screamed that little nigga every day. He be slapping the shit out of DDG. The shit is funny, y'all. It's like the shit they be doing is like it's like a stand-up comedy. You hear me? These little motherfuckers are getting real fucking money. Doing bullshit every day, y'all. We need to get on it. But you hear me? We need to link up with the board. Me, you, board Q, and Callie.
Comment. She said, yes, people think Hallie has more money than DGG. No, there's no way. So DGG got more money.
They have more than Hallie. I am so sorry, y'all, but the little princess do not have more than that man. That little boy is a fucking millionaire. Okay, this little boy. Shit, this little boy getting it. And the little boy ain't even fucking 26.
That's why I said I want to see what it's about. Let me see where I can get in on that. Is there any old people on there?
Me, you, Callie, okay, Q. I also need to get together and start just doing some content because we funny in the motherfucker, you hear me? And just get up every day in the same goddamn house and make some motherfucking content.
We just really argue because we be having some legendary fights for real.
We start arguing with each other, doing pranks on these motherfuckers be eating this shit up. I'm like, oh my God. It's like the fucking three students in one house.
Like I'm never upset. Like it's just like whatever.
Yeah. Look, Callie be funny because she ain't searching for nothing but rich motherfuckers and shit. And she got standards and shit. The boys are cute. They just trying to find the next thrill and shit. You hear me? All I'm thinking about the cornbread and cabbage type of ass shit. And Callie just put the motherfuckers out every day.
I cook my cornbread and cabbage too now. Come on.
I'm thinking about some damn vittles every day. It'll be good. These little motherfuckers making money.
We definitely need to look in. I'm definitely getting on that. Fuck, I'm gonna look into it. I'm getting in on
I think it's a niche. No, I think it's a niche for people our age because the people our age are a little bit different from the people who used to be like in their 40s and late 30s. You know what I mean? They're a little bit more young-minded. I feel like there's a niche there.
Okay, it's a genre for everybody, okay? Because look at us, we on YouTube every day, tripping and shit. It's a genre for everybody.
Look how Mr. Steele, your grandma, just went in there, started taking some pictures with a hat on.
Okay,
Mr. The Silver Foxes.
It's some shit out for everybody, y'all.
Yeah, they got a whole little club making money, modeling.
Yep. They got Silver Club with the old man with the old silver beard.
Yeah,
the old heads that be skating, they be having on nice suits and
girl.
shit.
Yes, girl. It's something for everybody.
I don't even like white boys. I be like, oh,
I follow him too, Richie.
I be on the TikTok looking at the Asians and shit with the white tee, white tee. Do you hear me? I'm like, what the fuck? They be looking good.
You in the K-pop? You in that K-pop, Deidre?
Yeah, girl. I love the little boys. Girl. Ice on my tea. I was like, what the fuck? And the motherfucking Chinese people dancing better than the blacks. I'm like, man, motherfuckers. And don't let them take off their shirt. The old men, the Chinese men with the shirt and tattoos. Bitch, I be lost all night on TikTok. Ice on my tea. Ice on my tea.
That other young man, he's does content, and I think he's a hairdresser, and he did a review of a Christian Siriano little thing, and Christian Siriano saw it and invited him to his Fashion Week show, flew him in to New York to sit at his show just because he thought he was funny.
Yeah, y'all seen the man on TikTok? He a black man, but he go do catering and stuff. He a chef, and the motherfucker always slapping the meat and shit. You hear me?
I need to get my TikTok back.
Well, that motherfucking TikTok is a motherfucking. I mean, you be like hooked like drugs. I get on the motherfucker at 12. I don't get off till 4.
I gotta get into TikTok. I was a little bit worried I'm gonna be honest. I do worry about China having our information like that. I'm not gonna lie.
That's why I got rid of my TikTok.
Well, you know what, Callie? If you worried about it, because I used to be worried about Uber because they want complete access to record you whenever. I got a separate phone from my real phone to the Uber. So
it's a button you can hit on there. It's a button you can hit
like
today.
content.
Keep it on a separate phone. Like the phone I'm on now is my Uber phone, the phone I'm streaming from. But this is my iPhone is my real phone. So if you worried about that, but like Shub said, everybody got all our fucking info, child. They listening to us, the TV listening to us. This damn Alexa, my dad's Alexa, the green light keep going around. I mean, bitch probably recording everything. Like, damn, child.
Look,
That's why
motherfucker start talking to you ain't even think about the motherfucker.
That we were very dismissive when the government said they were worried about that, and that made my antenna go up. Like, what y'all worried about?
Y'all, please stop it. Remember Snow? You remember Andrew Snow? That boy, that man that got caught that live in Russia right now. He fled. His name was Snow. He told us way back then that they was recording us and spying on us, y'all. Big Brother been doing it, y'all. Let's just wake up, okay?
Remember the movie Enemy of the State? That's when I knew what was going on. Y'all remember that movie?
Damn, yes. Damn, which you is? Oh, how old are you? What's that? Enemy of the State.
I just turned 40, but I always was. We had HBO, and I was a little girl. I was watching HBO since, when we had cable boxes that was connected by a cord, and you had to press the
I
remember that. Yes. To steal that shit. We used to steal it.
Yeah, we had a chip in the box. Like they were chips.
Yes, damn, y'all. See, Callie, I know you older than 44 now. You fucked up now.
No, I'm not. I'm 44.
Fucked up now, Callie.
I was
Girl, been 45 for 5 years now.
I spent my 45th birthday on YouTube with y'all after I went out and stuff. I was on having 12 hours.
When was that?
February 8th, going into the 9th. Yeah, I was like, okay.
Was that your birthday?
For me to find you, I had to ask you where you was, Richie. He gave me the link to your thing. I couldn't find you on YouTube.
What'd you say?
I said I had to ask Q how to find you because I tried to Google you, look you up on YouTube and I couldn't find you. So I asked Q where you was and he gave me your link to your
weird because when I type in Richie B, it doesn't come up either. Like
it don't come on a lot. They have like a lot of white folk typing shit. I'm like, I don't know these people.
No, but I think somebody told me if you post 5 videos, it will train the algorithm to like set you in the algorithm.
Okay.
Do they have to be particular type videos? Like her lives are not registering?
She's not on there.
So wait, so listen. I typed in Richie B and it said, do you mean Richie without the T? But then when I scroll down, like the 4th video is us live.
Okay, that just happened because I tried to find you. Girl, I was trying to find you for a couple of days.
I had a struggle. I knew that she had a YouTube and typed it in and was not getting results. So then I had to go to my history.
I did you and Dina the Sport at the same time. You and Dana, I did y'all at the same time. I got Dana on there, but Dina on there, but I didn't get. It wouldn't let me get you.
So what I do is when we're all in the chat, like right now, if I was in regular YouTube mode, like on YouTube, so like it'll say like I'll click a person's name and it'll give me go to the channel, and I go to the channel, and that's how I subscribe to people, because sometimes when you do, I couldn't even find Q's page. Nobody else has the name Q, the content guy, but it was showing me all this other shit. Like, I guess you got to be really popular for, which is BS for real. But I guess you got to be really popular for your name to pop right up. So, but I want to get more into it, take it more serious, and post more shorts because it keeps telling me to post a short. So I'm gonna post some shorts and stuff. And
hey, your shorts is when your ass going in the goddamn bodega and shit. Bitch, you always in the goddamn store or some casino. You do that shit right there. Every time I look around, the bitch is a casino or the goddamn store. Yes. Post that shit. Get the produce.
It's a bunch of white men. What's a bunch of white men? Right, it does not come up. Gabor wasn't coming up either, but he does now. I couldn't find him for the longest, but you got to type his whole name, no space. Okay.
Well, you know what? I also think the suggested search results have to do with what you watch. That's how I knew that Drake was full of shit. Because unless you
not Drake
already listen
Khaled.
to Drake, he's not gonna come up when you press D.
He's not. Say it again.
Unless you already are listening to Drake a lot, when you press D on Spotify, he's not gonna come right up.
Oh, you know what the thing? I think the problem is because I have an at in front of my name, or if I typed in at Richie B and it comes right up. I don't know if. Let me check.
I wonder if it has to do with when you join YouTube too, because remember they changed the handles like a couple of years ago or a year and a half ago.
I'm gonna take the at out.
And Richie, let me tell you about one more thing. Then I'm about to get off for it.
Oh, okay, I can't take it off. It won't let me take it off.
Listen to me when you talk about fentanyl and all that shit right there. They been pumping drugs in America, okay? They brought the shit here for us, the black folks, to get addicted on back in the 70s and shit, the heroin and shit like that. Then they turn into cocaine, then they turn into fucking crack type of shit. This is what the standards for us to, fail in economy is. What they fucked up is they want us to be the culture to leave every damn black person, but the white people start listening to our shit and they got hooked on the shit that they was giving us type of shit. Cause every time you see a song, you got some kind of drug transition language and the shit. You hear me? They made us this way, but they just didn't think that the other folks will follow us like they follow. It was just for us to would lead it to astray and be fucked up. So we won't have no family culture and shit like that. You hear me? I mean, we
working for a while.
Stickers and shit. It's sad though.
Well, I lived through the crack era, so I know that this worked for about 20 years. That whatever was not destroyed by integration, the crack era destroyed it. Like that was like they came in was like, well, you guys still got a little bit of a community left. Let's see how we can get rid of this.
Yep. And then when they fucked up is that the white folks start following the black folks and wanted to do what the fuck we do. They didn't know that we was all fucked up. Well, didn't know our leaders or whatever that be on, NWA or whatever. Everybody was already fucked up, so they started doing the shit that we was doing and fucked them up. Look at them now. Everybody want to be black. They want a little bit melanin in them.
But they don't really care about poor white people like that unless they want to get their vote.
Not the part, but them
their vote.
Yeah,
They don't really care about their well-being. They honestly just have tossed them to the side like they've tossed us to the side, and we just let them do it.
Yeah, and they want us to fight one another and shit for this little shit over here.
They introduced the concept of race in America. There's actually a book about that. They did not want us linking up. That's why the Black Panthers and Malcolm X started scaring them so much because they started
whooping up now, black for white people. Martin Luther King, he will fight, but the Black Panther them, they'll whoop your motherfucking ass. Come with that lynching ass shit. They're gonna skin the shit out your ass and probably lynch your ass. They were whooping their ass back then. We had a Black Wall Street, y'all. We were so rich and shit until they bummed us, y'all.
But you know what? If I really think about it, here in Los Angeles, the Black community here probably had just as much money as they had in Black Wall Street before the crack.
I believe it.
When I really think about the wealth that was just here in Los Angeles, this was like damn near half the city was Black people before the crack era.
I believe it, Kelly.
We had a visitor. I'm
looking for something to play for y'all because I want you to hear it in regards to what we're talking about.
We had a visitor come visit us from the Bronx in the late 90s, and we drove him around Detroit. And I just had to tell you, I was like, I promise you, we do have white people here because that's how Detroit was blackity black.
Mm-hmm.
But that had to be destroyed. Like my friend who's a sheriff in our Mexican town, they were always talking about Mexican gang in the media, but she said that wasn't true because they had that machismo culture and they were very Catholic. She was like, those people are at home and big and ready to go to church, and the women were out running the street because their families were at home having dinner and stuff together.
Mm-hmm.
Well, no, I think that's some of the stereotypes. Let her have Mexican gang.
Let her finish real quick.
That propaganda is powerful.
It is.
And and it'll brainwash the community that it seeks to destroy. If you living in your neighborhood and it's telling you it's Roman dogs, it's gangs and stuff, but you go outside, ain't no Roman dog, ain't no gangs, but you still be like, well, I got to get out of here because it's Roman dogs and gangs. You gonna believe what you see or what the propaganda? A lot of people believe the propaganda, which causes black flight.
Yep.
Well,
And we so stuck.
another thing that caused black flight is they messed up the schools. So if
What's
you had
black
kids,
That's part of the
you
propaganda.
either had to put your kids in private school or you had to move because the schools were not, you weren't going to get an education at these schools. And that's what pushed a lot of black people out of the black community.
Do you guys remember when they had always reporting like Detroit is on fire? You know who was setting fire to stuff? Not the black people. It was the white people who had left. They burned their property to collect the insurance money to keep it booking. But they would come in on All Hallows Eve, aka Devil's Night, and cause a ruckus to make it seem like, that the black Detroiters were doing it. It wasn't us.
It never is. It's always them doing some shit and putting it in black folks saying like they started them fires and shit. But they want to try to tell you if in California it's for the smart city. They want to build something for the Olympics. I think in like 35. Cali and them gonna have the Olympics there and shit. And that's why they burning out and shit. Ma'am.
We don't want to hear.
I know you don't want it, but y'all still gonna have a smart city, because that's what they burn that shit down for, allegedly.
Well, okay, it's been several.
You talking about Milwaukee?
What you say, Callie?
It's been several fires. So these like big fires that they just had, that was stupidity. Now it was a fire before that was planned. It was just like she was saying, it was this man that was trying to get some insurance money and burn his house down and started this big ass fire. So it's been it's been several fires throughout the years that have been started for various reasons. This has just been the one that's been closest to the city of Los Angeles. It's not even actually in Los Angeles. They're using the name Los Angeles to get people to donate money because they feel like people don't know the names of the actual cities and they won't connect to it. But those fires are not actually in Los Angeles.
Altadena?
Yeah, Altadena and Pacific Palisades, which is pretty much southern Malibu. Like it's a really wealthy area, Pacific Palisades. And I still cannot believe that pretty much that whole town is gone. I haven't been over that way, but it's just hard in my mind to even like picture like all that is going, like you could just see out to the ocean. That is crazy to me.
And that's crazy though about the water. Like they couldn't go filter if the Navy Sea could be up underwater for months and stuff like that and drinking the sea water and they filter some shit like that. They can't filter nothing and just go spray over the fires. Come on now.
All right, I want to play something for y'all. And it's only like 2 minutes. And I want your thoughts afterwards.
The end of America. It is the end of an era. And it was always going to end like this. For the last century and a half, America has been living a lie, a contradiction between its stated Enlightenment values and the reality that took root after the Civil War. The Confederacy lost the battlefield, but won the war of governance. And every system we have today is still a continuation of that unfinished conflict. Now, it's collapsing. Trump's regime, Musk's takeover of the Treasury, the full-scale corporate seizure of the government. This isn't the destruction of America as a nation. This is the final unraveling of the illegitimate system that was built on the ruins of radical reconstruction. And if we understand that, if we recognize this moment for what it is, we can make sure that what comes next is something better. This is not the fall of a nation. This is the end of the chapter where the Confederacy won. And now we have a choice. Right now, it feels feels like everything is breaking down. Billionaires have stopped pretending they're subject to laws. Every day we wake up to more news that makes it seem like the America we thought we lived in is vanishing before our eyes. But here's the truth. That America never really existed. Not the way we were told. Not the way we were promised. The country we were taught to believe in, the one founded on Enlightenment values on liberty, justice, and equality, has never actually been realized. The Declaration of Independence spoke of self-evident truths, but it was written by men who owned slaves. The Constitution was drafted as a contract between states, but some of those states' primary goals was to uphold human bondage. And after the Civil War, when we had the chance to correct those contradictions, when we had the opportunity to actually rebuild America in line with its stated ideals, the ruling class, North and South, chose capitalism and white supremacy over justice. The Confederacy was defeated on the battlefield, but it was absorbed into the system. Jim Crow, sharecropping, the rise of the robber barons, the suppression of labor movements, the gutting of Reconstruction, the filibuster, the Southern strategy, the drug war, the Supreme Court's rollback of civil rights. Every system of power in this country, the way wealth is distributed, the way the economy is structured, the way elections are controlled, has roots in that compromise. And now, the weight of those contradictions, democracy, the billionaires have stopped pretending to care about civil society, and the political class is no longer interested in governing, only looting what's left before the collapse. This isn't just late-stage capitalism consuming itself. It's the illegitimate post-Civil War government finally breaking under its own hypocrisy. It was always going to end like this. But the question isn't whether the old system will fall. The question is, what do we do after? Here's something people forget. America is not just the federal government. The United States is 50 states, 3,000 counties, and 330 million people. The federal government may collapse. It may be seized by the oligarchy. It may become a hollowed-out technocratic dictatorship under Musk and Thiel's new monarchy. But the country does not cease to exist because the government is compromised. State governments still function. Local communities still operate. The infrastructure of daily life. That's why the ruling class is terrified, because they know that even if they take the government, they don't control the people, and the people outnumber them 3 million to 1. They can buy every politician, own every corporation, control every media narrative, but they cannot rule without consent. And consent, that's crumbling. People are waking up. People are realizing that the entire system has been a scam, that capitalism was never about freedom, that democracy has been held hostage by a minority of elites for generations, that every institution has been rigged in their favor, and now, in their desperation to cling to power, they're showing their hand. They are not invincible. They are not gods. They are a handful of men who only rule because we let them. And the moment we decide we don't, it's over for them. The old system is dying. That much is clear. But America is not ending. It is waiting to be rebuilt. And the real fight isn't just about surviving Trump or Musk or the corporate coup that's happening right now. It's about what comes after. If we let them dictate the terms of the new system, we get techno-feudalism, a world ruled by oligarchs where democracy is a relic, where labor is disposable, where power is concentrated in the hands of those who own the infrastructure of society. But that is not the only option. If we refuse to let this collapse be their opportunity, If we seize it for ourselves, then we existed all along in America that actually lives up to its Enlightenment values. In America, where power is not hoarded by billionaires, but technology serves humanity, not profit. In America, where the American experiment isn't just a myth, it's reality. This moment, it's not the end of a nation. It is the end of an empire. And what happens next, that's up to us.
I don't know why I was skipping like that, but I think they're hating on us. But what do y'all think about what he said?
Richard, this is what I feel about that. He's not lying, but who he's talking to, he's really talking to the white people, because they are a dying breed and they don't know how. They so used to working off our back, they don't know how to survive being poor. You understand? But us that been through is really down here at the bottom, living life off a motherfucking pick five and some fucking canned goods day by day, like paying bill to bill, month to month type of shit. We already know it's gonna be hard times. It's been hard times. We already know.
You taking the words out my mouth. I said that, not to cut you off, but you really are like in my head, because I said that whatever happens, Black people, we are so used to not having shit, being at the bottom. This ain't nothing new for us. We know how to roll with the motherfucking punches, and we've been rolling with the punches. This isn't new for all of y'all. That's why earlier when I was saying,
y'all need to teach our babies how to. Yes, y'all need to teach our babies how to plant gardens and shit like we did in the old days and shit. So they can have vegetables and shit off the ground and shit, if they don't nuke us to death and shit. But we know how to survive off a little bit of nothing. And y'all need to instill into y'all kids' head. It's not enough for us. He's speaking to the white folks, not us.
Deidre, hold on for a second. I think I can only let 6 people up, but I'm going to drop my iPad.
You can drop me, Richie, and I just watch.
No. Because I got 2. Myself, I have 2. You should be able to come up. The link is try to click the link on and click on the link.
And then y'all gonna see in a couple times these millionaires gonna start killing themselves because they ain't got no fucking money. They really
Like
think
they
money
did.
is like every motherfucking thing. If you don't have foundation in a home and family and shit like that, and y'all don't got the real survive, you ain't gonna live no way. They lost off materialistic ass shit that you cannot take to heaven with you, and that's where they fucked up at. And this is our shit. We built it out. Our ancestors, blood, sweat, and motherfucking tears.
We're accustomed to uncertainty.
Red lights and shit. You know what I'm talking about? Hog malls, chitlins and shit like that. They gave to us, and like oxtails and shit they gave to us for scraps. These motherfuckers, they loving it.
Mm-hmm.
You know what fucks me up? How they now oxtail is a delicacy. Now we gotta pay $10 a pound for oxtails because the child. Don't get me started.
$60 for a pack of oxtails.
It's $20 for 4 of them. $20 for 4 of them.
For 4 of them. Yep.
Welcome. What does it say? I can't see it. Quit the read. What does it say?
Quit thread. Quit thread.
Oh, quit thread.
Quit thread 01. Q thread 01.
What's up?
Hello?
What are we talking about
Can y'all see
tonight?
me?
Yeah, we can hear you, baby.
Can y'all see me?
No, we can't see you though, baby.
Okay, 1 second.
It looks like it's loading.
1 second.
Well, go ahead, Deidre.
Yes, that message is not for us, y'all. Not the brown people. When I say brown, I mean black and
Well, it is for us too, because I see a lot of black people. I see a lot of elders. They all up in arms. They upset. They listen to the news and stuff, and they all panicking and shit.
Yep, that's what it's for. Listen to me. The news is to put fear in our heart. You hear me?
But
the government shit. They love the mind control and shit like that. You know,
like,
these are our last days. Y'all just need to wake up. And just
she be like, you see what Elon Musk did? They gonna cut the Medicare. They said we can't buy no this and that with the food stamp.
We can't get no lobster tail and shrimp Girl, if you don't sit your ass down with some bologna sandwich and chips.
Look at some mayonnaise and mustard.
Okay, shot crazy ass. Stop trying to
But
be
I think
like
his point was that these people have no power unless we give it to them. We
exactly.
That's true.
outnumber them. And I
It
That's
really
ain't,
true.
listen
hope
to me.
that
The
this
elite is like
wakes
300 and some
people
people at
up.
all, y'all.
Because
It's
people feel
300.
like they
It's
in a
300.
trance.
Karen, it's 300 some people that make the world go round. The you know, the I don't want to start saying their names stuff, but y'all know who the fuck I'm talking about. The little clan and shit like that. If we outdo these folks and
KKK.
come over, and I'll come over these motherfuckers and say fuck y'all and be like the old days, just like that man say, loot and start taking their shit and put their ass in a place. There's nothing they can do because we already have the government and the system and already hard to like get up there and do most people to do the right thing every day. I ain't gonna say we don't need a law, but we have in our heart to do the right thing by each other and the poor in our heart if you raise right. So we don't need nobody to tell us what the fuck to do.
That's
So
true, sister.
what's up? What's the name? Quick
Quick thread.
quick thread. What's
Yeah.
going on? What you want to talk
I just
about
want,
tonight?
I'm just
Okay, you got what we talking about?
It dropped down off
Almost
of
seems like his
mine.
internet is kind of going in and out. Or
Okay,
maybe I don't know whose end they would be on.
But Kelly, what you think about it?
I think that I 100% understand what you guys are saying, but I've been saying what he's been saying for a while. This is not a monarchy. The president is a servant of the people. He works for us.
Yes.
The problem is people are walking around like he has all this power, not checking him. Like I said, for that work from home stuff, if y'all care about working from home, shut the government down, walk off the job, show him who run that. He's not your boss. But people are giving him all this power because I guess that it's to me, it's a lot of this propaganda and fear mongering, and this man can't do nothing without us. Period. We outnumber them. And it has been done before. It was done in the French Revolution. You know what I mean? So it ain't like it ain't never been done before. These people start getting too out. I really hope that this administration wakes people up to the fact that this man running around here is a billionaire. He's a billionaire because you allow him to be a billionaire.
Yep.
That is why he's a billionaire.
He looted Africa.
He does not control you. You control him. Because he can't do nothing without us.
I didn't know
he doesn't have anything tangible. It's not like
Kelly, can Congress buy stock? I didn't know if you was in Congress that you could buy stock and shit. Shares.
They actually have reports come out saying, oh, this is what Paul, Nancy Pelosi's husband, he just sold this, he just bought this. They actually use these people as stock cues. Which I
but can they do that? I thought they weren't allowed to do that if they was in the. I thought they weren't allowed to do that.
Unethical. But they have spouses.
I don't know how to
This is
do
what I'm
that.
saying. They have a way of getting around the ethics part of it.
Let me see if I can do that feature where I have to like verify.
Yeah, but I get them articles all the time. Oh yeah, Nancy Pelosi's husband.
Yes, they bought $40 million worth of stocks and shit, and buying land and shit every goddamn where y'all.
With the stock market with these tariffs and some of the things that he says. He's manipulating the stock market. Do not get it twisted. He's already crashed it once.
Yeah, we see it. It's been crashed. It's been a dud.
Go to the bathroom. I'll be right back.
It's been a dud.
So
It's been crashed.
when you do options, you can still make money on crashes. But when you got some fool getting on TV just crashing the stock market out the blue, you don't see it coming. It's not in the charts. So you end up losing money on something where you really should have got rich off of it. But he's doing this stuff sporadically. So the advice I've been giving is this: know that he's gonna crash the market every month because this is what he did last time.
Yes, I think we should. Black folks, I'm just saying, we should invest in cryptocurrency. You hear me? Because the dollar ain't worth shit no more. It's not gonna be worth nothing. The way the fuck they doing shit right now.
The thing, well, crypto is kind of funky too, though. I don't know where that's gonna go. I'm still on the fence with that because the dollar still is not really worth anything, but it's worth something because of the power that the America has.
But it's inflation. It's inflation.
Maybe we
It's
need
something
to
that
research.
we don't borrow trillions from China. It's really
We
not
got
our
to
damn
research.
money.
We got to research how the German mark lost its value. Following World War II during that time.
Well, they had a crazy person that was trying to, do something real bad. So that would explain
Same here.
why that would have happened.
Mm-hmm. They learned how to do what they did from the United States blueprint on chattel slavery.
Yeah, I did see Elon Musk do the damn salute.
Another thing, going back to what we were just talking about, they were also all on meth. He had all those soldiers strung the hell out.
Hitler?
Yes, this is documented. That's what they would give the soldiers. That's how they got them to do that. They got them all cooked on meth. That's how they were able to do that to those people. They got them strung out on drugs.
So meth was way back then too?
Yes, that's where the recipe comes from. Somebody put it on the internet, like when the internet, in the early infancy days of the internet, when the internet was just like a new thing. Somebody put the recipe on the internet. The recipe was from like the 1930s or 40s, World War II era. That is when the meth started to resurface.
Okay, Kelly with the tea.
No, I mean I used to work with a young man from the Jewish community, and he did a lot of research on this person. I said, "Why are you researching this man that did these awful things?" And he says, "I want to know how he did what he did, so that we are able to influence people to do something positive." And a lot of the ways of how he did what he did was that people, the actual soldiers, he got them on drugs. And they
Richie, Mr. Callie.
Yeah.
Mr. what Callie saying, Richie. She don't say that the H man way back in the day had them folks on meth. That's how he got them to join the program.
Yeah, that's how they were able to get them to do that to people. And they did it during Vietnam too. A lot of our soldiers were strung out.
I know about cocaine, but I didn't know about meth though.
It desensitizes or something? Does it desensitize?
Yeah,
wait,
you can't think about what you're doing.
They got them to do that to do what?
During the World War II.
Harm people, to go out and commit these horrible atrocities against people.
Oh, you saying they was on their shit, basically?
I believe he signed an order for them to stop doing that to our soldiers, giving them those drugs.
Back in the day. The H man had them doing meth way back in the day.
Yeah. You can Google it. It's a known thing. It's not like a conspiracy theory.
I believe you.
Yeah.
I believe you, Callie.
We have to use the word the H man.
What you want to call him? What you want to call him? I don't want to say. I don't want to say on her channel.
That's what I'm saying. His full name. Yeah. Okay. I didn't. I just never thought about that.
Yes, call that nigga the H man. Or I call him the H man. That's what the hell he is.
Yeah, I don't know what they flagging and what they not flagging.
Exactly.
Do you? Who wants to come back? Let's see. Let's try him. Let's see.
Hey,
from another mother.
Hey, y'all can roast me. I don't care.
No, I wouldn't dare. I wouldn't dare.
Don't come up in with no dumb
I
shit.
agree with everything you're saying. I agree with everything you're saying.
What you got, brother?
Yeah, what's on your mind today? You got sisters tonight.
I'm just saying what Hitler was on and his troops.
The H man.
Pervitin. It was a lower quality of meth. It was like Adderall nowadays. just in a lesser form, and it was an XR. It was an extra release. So the soldiers would take it, and it would last a lot longer than it lasts now. Because what they put these little kids on, like these little 8-year-olds, Adderall, it lasts a short term. So they gotta take it like 5 hours later. They keep taking it, and it fucks with their head. But what they were taking is Pervitin. It lasts like 8 to 12 hours. And they could just be out there in the woods or whatever, skiing because it was winter out, and it lasts like 12 hours, and they just 12 to 16 hours, and they just be out there skiing, just shooting motherfuckers down.
Like fucking zombies, huh? Basically.
Yeah.
I wonder if it impacted their like chromosomes genetically, you know, if it impacted their
Not their
babies.
chromosomes, but their DNA for sure.
The DNA,
When you
yeah.
take drugs or alcohol, it impairs your DNA. So when you reproduce, yeah, it affects your DNA to a way that it affects like your kids' tolerance to things and its effects on it. They could be more addicted to the kids that you reproduce with.
ADHD
Yeah, it
maybe.
could affect ADHD. Yep, as to when the stimulant you're taking. Yep,
I had a
especially
friend
when you're taking it while you're pregnant.
I had a
Affect a
friend who
lot
took
more.
Cenat
Yeah.
when she was pregnant, and her kids have like developmental issues.
Yep.
That's
100%.
y'all.
I don't know if
Yeah, it's
is that
sad.
DNA? Does that mean it mess with your DNA? I guess so, maybe.
So
Yeah,
that
you
would be
can't take
boomers.
drugs or alcohol when you're pregnant. It's really bad. It's really bad for the kid.
So the
Sure.
children of those soldiers would be boomer age. The youngest one would be 60.
Yep.
And the oldest would be like 75, 80.
Yeah, yeah, and then they spread that on, and that affects the kids these days, and especially what they're doing nowadays is a lot worse though, because they put
So bad,
fluoride
Neil.
and all these stuff that they're putting like hot pockets and pizza rolls and stuff like that. It's a lot worse than it
Oh
was
my
back then.
God.
Is
Yeah,
that
Red
why?
40's a big one, like Mountain
So
Dew.
they put shit in the hot pockets and shit. My kids love that shit.
Yeah, you gotta stop. I know it's
Oh my
expensive to buy,
God.
like you gotta stop.
You're so young,
I
Gigi.
know.
How did you get interested in this stuff?
Just researching this stuff, and my uncle, he's got a girlfriend that's really smart about this stuff. Man, she's really smart, but she taught
So,
me a lot
Gigi,
about it.
would you say that's the? I want to know how come so many children have autism now. They could blame it
Yeah,
on the vaccines, but
that's sketchy territory, but mainly you don't want to have your kids drinking tap water. I know
What?
yeah, I
No,
know
my mom
it's
said
crazy.
that. She never let us
You
drink
can look
tap
this
water.
up now though. They
I'll
put
let you know.
fluoride in the tap water. So what you want to buy is the cheapest water, and plastic isn't the way to go. I mean, but
I
plastic
about
is
to
the
say they
best
said
and cheapest
plastic be
way.
having like
It's
the germs and
always
shit too.
plastic though.
Like I live in Michigan, what you want to buy is Pure Life. So I don't know where you
Pure.
guys are from, but the cheapest water they sell in bottles is what you want to buy. And don't leave
I'm
it
in
out in the
Michigan.
sun.
And don't
You're in
what?
Michigan?
Yeah.
Don't leave it out in the sun. Don't
I'm
leave
in
it out in the
Arkansas.
sun.
I'm in Arkansas with a spring water and shit in. Okay, so something wrong with my water too?
It's
It's not
possible.
it's the federal government. They put fluoride in the water.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know that. Okay, so I understand that about this. Yeah, I know
And
that
they
part.
like to say it's good for the teeth, but that's not
Yeah,
really
for the
the
teeth.
real. It calcifies the pineal gland, which is the a gland in your brain that it calcifies and it hardens your brain to where you can't have as much creativity.
Oh wow!
Lord
I mix
Yep.
my
Jesus.
iced tea with tap water. So should I buy distilled water or?
I love tap
No,
water. I
no,
drink
no,
it
no,
every
no,
day, y'all.
no. You don't
Distilled
want to
water
buy
is
distilled.
tap water.
Yeah, you don't want to buy
Yeah.
distilled.
Yeah.
You want to buy like I don't know what you have in
Pure
your
life,
states, but in
pure life.
Michigan we have like Pure Life. Pure Life is good. Or like what I like is they don't say it's good, but Polish Spring. I'm Polish, so I'm a little biased,
What
but
about Deer
Polish
Park?
Spring
How's that?
is what we got.
Poland,
Oh yeah,
Poland Springs,
what she got? That's good water too. What Richie has, it's Deer
Deer
Park,
Yeah.
that's
Park.
good. Yep,
Yeah,
that's
here
good.
I buy Crystal Geyser. In Louisiana, I buy, what is it, Orzroka?
Hmm.
It's from Texas. I can barely pronounce it.
I think I heard of Krista Geyser. I think that's good. But even when you buy the plastic water, it has BPA that leaks into the water. So as long as you don't let it sit on the sun, it's okay, but it still has the BPA that's leaking into the water. That's calcifying the brain of your child and you and getting into their blood system.
Lord Jesus.
I have another theory. I also think that autism is diagnosed more versus when we were young or when my parents were young. There was no
That's also true.
spectrum. So if you could
That's
still go
also
to
true.
school and go to work and take care of yourself, you weren't considered autistic, even though you clearly had something wrong with you. But they just didn't consider, they were just like, oh, he's a little quirky. You know what I mean? They didn't really, like Michael Jackson, I fully believe had autism.
I
But
think he had a lot
in
of other
that time
issues.
period,
Yeah,
there
they
was
fucked that little
no,
boy. They messed that little boy up. You hear me? I think they
yeah, I
tried
don't
to
think
use
there
that
was
little boy and
any
everything.
spectrum.
He was part of Hollywood, so they kind of
Yes, they
fucked
probably
him
Well,
up.
raped
no,
him and
I'm not
don't
saying
speak
he
like that.
wasn't abused, but I also think he had a form of autism.
So right
Can
here,
I throw
Charlie
out?
says, I drank out of a hose when I was a kid and I turned out just fine. But I
I
think the
did too.
difference
I
between
did too. They used to put us out
wait,
there
wait,
with a
wait,
goddamn
wait, wait,
hose.
wait. So I think like the
I
difference
see.
between back then and now, like now they say like there's a high dose of antidepressants in the water, there's a high
Yep.
dose because people flush things down the
Birth
toilet now.
control,
So
antidepressants. Yeah.
that could be why our girls are developing faster now.
Yep.
Um, all kinds of stuff. But
Yeah.
and I
I
think
mean,
the whole I don't want to go too deep into stuff, but like with the vaccine thing, I think like what we learned during CV um, was that like vaccine back in the day, it seemed like the vaccines that we got they last for a lifetime. Like the vaccinations that I've gotten, as a child, and back in I was born in 1980, so back then the basically the vaccines are different now. Like COVID-19, you shouldn't have to keep getting vaccines every 6 months for the shit to
yeah,
work.
no.
You see what I'm saying?
Okay, I'm gonna try to give a YouTube friendly answer to that because I actually talked to my doctor about that. Essentially, what they did, they called something a vac that isn't actually a vac. It's something totally different.
What now or back then?
That stuff that they gave us during the pan.
Okay.
They
Yep.
called it a vac, but in actuality, it's a completely different medicine, completely different technology, does not work like anything else we have ever taken.
Yeah.
Can I tell you
But
something
they
that happened to me?
labeled it as a vac as basically just to brainwash people into
Yeah,
taking it. Basically, I
yeah,
mean, there's no other way of putting it. They saw side effects from the beginning,
yeah.
and
Let me
they
tell you what it
still
did to
pressed
Kelly.
on.
Let me tell you what it did to me.
Yeah.
Let us
I had one shot, y'all.
finish.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead, Kelly.
They still pressed upon giving it to people. One of the major side effects that they saw was that it affected women's menstrual cycles. So if it's doing that, could you imagine what else it's doing?
Yep.
Yeah. So and a lot of people were also getting a shingles type rash, but it wasn't shingles.
Yep.
So I don't want to get anybody flagged or anything like that, but they use the term vac when it really that was not what that thing was. That was some type of experimental medicine that didn't even work the way a vac works.
What are we on now?
Okay.
YouTube?
What'd you say?
Are we on YouTube right now?
Yeah.
There's a lot more things you can say on YouTube that you're not able to say on other platforms. But basically,
Do you have a YouTube page? I want to subscribe to your page.
I don't post anything, but yeah, you can subscribe. It's hard to find. You're not gonna be able to find it. It's called Quit Thread. I don't
Post a
post
comment.
anything, so
Write something in the comment section, and I can just click on your profile that way.
Okay, let me tell you what the
got
shot
it.
did to me, y'all. I got one shot. Okay, because we had to get it because I work in a school district, right? I had one shot, y'all, and my head hurt it for like 2 weeks straight, and my nose was bleeding for 5 days straight. You hear
Oh
me?
my God.
That was our one shot. And remember when I told you I had a stroke? The following summer, that's when I had this stroke when I was telling y'all I was in the hospital
Oh
because I
my
had a stroke.
God.
You hear me? I fucking had a stroke off this shit. And they wanted me to come and get another. I told them I'm not taking this shit. Because whatever it was, the congressmen, they didn't even want to take it. They was telling them they weren't going to take it. They didn't have to take it. Why it was so mandatory. Why they didn't have to take it and we had to take it? And I almost died for having a stroke over this shit. They one shot.
You know, my friend's dad passed away, and he passed away due to a side effects that they have seen in a lot of people that have taken this. And he was a perfectly healthy man before he took it. So I'm convinced that's what it was.
Yep.
Like there was nothing wrong with this man at all.
They did it to a lot of military members. Like 8,000 military members got arrested because they wouldn't take the shot, and
And
they
then he
messed
came
them up
out and
pretty bad.
said, and then the man Lucha, he wouldn't even take the motherfucker. They asked him, he gonna take? He was like, no, I'm not taking. He said, why? He said, because I don't have no symptoms. And they was like, well, we don't have symptoms either. If you're not gonna take it, why would we tell us to take it?
Also,
Yep.
that old man, because I'm not sure if we're able to say his name, who was in charge of
I
all of
did.
this,
I'm sorry.
is a very shady character, and he was in charge of something in the 80s that unalived a lot of people.
They did it to the Iraq war too.
That was behind this. He was involved in something like this before with a pharmaceutical that took a lot of people's lives.
Yep, they did it in the Vietnam and the Iraq war as well. Like Agent Orange was a big thing in the Vietnam War.
Oh yeah, I still have a case for my dad who's now deceased, but of course I can continue it.
Is it still pending?
Well, essentially there is a bill that is pending that if you had secondhand exposure. So essentially, like you
were you on the military base at the time?
Well, no, not for me. It's for my dad. But you know, if he's awarded something, it would go to the estate.
Yeah.
Essentially, what happened is you would be in a base, and they would bring people in that were exposed to Agent Orange, and you would sort of be in the same ward with them if you were injured or sick. And those people also later had issues. Like my dad just had a dead kidney. Like he just had a non-functioning kidney. No one can explain why he had a non-functioning kidney. It was this very rare, weird thing that happened to him.
Same thing happened to my grandpa and my mama.
Yeah.
That is sad.
Yeah.
He got a settlement out of it. My mom didn't get nothing though, but my grandpa, he got a little settlement out of. He didn't say how much though, so I doubt it was anything.
Well, if he had first hand, he probably got about 250, 280. If he had first hand.
I hope so. I don't know how much he got though.
They never actually passed the initiative for the money to be awarded. Who knows? Trump might pass it. Who knows? Because he's against all of this experimenting on soldiers and stuff.
My Un-American Life says
be careful with him though.
They kicked out 8,000 military members who didn't want to take COVID-19 after 2021. Now, Trump administration is offering these same military members to come back in service with back pay. They study offering this money. Where's it going to come from? And someone said Cenat. We talked about Cenat already.
Not just kicked out. They imprisoned them. They put them in military prison.
Really?
They imprisoned them.
I believe it.
The soldiers?
They imprisoned them because they wouldn't get the vaccine.
The Biden
the government doesn't like to tell you that, but there's a video out there. There's a video out there of like multiple different military members holding this guy down and punch him in the face because he wouldn't get the vaccine.
No, they created a frenzy. Like people were, like you said, physically attacking people. They were firing people. They were stopping speaking to their relatives. Like they really created a needless frenzy over something that didn't even work.
Yep. And Biden got on the air and said we need the Browns and the Browns and for the experiment. You know, he admitted that it was a experiment. The man said it on national TV. I'll never forget it.
I had the shot. I had several rounds. We had to keep getting the vaccination because the virus kept can't think of the word right now, just regenerating or whatever, changing. My mother, who was in her 90s at the start of the pandemic, she had got the shots. She was fine. My niece, who was an RN, MSN, she she did it did impact her more. She got sick after taking it for a couple of days. Like she felt like she had the flu, but she got over it. So that's my experience with that. I
Well,
get
thank
my
God you're okay.
Well, I want to get off
Oh my God.
I want to get off this CV topic. I don't want to get
yeah, I don't want to get nobody in trouble, but
Yeah, let's
It's insane how
essentially
it's even censored about this. Like we can't even talk openly about.
well, we
I
can't. We would
want to say
have to
what
go
my
to
experience
Rumble.
is,
I mean,
but I know
it's
we'll
been
get
5 years.
flagged.
I think we're good. I think you can
YouTube.
talk about it openly now.
YouTube is ridiculous though with the censorship.
Yeah, on Rumble we would be good, but YouTube, I don't know.
On what would be good?
Rumble. That's
Rumble.
why Rumble was
What the
created
hell is that?
for this reason.
I'm so
Rumble,
old.
you won't get as many viewers though. It's harder
Yeah, it's not a
for
lot of people
sure.
on Rumble. Their app isn't built out with all the features. The user experience is not as good. It's better, but it's still a little rough. It's not as good as YouTube.
What does fan base accomplish? Richie, Callie, Richie asked about it earlier.
Fan base. I have not used fan base. I've heard of it. I'm gonna Google it right now.
It's owned by Isaac Hayes' son, Isaac Hayes III, and
I think it's another version of like a Rumble, but they might censor you because they're very I always get the right and left mixed up because I'm dyslexic, but they're very Democrat.
You a lie.
But he said that you will be monetized like as soon as you join. There's no waiting period. And I signed up. I do have an account, and it appears to be like YouTube, but like a combination of YouTube, Insta, Twitter.
And see what happens. Yeah, I'm gonna check this out. I want to see.
Okay. All right, so I want to read another comment. I'm just here. We were talking about Cenat because we're older. We're 35 plus club. Well, the women
is making money.
And we were in another live, and the topic came up. And a lot of people weren't understanding the impact that Cenat and Druski or have on the streaming world, or even just how big they were. And we discussed it, but we're right now we're talking about politics for a minute. We could probably circle back. We've already been here. I'm willing to stay as long as you guys are. So
2 hours and 30 minutes.
We already almost going on 3 hours, but I'm chilling. You know, I'm an insomniac. So, welcome.
Do you guys know who Cenat is?
Yeah, I do.
I do. Other people didn't in our other live. They didn't know who the hell he was. They was like, that ain't nothing. We was trying to tell them they making millions of dollars.
Do you guys know who Druski is?
Yes, we know who Druski is. You know, you know who the Shay Frost is? The Shay Frost and Prime.
Shay?
The Shay Frost.
Shay?
That's they call him the Shay, not Shay Club. It's a screamer name, the Shay Frost, and his sister name is what's that little girl name?
Are they on
yeah, they on YouTube. They screamers, just like Kyle Connect. They be making real money, y'all. You hear me?
I know who Shay is. You guys seen that video of Shay and Kevin Hart?
Yeah. Okay. Do you know who what's the another one? Another boy's name? Oh, DDG. You know who that is?
Yeah.
Yeah, tell them that
Yeah, see,
that
he's
boy
young. He
rich.
knows all these people.
I just
Yeah.
thought
Yeah.
he was a rapper and he got Chloe Bailey pregnant. I did not know he was a streamer and that he was
He's a
a
Well,
big
streamer
one.
first.
he was a
Yeah.
YouTuber before that. Back in the day,
Yeah.
he used to make a
Yeah.
lot of like two. Not even, I don't remember, bro. I
I
was
know
I
the
so
think
streams
young.
and chat.
his whole family
Yeah.
are basically like,
Screamers.
yeah, they're screamers. Like his whole family does it.
Yeah.
They're almost like an independent reality show.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
A Saturday Night Live
You,
stand-up comedy type of
you guys
thing.
know who Cash Nasty is?
No, who's that?
Nah.
Okay, another streamer. Well, I
I'm
So
don't
gonna
know
look
if
are
him
he
up.
these
streams anymore,
people
but
from
Me
Twitch?
personally, I just know the big ones like
Yeah.
Kai. I'm aware of iShow Speed. I haven't really watched his videos, but I see when he makes the news.
mm-hmm.
Druski. What about Kate? Well, Kevin Hart. I saw the infamous Thanksgiving stream, and
Yeah.
then what piqued my interest is that Kevin Hart wants to help, or just I don't know the extent of the business part of it, but get Drewski and Kai
You
into
want to get in
movies
where you fit in.
and
You
then
know,
not taking it too
whatever.
serious, like he wants them to, like doing research as far as watching other old movies. But I'm here for it. I think it would be hilarious. I love it. The way Kevin Hart was laughing through when he's around Drewski and Kai is just I love to see it. You know.
Yeah. It was real good. I watched it too, Rich. It was really good. Them little folks are really making some money, y'all. We need to get into
Mm-hmm.
it, y'all.
So they don't have to audition for Saturday Night Live. They got their
Nothing.
own. They have their
They got
own
their
show.
own shit.
Yeah.
They get up
Saturday
every
Night
day and
Live is over.
stream for like
Nobody
12 or
watches Saturday
12
Night Live.
hours.
Oh, wait,
Yes.
what'd you
Right.
say? Wait, what'd you say, Gigi?
Nobody watches Saturday Night Live anymore. It's all
Nope.
Drewski, Kevin
Yep.
Hart. It's all
Yep.
that's the way to go. If you want to get
The
into it,
streaming.
stream is the way to go.
Yep.
I have a question. What did you think about when Drake was at the height of the rap battle, then all of a sudden he didn't want to, I don't know if he didn't want to go on Kai's thing. I don't know whose stream he didn't want to go on, but he was on some weird streamer in Toronto, I guess. Explain that to us.
I'm not too big in that page, but basically I think Drake just needs some time to rest because Kendrick he basically put the beat down on him, I guess you could say. He fucked him up pretty
Eviscerated
bad.
him.
He didn't want to get involved into a lot of stuff because Drake has some past issues that he doesn't want to deal with, I guess I could say. It's
We
family
already
friendly.
know.
Yeah.
Yeah. Basically Kendrick called him out and everybody likes Kendrick obviously and he makes really good music. So Drake basically doesn't want to respond to anything is what the family friendly version of it.
But Drake gonna write his own rap
Streaming,
though.
but I remember Drake was on somebody's stream and it was a big deal. It was, I don't know if it was a streamer in Toronto. Well, I don't know. I had the story all wrong. But
He
I
did something
remember
with
him
Cal
trying
Pitts.
to, I don't know if he was trying to pivot into streaming or go like do like instead of going on Kai Cenat stream, he was going on this weird guy. It was weird white guy, funny. I don't know if he's a big thing over there or not, but it was
Sketch.
really it what maybe.
What's his name?
But it
Sketch?
was, let me look it up.
Right, Richard, it's going 7 in the morning. I'm going to bed. Drop me.
Okay.
Hold on, before you go, Deidre, I have a quick question.
Yes,
Since
ma'am.
you're familiar with the streamers, do you guys remember the little girl? She used to prank her grandmother all the time, and her grandmother would cuss her out. She was mixed. Her grandmother was white. She was adorable. She'd get her granny in the car, and they'd be on a ride, and then she would say something outrageous to her grandmother, and then her grandmother would just pop off. And I just wonder what happened to her. She disappeared.
I ain't seen her. I seen that little girl in the cold, the little dark skinned one with this real skinny and shit. Used to get a wig pulled off. And y'all remember that little boy, little James, who always talked to his mama like an adult? He's still around. That little boy still making money.
Okay, I was wondering if they, if they managed to, expand and really get into making money now rather than just, posting videos.
Yeah. If you go on TikTok, 9
I
times out
can't
of
even
10,
think of her name.
9 times out of 10, if she doing something, you'll run across it. Go on TikTok, they show everybody.
Hey, Deidre, have you seen the
Ma'am.
boy? He be like, oh, his mom cooks some food. He be like, mama, this
Oh
is
my
good.
God, what we got? Her mama got the glasses on, little boy. Yes,
He
I
had
love
the
the boy. We said,
sponsorship.
woo, wee, mama. We got
He has
some.
a sponsorship with Cane's, Raising Cane's chicken now.
Yeah, oh my God. That little boy is like 8 years old. You hear me? He is so funny and grown. He be like, woo, wee, mama. I got some lamb chops. I got some broccoli and cheese. And I got some peaches to keep it healthy. It's
I
so
never heard of
funny,
him.
y'all.
DGF, they said it's Jess and Red.
I think this little baby name too. He is so
Thank
cute.
you.
All right, DJ.
Wow.
Good night, DJ. You
All right,
dropping
good
down?
night, everybody. All right.
Good night.
Good night,
Good
y'all.
night.
Night.
So Gigi, I played the wait, real quick. Jess left and moved in with her boyfriend against her mom's advice. They broke up and moved back, and she moved back. But recently, it looks like they rekindled things and got married.
Oh wow, she's a full grown adult now. It's been a minute.
Look, it goes fast. It really does.
So Gigi, what did you think about the Instagram video I played of the guy saying about what Trump and Musk are doing? And did you see that when I played it?
Where's it? Is it on your
It was.
page?
It's on Instagram, but he was just saying the gist of it was that basically the system was built off of the Confederacy won the Civil War, but they basically moved the Confederacy into the Constitution, basically, and the white supremacy and the elite class basically were the ruling class, and they always been, and this is the end of an era. We might see it as the destruction of America, but it's the end of America where, billionaires are they just stop caring about pretending like the law applies to them. And
I mean, could you link it real quick so I can see it fully? But yeah, I think everything.
Watch it again. Do you guys want to watch it again? On the stream?
I'll check the stream, see if anybody links it.
Not at all.
Okay. It's like 3 minutes.
But I think now what do you guys think about Abraham Lincoln is what I want to ask you.
What about Abraham Lincoln?
You think he was a good guy or a bad guy?
I mean, when I hear that, like, his teeth were made out of old slaves' teeth, and
that was George Washington.
No, it was both. It was both.
Well, that was probably everybody back then.
Yeah, everybody that was rich back then. Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Abraham Lincoln, I think. I mean, for the time period that he was in, I don't think we could have expected anything more out of him because white people were also mentally conditioned as well. It wasn't just
of course.
Like they were mentally conditioned to believe in this crazy, ridiculous system as well.
Of course,
But I do believe he wanted to give us reparations.
He didn't believe in that.
Said that we could not be deported. That was his first suggestion. But after
he didn't believe in that. Trust me.
We can't do that. That's not.
Kelly said he didn't want to give reparations. So why?
Wait, who was the person that wanted to give the reparations? Was it the president after him?
There was a lot of presidents that said they wanted to give reparations, but that was just for the black vote, the black man's vote, because the women didn't get.
No, I thought Abraham Lincoln after much finagling, wanted to do the reparations, but then he was unalived.
Well, what he didn't want to have he didn't want to have bank income tax. Or he brought in the IRS, so you know the IRS, of course, right?
Mm-hmm.
So the reason he got into power because the IRS was established and the IRS wanted the power to tax people. And so the reason that Abraham Lincoln wanted the Civil War was to bring in income tax, okay? So obviously we can all agree that slavery was bad, but the Civil War was brought up for the reason that they could tax the black man, basically. Because the women weren't working at the time, so basically the Civil War was brought up so they could tax the black man. And so they wanted the black man to work so they could just tax them more because they were already taxing the white man, but they wanted to tax everybody.
Well,
Okay?
yeah, essentially they were getting free labor, tax-free, but it was also tax-free. It wasn't just that they weren't paying us, they also were not paying taxes.
The tenant farmers.
How can we pay taxes if we weren't getting paid?
No, well, the people that had the slaves, they were just making all of this money.
Yeah.
The people that did not have slaves were like, what the F is this crap? And that's what started the Civil War.
The slaves weren't making any money just as the non-slavers weren't making any money. It was the slavers that were making money without paying tax, which is why they didn't want to free the slaves. So basically, he established the IRS to free the slaves so that the slavers and the slaves would pay tax.
So this is part of the when the guy said the Confederacy was built into our institutions. So basically, like the IRS started off as just like police started off as slave patrol, and you know we see tenements of that today with the murder of unarmed black men. But we've seen execution of black men. So basically, what you're saying is the IRS started off as a way to tax black people and the slaves or former slaves and their slave owners.
Black men specifically, because at the time women didn't have the right to vote or work.
So that's why the billionaires pay less taxes, because it really wasn't made for them to pay taxes.
Yeah. So
I saw another video.
Women in general.
Before you guys finish, where there's a guy sitting down for, I believe I saved the video. He's sitting down with an Asian man, and he's explaining, like, with Trump in office and what that all means. He was like, of course, basically saying, of course, we're trying to preserve white supremacy. He doesn't say white supremacy, but he says whiteness. That's my culture, and we're becoming a minority. And if we get all of the immigrants out of there, we'll become we'll become the minority at a much slower speed. And he was like, why would you want to do that? He was like, why wouldn't you? Wouldn't you do it if you could? Like, what do you mean? Like, he was just being so like cavalier and casual about it. I'm gonna find it because I saved it. So y'all go ahead.
Okay, here's the thing. What they
I'd
have
appreciate
done in the
if you linked it, because I like to see
Okay.
that.
But what they have done in the past.
Other two. The first video I was talking about. I'll link that first, and then I'll find the one I'm talking about, and I'll play it for everybody.
If you see what the Chinese are doing in Africa right now, it's basically colonizing in the 21st century.
Yeah, they're recolonizing Africa. Yeah.
Especially
tell us,
Ethiopia
for the people who don't know, tell
Eastern
us
African
what's going
states.
on. For the people who don't know what's going on, let us know.
But for what the United States has done in the past, they have brought other groups of people here that were not traditionally classified as a white person. And when they get here, they just say, now this is a white person. And they're just going to do that. The
Germans, the Italians,
so their
the
numbers
Irish
are never dwindling because they just relabel other people as white.
Yeah. And that's what they're doing right now with the Hispanics.
Well, you know what? It's actually the reverse. A lot of people don't believe this, and I wish I knew the name of I've seen another YouTuber pull it up. They actually were considered white. What happened was like during the civil rights movement, there was a belief that Black people were going to get all of this relief from the government, which never happened.
40
so there
acres
were a
and a
lot
mule.
of Latino people or people from Latin America that said, well, we can't get anything because we are classified as white. So we now want to be brown. That is how they got unclassified as white people in America. I'm not talking about what they physically look like. I'm talking about the social classification.
Well, that's not entirely true, but of course people want to be classified as white because they got better,
No, I'm
representation
saying
in the
that particular, this is documented, like there's books and everything about this.
I'm listening.
They actually were considered to be white. They didn't want to be white because they thought that there would be a benefit in not being white. That never came.
That's still going on.
But it was a benefit that never came. Like those reparations, none of that stuff ever happened. They just thought it was gonna happen.
That's still going on.
Yeah. No, I mean, like you have a lot of, I've traveled to parts of Latin America. Latin America is much like the United States where you have different races of people. They were colonized by the Spanish. We were colonized by the English. Two different groups of white people, but white people nonetheless.
The French and the Spanish, basically, but the French gave worse. The French basically, they gave a lot worse treatment to the Black and the indigenous groups, which is why Haiti, exactly, the Creole, the Creole got it very bad, okay? And Haiti, you know why it is now? Because it was colonized by the French, and the French gave it a lot worse. So the French like punished them like crazy. But the Spanish parts, like Mexico, they got a lot less, and they basically gave them a lot more rights. To why the Mexicans are able to be where they're at now. They're a lot better off, okay? Because they gave them a lot more rights, which is what America should have done. America went about it so wrong. Obviously, the Black people, they got mistreated so much that they deserve a right, and they were never shown how to operate in the government system. You know what I'm saying? So they just got incorporated into America without giving the rights as to how to.
Yeah, as Dr. King said, he said, it's like having a man who was wrongfully imprisoned his whole life and just letting him go without a penny and saying, well, you just go out into the world and find your way.
Can I say something controversial?
Sure.
I think Malcolm X was much more right than MLK.
Oh, of course. That's agreed. But I also think that a lot of people ignore the fact that, first of all, these were young men. They were in their 30s. And by the time Martin Luther King died, he had actually woken up to a lot of things, and he was
who killed MLK?
Completely different. Wasn't it a cop?
MLK?
Wasn't it?
It was the
a
CIA.
Cop, right?
Yep, hired by the CIA.
Yeah, the same person that sold the cocaine to the people here in Los Angeles that started the crack epidemic.
Exactly. Yep.
Yeah,
they
CIA
started in LA
problem.
And spread all the way to New York.
Yeah, they are a problem. They are, I think was RFK said it. He said that they're like this government they're like goons.
Yeah.
Like they just come in and create chaos.
Yep. Yeah. And so basically MLK was preaching that not me, myself, because obviously I'm white, but we as Black people, you guys have to stand up and bring your own civilization up to its peak, to what it could be. You know what I'm saying? You guys have to stand up and be what it could be. You know?
Well, essentially, what he said is that we are coming to get our check. And then he got unalived and we never went and got the check.
You guys are going
we haven't gotten anywhere
obviously.
Since. because a
Yeah.
lot of people, I think there's a economics guy. I can't remember his name right now, but he's not the only one. There are a lot of people who have studied economics, and they have news that Black people don't want to hear because it sounds like doom and gloom, that the things that we want to do is not possible without the help from the government because
What's
of
his
the way
name?
the system is designed. Like, it's just
Designed?
not possible to do these things because the system is not set up in a way that you can do these things without the help of government and government policy.
You guys can't believe that because that's a trap
No, it just
basically
means
given
that
to
we need to
consumerism.
change policy. That's what it means. It means that policy has to change. Yeah. It doesn't mean
Yeah.
we give up. It means that we take a different approach.
Of course, yeah.
Yeah.
That's what everyone needs to do.
Yeah.
You know, every race, I'll say this right now. Every race is getting fucked out of what they need right now. And I'd say right now, for white people, need to establish their own, and Black people, they need to establish their own. And Black people, I think it's good that they're doing what they're doing right now, especially with George Floyd. They're standing up for themselves and doing what they need to be doing. You know what I'm saying?
I hope we are.
I agree. I agree.
I try not to lose faith in
Charlie, let me answer. I agree with that.
Yeah.
We have to come together, find a way, and even though people always counter that with, oh, they burned down our stuff. We had Black Wall Street. We have to do it again because we can't. These institutions were not built for us. They're not for us, and for the time being, and for the foreseeable future. So we need to find a way. Just how white people stick together. Just like I talk about in my neighborhood, we have Philly is made up of a bunch of different neighborhoods. We have like the Asians. They all have their part, and everyone kind of stays in their own neighborhood. But the Asians, they really stick together. I see Vietnamese down the street. The Dominicans, they have all the stores. All these different communities. They stick together and they share the wealth between themselves. And we don't have anything because, like, I could go off on a million tangents. All the resources that were put in place for us are being used or diverted to other people who are taking advantage of them, and we have nothing. If we have to start from nothing again, which we have, then we have to do it. I mean, but if you look at everything, the black dollar is the almighty dollar, the most powerful dollar in the world. We can move the needle if we wanted to, but there's been so much discord sowed in between us, and everybody's against each other, and people don't even see that that's by design, and even the jail system, everything is just, people have to wake up, even with their kids, with the violence and going to jail and then working for free. It's a new form of slavery. I could go on and on and on about it, but we have to, even to like a simple thing of where Black artists need this validation from the white Grammys, a white institution, and fuck the Grammys. Like, we can build, we have our own.
We should control who gets the
We don't need white validation. If we really came together, we could really have our own. And there's another video with Trevor Noah, and he was talking about integration maybe was not the best thing to do. Like, maybe did you see that video?
Yeah, he's right. What happened was,
He's right.
They skewered Charlemagne. They skewered Charlemagne when he said segregation wasn't such a bad idea. Like, let us govern our own people. Let us deal with us. You deal with y'all. Let us do us. Y'all do y'all. And, we get together if we want to, when we want to. But, it's different ideologies. But go ahead.
Well, where integration went wrong is that what happened was we lost everything that we had in a search of trying to integrate into someone else's community. And I think what we really wanted was if we needed to go into that community, we would not face violence.
Gigi, you just
Somehow
gotta jump
that
in there
was
when you
twisted
can.
into us abandoning our communities to try to shoehorn ourselves into that community, which never worked, and now we have nothing. So that is why integration did not work.
I agree completely. Basically, I agree with you. When they try to shut people down and say people shouldn't start their own communities, that's they call it race. Oh, you're discriminating against another race, which yeah, I guess, but people need to help their own race, you know? You guys need to stick together, you know? And what I would like to say is black people like to stick together a lot more than white people. You guys got it pretty down pat. I mean, not down pat, but you
Like what
guys
we
stick
want to.
together.
Like when we have a cause, we really come
Yeah.
together, you know?
You guys really do come together. And I think you guys could use that to your benefit, but in a better way, you know? Like open up shops, like instead of the Arabs and the whites and the Indians open up shops, you guys open up shops and then, you
Well,
know, it
you
comes
know
together.
what sort of ended up happening. First of all, most of that stuff, especially here in Los Angeles, used to be owned by Black people. What
Yeah.
happened was because a lot of these people are refugees, they're getting a lot of help from the government. And
Oh
it's
yeah.
That was
very
my point
difficult to compete
earlier.
with that when you are not getting that same help.
Yep.
And then there was
Yeah.
also a lot of propaganda for us to go to college. You don't want to own a shop. You want to get a degree. You want to borrow $120,000 to get a degree, to get a job that would be equivalent to being a mailman in 1975.
Yeah.
That's what you
Not
need.
it's less than that.
Yeah, yeah. Seriously, that was really heavily drilled into my generation. I'm in my like early mid 40s. That's what essentially they didn't tell us that's what we were doing, but that's what they told us to do.
Yeah. Yeah, basically everyone just needs to come together and realize that we gotta stick up for ourselves and create our communities, you know?
All right, let's see. Hold on, I gotta put the screen. I have a
I'm gonna
video
use the
for
bathroom real
us.
quick. I'll be back though, okay?
Okay, I'll try to get the screen right. I'll wait for you to come back. Why is mine so big? Okay, here we go. I'll wait for him to come back so we can watch this video. Should I pull
Okay.
the Trevor Noah one up? I wonder if that's copyrighted.
You know, Vice also has a little documentary about how slavery existed in Louisiana into the 1960s. It's very interesting.
I find all of this stuff so interesting. I have some admittedly extreme views, but you know, I'm open to discussion. I'm not like one of those people who won't, you know, I'm willing for, you know, to look at things at the
Well, okay. I kind of feel like we can stick together, but not all of us, like those of us that are like-minded. And I think the reason why the sticking together doesn't work because we're trying to do it in a very unrealistic way. If you look at like Black Wall Street, it was a group of investors that came together amongst themselves and decided that they wanted to build that community. They did not get every Black person in America and try to get them to move to Tulsa, Oklahoma. Right. You know, it's some of us that we just on different pages. But those of us that are on the same page, I feel like we kind of need to separate from those people a little bit because they keep sabotaging us and come together and get something going. Because that's another thing. We get sabotaged a lot by our own people because they're not with us.
Hi, hold on. Hi, Little Policy Official. We just talking politics right now. We talked about Cenat earlier, and well, we're just freestyling right now. So, welcome, Little Policy. We're getting ready to watch a video. We're waiting for our friend to come back. Here he goes. And I thought this was interesting. I saw this on Twitter, so let's all watch this.
How's it going?
Bro, how are you?
Nice to meet you. Thank you for meeting us, Mr.
Oh,
Taylor.
it's Rand Paul.
Yeah.
Europeans have probably, on a per capita basis, killed more than anybody else, but because they were technologically more advanced.
Where does gunpowder come from? It comes from China. It's just that Western civilization took things from people. And I think when you get to older civilizations, they become more benevolent. They don't hang on to things like genetics as much. They understand how experience changes you.
Base them on facts instead. That's essential.
But what I find interesting is you're so into facts and you're so into science, but then you supported Donald Trump, right?
Well, that's a whole different question. That's a whole different subject. Let's get back to.
But I want to know how it is you
Don't let
voted
it
for
frighten
Donald
you.
Trump when you're so into facts, because his entire campaign is not based in facts. It was all based in propaganda and emotion.
I voted for Donald Trump for one reason only. His policies, if implemented, would slow the dispossession of whites in the United States. If you were to deport all illegal immigrants, if you were to think very hard about letting in any Muslims, all of this would slow the rate at which whites are becoming a minority.
Why are you so worried about the white dispossession of America?
Because I want my people to survive. Is that so strange? We don't control China. We don't control any place where whites are not a majority. And if we become a minority, we will not control our own destiny anymore.
I grew up in this country as a minority, as the children of immigrants. I was their first child born in America. And while I didn't have much possession or didn't much control, I really enjoyed myself. And I
want to
think
rewind
that
the
if you
part. You
ask
said
would slow the dispossession of whites in the United States. If you were to deport all illegal immigrants, if you were to think very hard about letting in any Muslims, all of this would slow the rate at which whites are becoming a minority.
Why are you so worried about the white dispossession of America?
Because I want my people to survive. Is that so strange? We don't control China. We don't control any place where whites are not a majority. And if we become a minority, we will not control our own destiny anymore.
I grew up in this country as a minority, as the children of immigrants. I was their first child.
I'm going to play the rest, but think about what Trump is doing in Russia right now. But we'll talk about it after.
But Russians are white people.
And while I didn't have much possession, I didn't much
The
control,
minority of them.
I really enjoyed myself. And I think that if you ask a lot of Americans, they would say that I had a lot to offer this country. You know, according to you, I guess I would be perpetuating the dispossession of white America.
That is true. That is true.
Would you say that you wouldn't want me in this country?
At some point, when my ancestors built this nation, they did not build it with the intention of giving it away.
It's freezing. Hold on.
I feel like I know what he's gonna say though.
Here's that I had a lot to offer.
But here's the thing.
You know, according to you, I guess I would be perpetuating the dispossession of white America.
That is true. That is true.
Would you say that you wouldn't want me in this country?
At some point, when my ancestors built this nation, they did not build it with the intention of giving it away to Mexicans or Chinese or Haitians or to anyone else.
Do you consider, you keep saying your ancestors built this country. You consider that a fact?
Who else built it?
Black people, Native Americans, Chinese people who came and built the railroads.
You think none of
By the way,
that could have been
Italian, a lot of the railroads.
People.
So,
according to evolutionary theory, we're all out.
Who else built it?
Black people, Native Americans, Chinese. But you believe in evolution, right?
Evolution, I think, explains.
I don't know why it's freezing. I'm gonna pause it right here, let it catch up. We can talk about what they said already. I don't wait. Let me see. Let me try one more time.
Evolution, I think, explains a great Great deal. Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna pause it,
According
let
to
it like try
evolutionary
to
theory,
catch
we're
up.
all out of Africa. So at some point, your ancestors were sub-Saharan African.
The StreamYard is slow.
Yeah, it is.
There's a delay. There's a delay, really.
So what? At some point, our ancestors were unicellular.
I'm gonna link this video in the chat. I'm gonna pause it here because it's freezing up. Maybe we could finish the rest later, but I'll link this video if anyone's interested in the
I've seen the
chat.
video.
Okay.
I've seen it.
Yeah, I think
Callie.
I've seen most of it. I haven't seen the whole thing. But one thing, who allowed the immigrants to come here? It was them, because they were trying to undercut the working class people that were already here. So because they wanted to be able to pay people less. So they created this problem for themselves, first of all.
Of course, that's what happened. Of course.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
why would anyone else bring any other culture to or race to another country? Of course, that's what happened. But the matter of fact is, both these races, okay, I'm not gonna say Africans because they were involved in slavery, but the Chinese especially, and the Africans up to a certain point, after 1865, they wouldn't have had the opportunity that they would have had to make the money that they would have had and to build a country that they would have had that they do have if the Anglo-Saxon wouldn't have brought them here, you know. And I'm not trying to say that
I
anyone
would say
doesn't.
that's true for everybody but us, because we don't have any wealth in our community. Like the
Of
wealth in our
course.
community is to the other side of the decimal point. Like I think that.
Let him finish. Let him finish. What are you saying?
Yeah.
Well, I understand what you're saying, but I believe basically, how do I word this? The black man deserves a place in America, of course. And when I mean black man, I mean black woman as well. Okay. When I say man, I mean woman as well, just like the Bible preaches. But you have to understand where your money is going. Okay. So the black man specifically, he spends a lot of his money on shoes and jewelry. And where's that? It doesn't go to the white man. That goes to the Jews and the Muslims and the Indians. Okay. A lot of the white man, they don't invest in that kind of thing. Okay. So you have to watch where your money is going. And once you watch where that goes, you have to cut back on that spending, which is what the white man already does, okay? We don't spend our money on fancy jewels or clothes or anything like that, okay? The Germans, my ancestors, when we came over here, we worked in blue collar labor. We worked on the railroads just like the Italians and the blacks and the Asians, okay? And we built ourselves up, you know, by saving our silver, which now is not a factor because money isn't backed up by the gold. It's backed up by nothing but the United States military industrial complex, you know. So you have to watch where that money's going and you save that up and you invest in silver. Since 2004, the year I was born, silver has went up by three and a no, probably like two and a half times the amount's gone up. So what I would say is invest your money in silver because that's where it has to go. And even white people don't understand that now, which is why in the past years you haven't seen this before because white people, the boomers specifically, they didn't understand this, but you have to invest in silver. Once you invest in silver, that's where the real money's at. Then 10, 20 years from now, you have the ability to spend that stuff on like a house or anything because 20 years from now, the dollar's not going to be worth shit. We already know that. The dollar's not worth shit already. But silver is going to be worth shit. You know what I'm saying? So you have to spend that in silver and Bitcoin because, in all honesty, stable cryptocurrency is where the world's going. Bitcoin and silver. And that's my honest thoughts. And you can rebuttal me if you want. I'm open to suggestions or anything.
Well, first of all, full disclosure, I live in Los Angeles. So I see a whole lot of white people with Bentleys and Lamborghini trucks and all kind of jewelry and Birkin bags and all kind of shit. So
that's where they all go.
Most of the white people that are here literally in the city of Los Angeles, I'm not talking about out in the outskirts, in the actual city, have money.
Yeah.
Like I have friends that have grown up in Los Angeles and never really left Los Angeles that have really honestly never known a poor white person. Yeah. Like never met a poor white person in their life because they just only have lived here.
Yeah.
I will also say that we already did build communities. One way or another, they've done things to destroy them. Tulsa, Oklahoma is just an example because there's actually footage because there were like early film cameras there. So that's why everybody keeps bringing up that one example. But that's just one example. But if you really want to be honest, and there's actually a Korean woman that speaks about this on YouTube, the communities that we had 80s, 90s, instead of burning them down, they brought in immigrants to suck the wealth out of them and flood them with drugs. Because it was not socially acceptable to burn a community down that your citizens were living in. Like you just couldn't do that anymore. There were too many cameras. It was too much international news. So they had to find another way. So it's
that's
kind
still
of like,
happening now.
So it's kind of like we have built communities. And the average black man, in all honesty, is not buying expensive shoes and jewelry. That's
no, of course.
Man
that's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
I know.
And destroying the public school system.
Let
me jump in there. And destroying the public school system also destabilizes a community because it breaks community ties with the city. Because most people want their children. I want you to go to the same high school I went to. How far away do you live from Detroit, Gigi?
I live about 40 minutes away.
Okay. So I know you heard of Somerset Mall. The Somerset collection is in Oakland County is one of the richest we have Oakland County too, Cali. It's one of the richest counties in the United States, Oakland County, Michigan as well. And that's where a lot of spending occurs there by all demographics. And then Grosse Pointe, all of the Grosse Pointes are just to the east of us here in Detroit. And right now gentrification is underway.
Detroit?
I'm in Detroit as we speak.
Okay. Yeah, there's
but
a lot
I feel
of
like an honorary
going on.
Canadian.
Oh, do you?
Yeah.
Oh shit. How do you okay.
You ever come to the city?
I do only for like Pistons games though.
Okay, all right. So you've seen the changes that have taken place there. If you were born in 2004, you know.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of thing I don't understand is the mushroom stores that are popping up.
Oh, I have not seen one yet.
Really?
Yeah.
Those are popping up hella. I think mushrooms are a good thing for certain people, but it's another tool for the CIA to kind of fuck up people's minds, okay?
Yeah, I'm not into that at all. And also my aunt was born in both my parents were born in Alabama. My oldest grandparent was born in 1878 in Alabama, and his wife was born in 1885. So I'm not that far removed from enslavement. So my aunt, who was born on my maternal side, my mother was born in 1929, and my aunt was born in 1935, and she said she remembers shoe shopping at a black-owned shoe store in Birmingham and thinking after desegregation was the new law, that she knew it would end the black business community because she said black people would shop with white people, but that the white people would not shop with the black people.
Also,
we had our own, and that's another thing.
You know, white people were held at gunpoint and shot for not wanting to desegregate into public school systems. A lot of white kids were held at gunpoint and shot for not wanting to go to desegregated colleges, right? That was a
Mm,
majority of people. Majority of white people didn't want to desegregate. They wanted to give the black people their own land, but they got held at gunpoint and shot because they were rebelling, and the black people were also rebelling. They were rebelling against each other, but for the same cause.
I remember on my way to middle school, the Nazis would be outside protesting.
Yep. Yeah,
Uh,
but
and we just cracked up laughing on the bus. We thought that was just so hilarious, because we were kids, but
yeah,
I shouldn't even have that memory.
no, it's
But
terrible, obviously.
that neighborhood was destroyed due to disinvestment, which is another
Mhm.
petty and patient tactic that is used to clear out communities so that re-gentrification can take place.
Yeah, and
And that's what's
gentrification
happening in Detroit.
yeah, gentrification is the replacement of black people, but through a more pleasant way of doing it. You know what I'm saying?
Wayne County took a bunch of houses via taxes. And it doesn't matter, not just black people were displaced, but white people who had lived
Yep.
on the waterfront as well, along with the
Yep.
black people for generations, and um white families who lived in Corktown
Yep.
lost their little cute little gingerbread houses.
Yep. I'm not too
Okay,
familiar with the Detroit
Paid for
area,
taxes, so
but
I
have
want
you
to.
seen the rivers that are down there that you can canoe through that are
yeah,
a
that's in
lot
the
more beat
canals.
down? Yeah. And it's a shame because the government doesn't spend as much as much as they should into low income communities just like the whites and the blacks, because it's not just black people, it's both white and blacks that are just not doing well because of this gentrification, that these you got these hipsters that move in and they go to these like fancy little bars and these shopping malls or whatever, and just like they move in from New York or wherever, and they move to these communities and they have the money to spend and they spend it, and these white and black communities aren't they don't have the spending power that these people from the bigger cities have, you know what I'm saying?
The
So
neighborhoods
Okay, so
around
guys, I want to go back to the video to the part where the white guy says that we don't own any. He said we don't own China. We don't own anywhere where white people aren't the majority. And then if you are current on the news and see what's going on with Trump and Putin, that kind of resonated because if we're going by what he's saying and preserving whiteness, do we consider our Russians, are we consider them white? Would you say?
Yeah, they are.
well,
They are. Yeah.
me myself,
So,
I have Polish ancestry, and my uncles and my grandfathers, they've said different, but I think in the modern day, yes, you would
okay.
consider them
Because the
white.
rest of Europe, is not majority
Well,
white.
the majority of Russia is not majority white. It's Asian.
Yeah,
Okay.
Mongolian, right? People of
Okay.
Mongolia.
Well, not me.
Well,
I'm white Polish. But
what do we
ma-
think Trump is trying to do in Russia? Is he trying to build a new superpower? Is he saying F the rest of Europe? Is us Russia versus everybody? Because if you remember from the beginning of his presidency, he was saying, I want Canada, I want Mexico, I want Iceland, I want all of this.
What
Do you
Trump
think?
is basically trying to do, what I believe, is establish uh North America as the main power of the world. So he's trying to build up North America, which is why he wanted to establish Canada as the 51st state, and he wanted to kind of come in and control the cartels of Mexico. He wants to take complete control of North America.
So let me
So
ask this.
basically,
So with the way things are set up now with NATO and all the treaties we have with everyone, he won't be able to
yeah.
do that, right?
He I don't think he will be able to, but he's gonna
But
try his best.
but
He's not gonna be
if
able
he
to.
He's not gonna have
if
time.
he makes a pact with Russia,
Mhm.
will he be able to do it? If he's
No.
saying, I don't care which the rest of y'all are saying over here in Europe, I'm gonna go over here and see
Mhm.
what maybe we can work some shit up because they're already talking about what they're going to do with
Yeah.
who they're with.
Zelensky,
Yes, they're not even at the bargaining
Ukrainians.
table. They're talking about how they're going to divide the shit up. He's talking about we're going to own Gaza. It seems like to me he's trying to he says what he means and he means what he says. So like I feel like he's working on what the F he said when he first came in here.
Well, personally, I can't say on YouTube because
Uh-huh.
a lot of what happens with Israel and Palestine, it's a very it will get
Yeah, but we
desensitized.
won't
So,
even get
Yeah.
into that. Don't even say
but
it.
Yeah.
I can't speak on Ukraine and Russia, I think, but I can't speak on Israel because that's a whole nother thing that will get desensitized. But I think if I speak my mind, you know. But Ukraine and Russia, I think he's trying to start a peace treaty so that he can. Well, that's a whole nother. He United States has made a lot of money out of Ukraine because Ukraine has a lot of oil, basically, and that's what we did with the Iraq war and the Afghanistan war, any war that we had in the Middle East, basically. Ukraine. Yeah. Can I
Can I
say
ask
what
you a
Big Chill
question?
said?
Go ahead.
That's yeah. Well, what Big Chill said is kind of like it can be desensitized because of that, I'll say.
What did you want to
But
say, DBF?
I
the
want to ask G.
Biden
I'm gonna let Gigi finish.
Okay, go ahead.
the Biden administration had a lot of ties with Ukraine to where he sent in Hunter Biden. I don't know if you read this, but Hunter Biden basically had a secret deal with Ukrainian Zelensky to where they could trade oil and the Biden family would receive a lot of money from that while Russia would be able to go to war with them because basically Russia wants the territory, but Ukraine wants, or not Ukraine, because the Ukrainians and the Russians soldiers are getting fucked out a lot. Like they're getting fucked. Okay. But Zelensky is trying to like get as much money as possible out of this war as he can. And basically Hunter Biden was sent there and it was on his laptop actually, but the federal government can't release this shit because it's it's a black deal. It's a black market trade, you know. But the Bidens are making a lot of money off of oil right now in Ukraine.
Quick question, Gigi.
Mhm.
You're only 19 or 20 years old, and this is some
I just
heavy.
I know, right?
This is
I
some
just
heavy.
turned 21 2 days ago.
I thought you said you were born
Happy belated
2004.
birthday. You're an
Yeah,
Aquarius?
yeah.
Me too.
Hey,
You're
let's go.
you're so young. What do you? This is such heavy content, so much to have on
Mhm.
your heart and in your mind as a young person. What do you do for joy?
I read. hang out with the few friends that I have that are good influences, and I would say go to church, but I don't really go to church, but I do read the Bible a little bit,
Mm-hmm.
you know, because I don't really trust. I was raised Catholic, but I don't really trust a lot of Catholics, or not. I like the Catholic people, but the Catholic Church itself is very, you know.
Yeah,
Do
I'm
you
Catholic
do you
too.
do you foresee like being in politics or anything? Since you got some, preparing your brain and you retaining that information. You're a good
When I
public
was
speaker.
younger, I think I could have, but I think I got in trouble with the law too much to where I can't do
Look at
that
our
anymore.
president.
100% what Richie said.
Look at our freaking
Well, no,
president.
well,
Wait,
you
wait,
can
hold
be
on, hold on.
president,
Big,
but you
wait a minute,
can't
Callie.
be
Wait a minute,
like,
Callie. Big Chill
yeah.
says happy birthday, brother.
Thank you.
Big Chill says stay positive, brother, and Yvette says happy belated birthday, Gigi. So you got some friends over here
Appreciate
too.
y'all.
All right, go ahead, Callie.
Appreciate y'all.
No, I was gonna
Appreciate you.
say it's a weird loophole where you can be a convicted felon and you can be president, but you can't be a cop. Like it's like weird
Yeah,
loopholes like that in the it was
it's
essentially. Oh, I was gonna say essentially they should have never convicted him because even if they had put him in prison, he could still serve as president from prison.
Oh my God.
Which is why
How
they
did
should have never
how
done
did you find our channel tonight, Gigi?
that.
huh?
I
Sorry,
said, how
what?
did you find our channel tonight, Gigi?
Oh, y'all were very welcoming. It's awesome.
Where'd you
I
see it
think you guys
though?
are very open-minded. How did I see it?
Yeah.
Oh, YouTube. I was just going through YouTube, and sometimes I like to get into some little chats. I'm not too involved in the internet anymore, but I like to scroll through chats and just I see what's up. And it was just recommended me because I scroll through a lot of like not a lot of viewer chats. It's no offense, I mean,
Mm-hmm.
but I just join these channels and I feel they're very open-minded and are able to see what I'm talking about,
Okay.
She just really is working on her channel seriously now, being
Right.
Yeah.
consistent.
Which is I'm just freestyling right now, but I don't plan on changing. I like this open panel format, so I will always have this. I know people like change it up when they get more subscribers or whatever, and they have a format and all that. But I don't anticipate ever changing this format right here. I might do other content beauty stuff, but it will always be an open panel. Because I like debating. I like to fight, so I like to debate, but I also like to listen to other perspectives as well.
Like
Yeah,
we
of
watch the
course.
Housewives. Gigi, know anything about them? We battle about the Housewives. You
Thank you.
flexible?
No, I don't know anything about the housewives.
But it's glad to
Oh,
know
you
that
coming in the algorithm too, Big Chill? Okay, our late night hangout. Okay.
it's glad to hear a young person be like informed and care about what's going
Yeah.
on in the world. It gives me hope. So, yeah.
Big Chill watches the Housewives, y'all.
All
You
right,
got to
all
come
right.
here.
Which one is your franchise, Big Chill? Which is your franchise?
So yeah, Trump is, I feel like, creating something new with. So let me ask you this, Gigi. Our issue with Russia is that they're a dictatorship, that they're cruel people, that their president is cruel. Because I don't really know the in-depth things of everything. I just know like the bare surface. So what is our issue with Russia? I remember even when Biden was running with off, he was like, Putin, you see you, bitch, you're not doing, that message he sent to him. Like, what is our issue with Russia? Because they, like I said, is it because they're a dictatorship, what is the beef that we have with Russia? Like the real
Well,
beef. Like, what's the problem?
it's not our beef, okay? It's the people, it's not our beef, okay? We personally don't have a beef with Russia. It's the governments versus the governments, okay?
Okay.
But it goes back to the Cold War after World War II. The United States and the Soviet Union, which was Russia at the time, we were fighting against Hitler, okay? So we both fought against Hitler and we obviously fucked him up. And after that though, it became a difference between the communists and the democracy. We're the democracy, they're the communists, okay? And basically all it comes down to is oil and power, okay? And in the modern day, oil is everything. When you have oil, you have power, which is why there's these wars in the Middle East, okay? But thing is, Russia has mad oil. The North Americas, Canada, United States has a lot of oil, but for some reason the United States can't use its oil because of these
Why? Oh, you said for some
companies.
reason. Okay.
Yeah, these restrictions, or I'm not gonna say why because it'll get restricted, but
Okay.
I mean,
we
Trump
can't
claims he
use
can't,
our
but
own oil, and Russia can kind of use its own oil, but it's complicated. But it all comes down to we have this we both have different government agencies, and obviously there's a lot of stuff that I don't know about. We don't know about,
Right.
you know. And
But
it
just
comes,
from your
but I
opinion.
think it comes down to oil, and it comes down to the Afghanistan. You know, during the Afghanistan war, which is back in the early 2000s, the Russians and the United States were fighting on the same side, kind of. But
Really?
we have two different governments, and Russia is basically fighting against the Western government power because the Western governments are Western Europe and United States, and we have our own. I say we have our own things that we want, and they have their own things that they want. So basically, that's all it comes down to. They have what they want. We have what we want, and
And as far as Saudi Arabia, we were weren't we at war with the Saudis?
no, the
Or
Saudis were
they
the ones that did 9/11 though, supposedly. But they were set up by the CIA, which is obviously a United States government agency that isn't really controlled by the United States, but they were set up by the United States government. But we still do business with the Saudis, so
I
we
find
we still like to associate because they have a lot of oil, so we still like to associate with them a lot.
So have you heard? So this is some like politics, how like housewives like type of tea. So
Mhm.
have you guys heard about Elon Musk's new baby's mom and the chatter about her?
Is it Ashley St. Clair?
I don't know her name, but she claims she had a baby 5 months ago. Hold on, Russia only white people with flat heads, no joke. Top of heads are flat, seriously, but they're all white, and
They're
that
not
goes
all
back to
white. Most of them are Asians, actually. Most of the
yeah, I went to
people fighting in
college with an
Ukraine.
Asian girl from Russia.
I
Most of the
seriously, I
yeah.
really didn't know that. So did they
Most of the
just take
Asians
over Asian land? Like, what's that about?
Most of the Asians in or most of the people in Russia are Asian. They just take the Asians in Russia and kind of just throw them into the war. Is basically what's happening. Same with Ukrainians. They basically just take the Asians and throw them in the war. It's fucked up, but that's how it is.
So the thing with Elon Musk's baby mom, they're saying that so this guy I follow on Instagram, I can't even remember his name. He said that he did a dive into her and she received a large payment from some organization in Israel, and he thinks that she is part of the Mossad, and she was a honey trap, and basically Elon has been compromised by Israel, and he, I don't know if I'm gonna.
Yeah.
He took he gave the United States to Trump. And when we think back to the drones flying around everywhere and all this weird stuff, everybody's acting like you don't know what it is, and satellites going down, up and down, back and forth, and Elon's so good with the computers in Pennsylvania and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So they're saying this woman might be.
You already get desensitized off YouTube. You know this, right?
Oh, whatever.
Yeah, I don't want to get your channel taken down with this conspiracy stuff.
It's all over Twitter, though. It's all over Twitter.
Yeah, but that's Twitter. That's X. That's
you are
Elon Musk don't care what you put on there.
You are right.
But really doesn't care. Like, it's not. I'm not saying it's true, but they saying like she was put on him. You know what I'm saying? Like they put him on her. I don't know who they is, but they were saying like he's.
I feel like people have built Elon Musk to be up so much in their mind because he's wealthy to be sort of like this god-like person. I think he's just a hoe. And he saw this cute chick on Instagram and he's got how many baby mamas? Like he got so many baby mamas.
That's how it is.
One of his baby mamas
let him answer, Cass. Callie, let him answer. Let him answer.
Mamas he got.
He is a hoe.
The girl?
That's what they do to these United States politicians, though. Both the Chinese and the Israelis do it. They have these wealthy, powerful men, and they send these women in that are actually spies and to sleep with them and give them babies. And the Chinese and Israelis both do it, and they basically trap them into doing what they want.
But you know what? I don't think that would work with him. You know why? Because I don't think he gives a damn about his children. I mean, it's a well-known thing that he does not.
Can I tell you something? Elon Musk is autistic. You know that, right?
Yeah, but it's him not taking care of his kids is a well-known thing. Like he's been out.
I thought he live on a compound somewhere, except for one of them.
No. One of the grandmothers has come out. One of the ex-wives has come out. One of the older kids has come out. He does not take care of his kids. Grimes is fussing about something all the damn time. He's a shitty father. That child was there as a prop.
I heard that. Like, I don't know, maybe not all of them, but a nice amount of them live on a compound somewhere. Like
they don't even talk to him.
Yeah, no, they don't.
Like it's bad. Yeah.
But what these other countries do is the Israelis and the Chinese, they send these beautiful women over to these wealthy men and basically get them to have sex and maybe get a child out of them, and they try to use that as blackmail towards them.
Well, if that's what they thought they was doing with that fool,
yeah. No, he's
yeah. So guys, according to the New York Times, reputable source, Elon Musk, I can't read it now. I'm not subscribing to the Times. Well, I'll just read the headline. Elon Musk bought a Texas compound for his 11 kids and 3 of their mothers, but this one says only 3 of the mothers. 14,000 square feet, blah, 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 that's what it is. So I remember seeing that. So,
well, he only got with baby mamas, and I know Grimes don't fool with him like that. And the other ex-wife,
because that little boy that was telling Trump to shh,
that was her little boy, and she was pissed. And
he took her from her.
That little boy like that. So why would he take him there?
He took him from her because he's money, but I can't remember the details of the case, but he basically like he's the more fit parent, basically. I'll just say it like that.
Yeah, Grimes got some issues. Now, yeah, I've heard some stuff about that girl. Yeah, she got some problems.
Both of them have problems. When you end up in a wealthy family like that, it's kind of hard to not have problems because you're not as socially adept as lower income families. So you end up like not being as socialized as others, you know. So you don't know how
Well,
to interact
Elon
with people,
Musk's
basically.
dad is like a soap opera character.
Well,
Like
yeah, his dad was
it's
actually
like
his
it's
dad was a South African slave owner. He basically had Africans mining diamonds in South Africa.
yeah, I
That's
don't
where
know if it
Elon
was
Musk's from.
diamonds or emeralds.
That's
It was
where they
some
got their
type of
wealth from,
Something
right?
like that.
yeah, it was some type of jewel. And then he like stole the nephew's wife or some shit and then put her out the house because her kids was getting on his nerves. Then he was trying to sell some sperm. Like this man is weird as hell. So
Yeah, they're
obviously his son is jacked up.
all billionaires are obviously not the
Yeah,
same as us. They're
let's
fucking
Yeah.
easy on that.
Well,
Let's go easy on Elon. He's very powerful right now. I'm more scared of him than anybody else.
no, you know what? The
Yeah.
people need to wake up and snatch that power from him. That's what needs to happen. I don't know what is going on with Americans. I'm disappointed. Have we lost our Have we
Well,
lost
I
our
want to say this. I want to say this. I'll say this. I think that it speaks volumes that, everybody's so up in arms, and if this was Barack Obama doing this shit, they would be impeaching him so fast. But the fact that the Democrats are not is speaking volumes to me. And we have Elon communicates a lot on Twitter, and one day he posted a list of like all of the things he cut, and like you have like, this is just these aren't accurate at all, but like you'll have like $14 million going to voter turnout in Nepal, or just all of these weird things that they were paying like $500 million to strengthen voices in Cambodia. So when you think about when people say the people, certain people in the government are stealing, all you have to do is make up a company or something and say you're doing this program in Cambodia, and this money gets funneled right to you. So I think a lot of this is cutting off a lot of people. It's cutting. There's two parts to this. A lot of people are being quiet because a lot of people have been stealing and getting over and getting a lot of these monies that are being spent, or just through these contracts that they have or whatever. And two, I think they need to be careful because you are messing with people's money, and it's you can get taken out of here just as fast.
Mm-hmm.
It only takes a couple of people. You're four against how the Super Bowl is the 4 against 6. They should be careful. Because if they go too far with what they're doing, they rattle the wrong cages, we won't know anything about it. We'll just hear about, a mysterious illness or a heart attack or something like that. I don't want to keep just, talk like that, but I'm just nervous.
I think they're so arrogant, they don't believe that can happen to them.
I think they think if they cause enough chaos or dismantle this and dismantle that, but I believe there are things already set in place that we don't know shit about, or maybe some people do know something about it, but they can't destroy everything, like all that deep state stuff, and like on some what's the show with Kerry Washington? Scandal, like what's some scandal type shit, like
Look, I don't know what's going on. I'm just waiting for people to wake up and realize that we outnumber them. That's all I'm waiting for. I'm like, okay, what's going on, America?
Well, it's not going to take until we really feel the effects of what they're doing, basically.
Well,
when people
one
start
thing
feeling it,
that really needs to be realized is this: billionaires are not our friends. They usually become billionaires because they have done something or were involved in something that has made the rest of us poor. We are poor because of them. If you start tracing it all back as to where they got this money from, I promise you they've done something oppressive to a lot of people. And so this idea that we should revere Elon Musk, no, he should be in public enemy number one. Like no one should like this man.
Yeah.
So it's very odd, and I think a lot of this, I blame social media and sort of like the marketing of people being rich, because I don't even understand, like, why do I need to know if you're rich? Why is that a marketing tool? Like, why is this whole thing about people being billionaires as a PR tool? It's very unsettling to me, because typically if someone's a billionaire is because they have done something that has made a bunch of other people poor, because that's just the way the system works. It's like a pyramid scheme.
Mm-hmm.
So
like Amazon, they don't pay people.
Yep.
All presidents are related to each other. You know that, right?
Yeah, in some form, some way. Like it's either
heard
by marriage
that, but I
or
don't understand
cousins
how.
or something like that. Yeah.
Even Obama.
Obama
Yep.
is related to George Bush on his mother's side.
Yep.
They're close. Yeah.
Oh, is that why they
They're
so buddy
like
buddy
second or third cousins? Yeah.
at the funerals? That's why they so at the funerals they be chopping it up.
Yeah. No, that's what the candy thing is about. That was the candy that they would give each other when they were kids. And here's another thing that's crazy. Berry Gordy was Jimmy Carter's cousin. So people think that Berry Gordy just built Motown from out of thin air. No, he was connected to a very prominent white family.
Mm-hmm. If y'all have Twitter, y'all should follow Malik Obama.
Oh yeah. Well, I just don't have time to like really be on Twitter.
Barack Obama's brother.
Well,
He
the thing
exposed a lot of
about Barack Obama is this.
Who is
No
Trump
one
related
ever
to?
looked into his mom's side of the family, and his mom's side of the family is the American side of the family, and no one really looked into who are these people.
Big Chill says Trump only president that never owned slaves, and Yvette said, "How is Trump related to everyone?"
Trump is the only one that's not related to everyone.
He's
Because he
outside
came
of that
from a
circle.
German family. He came from a German family.
Now, what the hell they was doing in Germany, I hope it was not something bad. We don't know.
We don't
but
know,
I do
yeah.
know that Trump is not their real name. That is a made-up name that they made up.
Yeah.
When they came to this country. So I really hope that they did not do some terrible, awful thing in Germany. I like to not think we're all lost. But that's
We don't know.
thing.
We can't tell.
Thing. Like a lot of times when they brought people, well, first of all, let's go back to the way back. The reason why we even have the idea of race in America is for two reasons. Is to include people that are not English. Because before it was all about whether or not if you were English. So they had to come up with some other classic category to include people that were not English, so that, to be honest, so that the working class people wouldn't link up with the black people and like take over this place. That is why whenever you see like these pictures in the 60s of the Black Panthers or Malcolm X talking to poor people in the Appalachian Mountains, that's a sign to them that says, wait a minute, this is a problem. They never get scared until they feel like we're gonna link up, because that is what scares them, because we outnumber them. But as long as we're fighting each other and they're busy hating us and we think they're racist, they're good, because we're probably not linking up and getting ready to get them. But for us to be sort of like going, hey, we're both working class Americans and they seem to be screwing us over, that's a problem for them. That scares the shit out of them. That is why the Black Panthers had to go. It wasn't any of the other stuff they did. It was because of that.
The Big Chill says
also,
something interesting.
yeah, also the fact that they were trying to get weapons to start a civil war.
Big Chill said Trump's uncle worked for the CIA.
But
I haven't looked into that, but it could be true.
Trump's
uncle worked for the CIA when Tesla died.
You know,
when Tesla died, his uncle moved Tesla stuff out.
Was it Trump's uncle or was it Bush's uncle?
Well, probably Bush's father did, definitely. Probably his uncle too. I don't know about. I haven't looked into Trump's uncle.
Yeah, it was one of them. Yeah, it was one of them that had to do with the Nikola Tesla files being moved. But all of these people know each other. It's all like a clique.
I haven't looked into Trump's uncle thing. I might have to research that.
Somebody stole some of the paper, some of Nikola Tesla's. One of the boxes wasn't turned over to the CIA. Or was it Elon? Was it Elon's uncle? I think it was Elon's uncle, from what I read.
No, it was somebody American. It was somebody that was in this country because he's not from here. It was either the Bushes or the Trump family. But you know, they locked not Elon Musk. They locked Nikola Tesla up and basically said he was schizophrenic all of a sudden. And none of his inventions worked because most of his inventions were giving away things for free that they charge a lot of money for, like free electricity, free water, free internet. Like if they would have used his inventions to create these things.
Oh, guys, not to cut you off, Callie. Did you see the thing about Barron Trump, the book, the children's book that was written a long time ago, and it said everything that's going on now?
No.
I'm making me some hot tea. It should be finished. I'm gonna Google it. I'm gonna show you.
The art pieces.
It's like the Adventures of Barron Trump. It was written a long time ago, and it's some. Just Google, if you're on your computer, Google it now if you want.
Well, I do know that Trump for decades had been saying that he wanted to be president. Like this is not something that he pulled out of nowhere. He even asked Oprah to run with him.
Yeah, that was that happened.
Yeah, was it on Succession or was it? No, it was on Mr. Robot. Anybody ever watch Mr. Robot?
I watched the first season.
I don't remember.
I watched the first
There was a scene in there when someone made reference to Trump, and they was like, "Son of a bitch, he was really serious. He really did it." So he's obviously been talking about it.
He's talking about the time traveling thing. I think that might be a coincidence. I don't know though. What Big Chill's saying, to where the Adventures of Barron Trump. I've seen that before. I think that might. I don't know. It's pretty crazy to be a coincidence, but I think it might be.
Fake?
I don't know.
You think the book is fake?
Huh?
You think the book is fake?
it could be a fake book. You know what? Okay, now that somebody brought up a time machine, I don't know the.
That's what Big Chill's saying.
True story.
For this theory, but essentially the theory of time travel would be if you went back in time, you would only be creating the present because the past has already happened. So you can't really change anything. You're just going back in a circle.
The thing with time travel is basically it's not you.
It's circular. It's circular, right? It's not.
No.
Backward.
Well, what I gotta explain. All right. Let me see this. So basically, when people, can you see this? Yeah. Okay. So people think, okay,
Hold on, let
you
me
go back and
make you the main screen. Solo layout. Here you go.
okay. So I'm trying to draw a straight line. It's kind of hard though, like this, but picture this, as one time, these three lines as one timeline, okay? They're all different, okay? They're actually completely different, separated universes connected to one point. So let me draw those real quick.
Oh yeah, I've heard this theory before too.
So they're all basically connected to one point, right? And when you time travel, it's basically when you time travel, you go back in time. You don't go on a straight line like how we think. You don't change the trajectory of time. You go back and you change a dimension and you follow this line, which is a completely different dimension. So you don't change anything in your timeline. You change something in another timeline, but you stay in that timeline that you change, you know?
Yeah,
Right.
that is assuming that there are different dimensions. But there
Yeah,
also is
obviously
another
that's
theory that
theoretical.
says that time is cyclical. So essentially, if I go back in time right now, the present only exists because I went back in time. So all I'm doing is just
Yeah.
going back in a loop.
Yep.
Like
Yeah.
the past always happened and it always will. There actually is a TV show, I think on Peacock, that works this way. Like the past
What's that
always
movie?
happened because that's what created the present.
When they
I
go
think I drew
back.
this a while ago. I think, to where there's kind of different timelines, and then when you follow one, it goes to one, but if you follow another, you can transition to another that also you changed, and that can also transition to another, but also, there's another timeline, but also you can go back to this timeline and change something, and you go back to this timeline. Yeah, my book is crazy. I know.
No, I've heard that theory before. That's a theory that makes the assumption that there are different realities and different dimensions.
Yeah. I have a
But
lot
I
of shit in
think
this book.
even Einstein believed that time was secular. It's not lineal. So you're just going around in a circle. Like theoretically, you could go forward, but if you go back, you're just creating the present.
Yeah, look at this. I don't know if y'all can see that.
What's all that?
I don't know if y'all can read it or not. My
Now, what
camera's
is
kind
all
of
of
ass.
that?
No, it's too small. We can't read it. I'm on phone. What does it say?
This is a perpetuation theory.
Okay. What's that? We're dummies.
I wrote this a long time ago, so it'd take it's a lot of words. Takes a lot to understand.
So there's no dummy version.
I can maybe put it in layman's terms, but
yeah,
I have to read it first. It's a lot. It's a lot.
Well, go for it.
Like for the first steps of it are remove freestanding objects. Then you have to vacuum and remove mats of any sort. Dust the mop area. Use a putty knife to remove gum or debris stuck to the floors. Set up floor signs. It's a lot. I can't even get into that.
All right, we'll do it another night then.
I have a lot in here. I read this
Yeah,
long
I
time ago.
have the feeling this won't be your last time up here, so.
Yeah, I think I'm about to turn in. I gotta get up and see if I can make some money tomorrow in the market. And I'm supposed to be looking for a job, damn it. I gotta go back.
Well, I got about 20 more minutes left in me. 22 people that's here.
Oh yeah, 22 people in here. Cool.
In the middle of the night on a Wednesday.
Awesome. Also, I'm looking into fan base right now. It doesn't seem like there's a lot on here, but it could be something.
Philly, everything with me is about Philly. Philly, go birds. So yeah, what's next on the agenda? Let me see. Terms of policy, is that a policy and procedure? I think he made it up. That he said he wrote it a long time ago. We'll get into it another day because he says it's long. We're going to end this at 4 hours and 30 minutes. Early morning here.
Richie, are you close to your watch time?
I have no idea. I was looking at some stats yesterday night. I want to get more in depth into it because it said I needed to do a couple of more things, like make some shorts and do some other stuff. So I'm going to work on that stuff to get monetized. I don't think I'm anywhere near. Wait, let me look. It's a YouTube studio. But it tells you every like Sunday, I think. Watch time 495 hours. Let's see, analytics.
I saw something real quick.
Go ahead, because I don't even know how to read this really.
Suicide. Fish tank merch. Shop on it at fishtank.live.
Drop the
is that your brand?
Oh.
Yeah, get some clothing, get some shirts and shit.
Drop the link.
Fishtank.live. Not sponsored. Check them out. I'll drop the link.
Yeah, drop the link. So, I don't know where my
check it out. Check it out in a few months. You might like it, guys. Let's see if it's on that.
Let's see. I'm setting up my computer, so let's see. What am I looking at?
Okay.
Oh, interactive live streaming house. Is that where I am? Is that where I'm supposed to be? So is this like Big Brother?
It's kind of like that. You can check their shit out on YouTube. It's I got setting time out for posting on YouTube, but it's a pretty cool website. Check it out. In a few months, they'll be back online doing some shit.
Yeah, it's so much content. I can't take it. but yeah, it's so much content out there.
Why can't you put it? Oh, I think somebody kicked you out because we thought you were a troll. We had a couple trolls up here. Let's see.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, if you wanna, I don't know if they're still selling it, but cop this fit on fishtank.live. Can't show it off, but fully. It's a nice little one-piece suit.
All right, that's the fish tank. That's Gigi's link.
Yep. It'll be back up in a few months or so, but check it out right now.
Yeah, there's just so much content. I can't even keep track. Like all of these like streamers, most of these people come from Twitch. I just started using Twitch. The only reason why
different website completely. It's whole nother thing. It's the new generation.
Yeah, it's giving Big Brother. That's what it looks like to me. It
Yeah,
looks like Big Brother.
except it's live 24/7, 7 days a week. They only come on every few months at a time. It's a lot. It's
No,
not
I think that
politically
when
correct.
yeah, I don't know if I'm that interested in watching other people like to that degree. You know
Nah,
what I
yeah.
mean?
This report just came out on Forbes talking about Elon Musk is thinking about giving every American $5,000 checks from all the savings they're making at Doge. First of all, let's do the math. There are a little over 262 million people over the age of 18 in the US, and that's who would even qualify for this money. Now multiply that by $5,000 checks for each person, and that would equal $1.3 trillion that Doge would need to find to give each person a $5,000 check. Now, how much money has Doge even saved so far? Well, according to reports, only 55 billion. But then you actually see what they saved it on, and you see that it was on firing people in government that we actually needed. They fired nuclear scientists who were literally in charge of our nuclear weapons and then backtracked because they found out that they actually needed them. They fired scientists in the Department of Agriculture who were making sure that our food was safe and who were literally stopping the spread of bird flu. They fired hundreds of air traffic control agents after the DC plane crash and after they knew that the agency was already understaffed. And now we see planes falling out of the sky every fucking day. And on top of all of that, and this is true, Elon Musk put out a receipt of an example of a contract that they cut, which was from the Office of Diversity and Civil Rights, where on the bottom it said Doge cuts $8 billion. But then you zoom in and literally see that the valuation of the contract was only $8 million. The point is that the $55 billion in savings isn't real savings. And on top of that, Republicans put out a budget bill where they plan to cut all Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, food stamps, and education funding, also that they can give a $4.5 trillion tax cut to the wealthy elites, while making you pay more in taxes. So let me get this straight. Your grandmother will lose her Social Security check. Your disabled family members will lose their benefits. You are going to lose your health care. Your fridge is going to be empty as fuck. Your kids will have no school to go to. You'll be paying more in taxes. Grocery prices will be high as fuck because of all the tariff wars that Trump just started. Our country will be at war with Canada, Greenland, and Panama. You'll have the bird flu, and you'll be paying more in taxes, while the bill.
I didn't hear anything about the $5,000. Have y'all?
I don't think it's real. I think it's a hoax.
That's not gonna happen.
Have you heard about it though?
It's not gonna happen. I think people are just making shit up. I don't think that's a
Yeah.
real thing.
That's just like, remember it was supposed to be a child support credit. That was a hoax. Like he was supposed to be getting rid of Martin Luther King Day. That was a hoax. Like people are literally just making stuff up because they hate Trump.
Yeah. Yeah, they're just making shit up.
Well, I'm going to look into Twitch and Discord so we can watch copyrighted stuff together, like the Housewives. Like that's what we normally like. We really write about Housewives.
Hey, check out fishtank.live. There's a lot of clip or archives on there that you can watch the episodes on. If you check it out on YouTube, check out fishtank.live. It's
okay. I'll put it on my list.
Pretty interesting stuff.
I think Twitch will block you. And the only reason why I say this is because Amazon used to have a platform called AMP. I love the idea. They didn't give it a time to work. They got rid of the platform. Some people tried to go over to Twitch. And what would happen when they would play music on Twitch, it would just go dead. Like the algorithm would pick it up and they would mute it.
No, there's no music on it or anything.
Well, on Constant streams, he plays like Drake music and stuff.
I think maybe because he has some type of special permission. I'm not sure what the deal is with that. But I just remember when I tried to follow some of the people from AMP to Twitch, whenever they would play music, it would just go silent. It would like the sound would drop out. They didn't pull their screens down. They would just mute the music. But yeah, I miss AMP. AMP to me was a great idea. It just wasn't executed well, and they didn't give them time to work the kinks out. Because AMP was, you could play music, like that was the whole point of it. Like you could have a radio show.
All right. Well, guys, Any last thoughts? Anybody in the chat? It's almost 4 o'clock. I can't believe it. We've been 4 hours.
I'm over here. No, I'm over here fooling around with my website, just putting some stuff on my GitHub. But I'm about to go to bed. I gotta get up and try to see if I can get in some plays because I only have like one little play going, and that's even it would have to just really do something weird for me to get a lot of money out of that. I don't know. The market's been trading so weird, like all day. Damn, Trump.
I'm gonna go on Discord. A couple people keep saying Discord, so we'll come on here. We'll all get together on YouTube, and then maybe we'll just everybody open Discord accounts. We'll do it together.
I've only ever used the chat on Discord. I've never used it. I don't even really know how it works. It's a trader that I follow, and he has a chat on there, and I'm just in his chat. But I don't even know how to work nothing else on there.
Thank you, Big Chill. What was I about to say? Am I crazy, or did we used to be able to go live on Twitter? Didn't we used to be able to go live on Twitter?
You can't go live on Twitter no more. Oh, maybe you got to do a space.
I even signed up for the blue check so I can stream. When I'm streaming here on YouTube, I'm also streaming on Twitter.
I don't even know where
it was $11.
I was gonna try to see if we could do it on Blue Sky, because Blue Sky is basically made by the person that made Twitter.
I heard a lot of people are leaving Blue Sky and coming back to Twitter.
You know what? I'm not a huge. I feel like Elon Musk sucked the soul out of Twitter.
It's coming back a little bit because he was like, Elon Musk reads comments. Don't be fooled.
He's changing the branding. It's not fun anymore. It's not cute. It doesn't look appealing to use. It just like this black X, and he needs to go somewhere with that X shit. I'm sorry.
Well, that's his son's name, I guess. I don't know.
No, the son's name is a math equation. His name is not even really
X.
They call him that word. Yeah.
I think it begins with X. I remember he was bragging about, how legacy media was outdated and people get their news from Twitter. And I was like, yo, Elon, this is when the plane crashed in DC. I was like, bro, what is all of these bots and trolls and shit on here? I can't even fucking find up-to-date information about the crash where that used to be at the top. Like, I don't know what kind of algorithm it is, but can you fix that, please? And the next day, I swear, he had a new column. Now, when you go on where it used to have, where the trending topics used to be, automatically it is, when you click the search button, there's already like top stories, and then you click it, but they give you like an AI synopsis of what's happening. But under here are all of the tweets relative to that, and not like the troll people. So, but then you could go under trending and see what's trending, click that on. So it's kind of getting back to, I ain't gonna say how it used to be, but it's getting better.
Because Twitter, it was a brand. That's why we called them tweets. Like, he came in and destroyed the whole brand with that fucking X shit. Half the employees quit. He lost a whole bunch of money on it. I don't care for that man at all. I really don't care for him. I think that he is one of these people that want to turn this country into a third world country, because in third world countries, people like him are richer. Like, everybody else is poor and starving, but the elite class, those people are extremely wealthy. And I think that that's the energy that he's on. I don't think he cares anything about this country. I think that he feels like we live too well here, and there's more that he can take from us. And I don't really understand how, I know that man that was talking to that Asian guy, I don't know who he is, But who do they think brought the immigrants here? It was not us. I mean, if no one was here from the beginning except us and the founders of America, we didn't bring the immigrants here. They did. So to now come back and say that you guys don't feel like you're becoming a minority, well, you did that to yourself.
You can Twitter and TikTok. So you can click a link on TikTok and it'll open.
I don't know. I can't even log back into my Twitter.
I never left.
I felt like they had something called Spaces or something like that on there. Because I remember Dr. Drew used to be on there all the time.
The girl who had sex with 100 men is claiming she's pregnant now.
She is nothing but just one of these chicks that used to be on Jerry Springer back in the day. He used to have that on his show all the time. Like,
I actually saw the video.
You've already seen this, girl.
You can't play porn on here, technically, I guess. But I had posted the video on my Twitter of her actually doing it. Well, it was two girls together actually doing it.
And who wants to be one of those men? Ugh. Like,
and it was so nasty.
Girl, that's disgusting.
And at one point, they weren't even wearing condoms. And it was just like disgusting. Really. But sad too at the same time.
Well, you know what? It is sad, but it's nothing that we have not already seen before. Because like I said, Jerry Springer used to have these women that would do this mess on his show all the time. So it's like, girl, you just doing something that's already been done. What's the point?
Right. We all immigrants. Real talk. Don't do TikTok or X. I'm a boomer. I don't know how they do it, but some lawyers I watch do it, and Don Lemon does too. Do what? Oh, so who the baby? Exactly, Yvette. Who is the baby daddy child? That's what my kids say. LOL, no face or gram for boomer.
Yeah, you know, that girl, I hit the ignore button on her because I'm like, okay, if you want attention that bad, girl, go on.
I like to see what people out here doing. Like, what's what y'all doing?
Well, maybe you like missed that whole like Jerry Springer wave, but it's like, girl, I saw this. Somebody was on Jerry Springer doing this shit when I was in high school. Girl, please. He's like, don't nobody care. Like, we didn't. You're not shocking nobody. We didn't all seen some heifer do this before. I didn't even know people were still talking about her, to be honest.
So on Yvette on StreamYard, you can pay for. I mean, there's 3 tiers. There's a free tier, and I had got a trial for the highest tier right now, but I'm gonna go to the middle tier. But you can stream to like 3 or 5 places at once. So I tried to do, like before when I was doing the Eagles party, I did here, Facebook, and Twitter at the same time. But right now it's just here and Twitter. But yeah, if you go through StreamYard. But I went on Candy Loves TV live one time, and she uses a different streaming platform because on StreamYard I can't use my front camera. I can only use the face camera, and that irritates me. So,
do you have a Mac?
No, I have
that's why. Because I was gonna say I was able to do it, but I had to do it through my computer. I had to hook my phone to my computer.
But on the other one, they let you use the both cameras.
I didn't try it without the computer. She probably using maybe EV Mux, maybe.
It was Let me see if it's still in my.
Evie Mux is cool. It's not as easy to use, but you could do more stuff.
Hold on. It's called Restream.
Oh, Restream is expensive, girl. I ain't balling like that.
I didn't.
Restream is like
they
that's like if you got like sponsors and shit.
They don't have a free version.
Prices, because when I looked, they was expensive. Maybe they went down on their prices.
Let me look.
Because I have my lighting and everything. I just haven't had time to post anything. Okay. They have, okay. What is, okay, so they have a free one. Let's see what the catch is. Because maybe they're trying to compete with StreamYard. Because I know when I looked at this a while ago, I was like, okay, this is a little pricey.
So Discord, you can live stream.
Big Chill would know more about that than me because I've only ever used Discord for chat. I didn't know you could stream stuff.
Yeah. Recharge your streaming. Get started. Let's see. Restream. For quick actions, click here. Go live from your browser or VStream Studio. Let's see. Channels. Where's the account stuff? Home, past stream, video storage channels. Need help. Pricing. Choose a page one. 0. Let's see. You get multi-stream to 2 channels, local recordings, watermark studio, cross-platform chat, stream analytics, 6 on-screen participants, 15-minute videos.
And that's Discord?
This is Restream. That's free.
Oh, okay. Restream. The one that I saw, the free one, I think you only get 2. Let me get out of this and go back to the front.
Are you saying Restream or Rescream?
Oh, I'm sorry. I have a list. Restream.
Restream. So the other one is $16 a month. Unlimited cloud storage, 10 participants, 30-minute videos. That ain't gonna work for me because I do 12-hour videos.
That's what I'm saying. It looked like it was real expensive to me when I looked at this a while ago.
2 hour, even the $200 one is 2-hour videos. So they only let you do. Well, that ain't gonna work.
Yeah, try Evie Mux. Evie Mux is not as easy to use though.
Upload and stream. Maybe. That's weird.
Actually, it was something I liked about Evie Mux that was a little bit better than StreamYard. I can't remember what it was.
Garbage.
I think I was able to add like animations over myself and stuff.
What is it called?
Evie Mux is EVMUX.
EVMUX. Okay.
Because let's see, the free version has a watermark though. And then the paid version, what more do you get? Full pro screen builder. I don't know what that is. Oh, and then you can add logos, backgrounds. Pre-record screens, unlimited screens, 4 destinations. You can record your content, but I would imagine you would need a drive because video storage is so big. And that's $25 a month. The $50 a month, unless you was doing like a professional podcast, I don't know who would need that. But this thing got banners, tickers, virtual background, screen sharing, apps.
Only 2 hours per live. For $20 a month, you get unlimited streams, 6 hours each.
See, they be hiding that 2 hours.
I'm gonna look at Discord. Try Streamlabs. Streamlabs good too. Let's see.
Streamlab I haven't looked at. Oh, let me turn my alarm on so I can get my butt up.
Open broadcaster software. Open source. Screen recording for
Why do I
streaming.
care about Drea Michelle in a bikini? Why? How did she get on TMZ? I didn't know that she was alive.
Audio mixing dashboard. I'll look at this because this is very detailed. Connect to Restream. Oh no. It's really long. What is this? Is the real website?
What, Streamlab?
No, Restream. Because it's giving me no. What? Stream. It's bringing me back to Stream. Did I just get off of Restream? StreamYard, Stream Labs.
Wait, everything you need to stream for free. Streamlabs desktop comes built in with everything you need to stream from top platforms. What's the catch?
Right.
Because they love saying free, free, and you click on it and be like, you can only stream for 1 hour.
Yeah, right. Let me see. They seem like they got a lot of features though. Let me see what y'all saying. Restream is garbage. Yes, it is. Streamlabs, I like Streamlabs so far. What I'm seeing, it looks even like the homepage is better. Just
Yeah, Restream don't seem to have a lot of features at all, and they expensive.
Free is better still. Yes, it is always. Why Kim always on TMZ? Cause they pay her. I mean,
yeah, they have a relationship. They built each other basically. Like they built. She built TMZ. TMZ built her. Like they have like a relationship together.
You talking about Kim? Kyle's sister Kim?
No, Kardashian.
I've seen Streamlabs and YouTube.
I don't know where Kyle's sister at. The last I heard, they was putting her in the middle place. I hope she's better.
A lot of YouTubers use it. Jolene, Zosiak. Oh, she is always in the press because she's arguing with her husband.
Oh, Zodiac. Who cares? Don't nobody care about that lady. I'm surprised anyone even on that.
Damn, I wish there's a sneak peek of Potomac out. I can't play it. We're gonna be on Discord.
I'm gonna look at it. I'm gonna look at the Beverly Hills one too.
There's two Kims on Housewives. You have Kim Richards and Kim Zolciak. Always call that's Zolciak. Kim Zolciak calling the police. This is the sound of the police, police, police. This is the sound of the police.
Well, you know they sold that house, Richie. So I don't think we're gonna be hearing much more from them.
Y'all want to stay on here?
I'm about to go to.
It says it's 25 people watching. Let me look on my phone and see how many people on here. 18 people watching. What's up, everybody? Who's watching? I see Big Chill, DGF. Listen, I'm about to start a Discord right now so we can watch it together. Bought it for $6 million, sold for 2.8.
She bought that house for $6 million. I thought the homes out that way was supposed to be cheaper. You can get a house here like that for $6 million.
Yeah, I see 18, but sometimes on my computer says 25. But I think they count the Twitter, and with it on YouTube is 18. I don't know if it's 25 including Twitter. You bet you still here, Chill. I guess we all up tonight. Big Chill. Hit that like, subscribe. Let me make you a moderator, whatever it's called. Cause you came in from the rip, like thumbs up, subscribe, kicking motherfuckers out. What's who? To boy out, GG. I like GG. I like that he was so young and so informed.
Yeah, he was very interesting to be a young man. I'm like, oh my gosh. You know, the only thing I hate about looking for another job, I hate to say this, you have a lot of like, I don't know what else to call them, the Indian job scam, where they call you and they pretend like they're a recruiter and they try to get your information.
Oh yeah, I put my resume on Indeed, and I always get these text messages, and they all me. I come from a school like the Kings. I was taught the King's English, and I seem like I've gotten every English teacher. Well, not every English teacher. I had two English teachers who have always stuck with me, and how I used to think the one I had in college. Oh, she reminded me of Sutton's mom, Reba. She was just so
I had a teacher like that. She was a math teacher.
Write it over, do it over. But I hate that bitch, but she really made me like be on my shit, like for real. So when I see stuff from people with jobs with grammatic errors and wrong punctuation and just a wrong format from the rip, I'm like, from the rip, nope, fuck out of here. But and then how about the people that ask you to hit them up on WhatsApp? What? What?
That's them scam people. They be in another country. They try to get your information.
Yeah. I can't remember. I used to remember her name.
It's just, I don't know. It's a mess. Like, you know what? Like this one lady said, she said, I don't really understand how we Black people supposedly have this bad reputation and they do all this scamming and we still think that they smarter than us and more hardworking than us. Like, how did they pull that Jedi mind trick?
I saw a video with this boy. He was real, like almost in tears. He was like, Dwight, y'all been the savages from day one. You did this, you did that. He named all the shit they done took from everybody. And it was like, how dare you call? It was this white Republican lady, and she was calling Black people savages.
How? We've never done anything to these people. Never.
They're the real ones.
Yeah, never. I'm not even saying this to be dramatic. We literally have never done anything to these people.
No, we haven't. We try to mind our business. They fuck with us with that.
Yeah, it's look, it's a mental illness. You know, that's all I can say. I don't try to set up and figure out racist people. I'm like, okay, it's a mental illness because racism is not logical. And that's why, you know, when that whole thing happened at Target and people was like, well, you know, if they have decided that they don't want to fool with black people no more, they're not going to. And it don't matter how much money you make them. You know, because racism is not always logical.
So there's this business here in Philly. I'll play it. Well, it's a black business in a really like swanky part of town. It's like near. So the Constitution or the Liberty Bell is at like 5th and Chestnut, and she's at like 11th and Chestnut. So she opened, and it's like that Beyonce bought a condo down there, like around near where the Liberty Bell is.
Oh,
that's
okay.
how like, the neighborhood is. But it's still like Chestnut Street. It's still like Philly. You know, it's still Philly. We really don't. We got our ritzy parts, but we still don't give a shit. Like, so it's like there's still regular stuff around here too. But she opened up one of those brunch, brunch places, and let me save this video so we can watch it. Just save. And is my Instagram still there? And they were like bullying her. They were leaving rats in front of her thing. They flooded her basement. Like the neighbors around her, they called her landlord and said that they were partying on the roof. They said that she was doing stuff after hours, even though she closes at 3:00. They said she was having parties late at night. Thank you, Big Chill. And so they probably don't like the fact that she's playing her music, and it's like one of those places where you eat brunch and they're listening to music and dancing and stuff. And I guess they don't like that, the people down there, and they've been being racist. And it was actually, they put it on the news, Fox 29 News here. And so a lot of people have been going down, supporting, going down there. Even more people are going to come now. Y'all think y'all was mad before at the noise and the black people coming in? But this white guy posted a video. I want to watch it. It's coming up.
No, I do believe it though. I feel like the same people that try to tell us that racism doesn't exist are the same people who come in and try to stop us when we do try to do something. Like they're literally the same people. It's like they're playing us on both sides. Like, no, you need to pull yourself up by your bootstraps. And then whenever we try to build something, they're there to tear it down.
Like really hating, like just being mean and nasty. Like she said on the news, she said one of them asked her, what did your drug dealer boyfriend give you the money to open this place?
Oh my God.
That's what the fuck. All right, let's watch it. Hold on. I have to get a new computer because I don't know if it's the Wi-Fi or because I'm got
a lot of people.
So I just saw on the news that there is a black female-owned business called Chubby Chicks, and the owner, Shakira Turner, says that her neighboring businesses are bullying her and not making her feel welcome in the neighborhood. So you know what, Shakira? I'm going to come in and try your food because it looks good as shit. I'm running because she closes at 3 and it's 2:15, and I don't want to be that guy who shows up like 10 minutes before close and is like, make me food. Oh, I need to do more cardio and lay off the drunk cigs. But we made it. It is so cute in here. Oh my God. Okay, so they have breakfast, they have chubby bites, they have sandwiches, and they have salads. I think I need the thick chick. It's deep fried chicken breast, cheese, bacon on a brioche with lettuce, tomato, the lobster Caesar. My thighs are as big as my pocket. It's a vibe in here. This is what I call a Tuesday afternoon. So Shakira is so busy. She's back making all the food herself with one other person. Her bestie Jerry right here is helping out. You own a travel agency, right?
I am on Gem Vacations
Okay.
in Runnymede, New Jersey.
Look at that, guys. Book your next travel through Gem Vacations. That is so sweet of you to come and help your friend. You're a real one.
When a sister is in need, I answer the phone.
Yes.
So guess what? My clients, I put them on hold. They'll be there when I get back. But Miss Shakira needed help today.
I love it.
I heard the call, and I'm going to be here for my niece.
I love it. Yeah, she doesn't know, but I'm tipping her $200 because as a Leo, I respect people who are real ass friends and show up for their friends. So she's getting some points today. Blown away by the kindness. Oh my gosh, this is the lobster Caesar. This looks unreal. I think this is genuinely the best crouton I've ever had. All right, let's try the lobster. Yo, this is so good. Oh my goodness gracious. Oh my God, the size of my head. All right, let's go for it. Jerry? Jerry!
You can't come to Chubby Chicks and be on a diet.
You know it's a good portion when you have to fork and knife it. Don't cry. Don't cry.
Honey,
We made friends today.
We did.
We did. This was amazing. Thank you so much.
Fran, thank you. You are a sweetheart. I thank you. Let's stay friends
Thank you.
forever.
Of course, we will be.
Look,
I'm a travel agent now.
You got that right.
Here is Shakira, the owner of Chubby Chicks. This gets the brand flake stamp of approval. Comment, support the community. We love you. Thank you so much for an amazing lunch.
Oh, I love it.
That was so special for me. My dad owned a deli on G and Tioga Street in Kensington for 30 years. So anytime I see a small business trying to make it, that's in my nature.
I want to see the story.
I don't think that woman is doing anything wrong. I just feel that they don't like the fact that she's there. I don't even believe it's the music or anything.
And she's black.
Mm-hmm. That's what I mean. I think that there are people that almost find it offensive because they believe these stereotypes, and then when they actually get around some black people, the stuff is what they believe is not real, and it like hurts them in some way. It's very bizarre.
I don't see the news story.
I don't know. She might have took it down, or it might have been on the news website. But I've heard other people that do YouTube say that they had to change their internet service or something like that because it just wasn't fast enough. I don't know. I haven't tried to go live or anything.
Well, right now I have a computer, I have this, I have an iPhone, and this TV, and my TV in my room right now, all going. But that should make a difference as much as we pay for damn
internet. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I already have files. I think maybe those are people who are in areas where they don't have files.
We are very disappointed to hear the story about our neighboring restaurant, Chubby Chicks. They have our full support, and we are confident that Chef Kira and her team knows that and have known since they moved in. Fortunately, it seems like a lot of misinformation, or at least misunderstanding, has come from this story, which has and is causing harm to our business and the rest of the businesses on the block. I personally disposed of one of the rats mentioned in the story and can't believe the trouble someone would go through to make that sort of attack. During the last 24 hours, we've received many one-star reviews, all of which were unwarranted. And now these people writing one-star reviews simply because of the misconstrued information coming from the story have begun to attack our other locations as well. Please support Chubby Chicks at all local businesses. Putting down another business does nothing to support them. In fact, these reviews are extremely damaging to us. And if somehow that turned into us closing.
Child, please. Y'all probably was doing shit too. But they don't need to. We need to know exactly who the hell.
Hi, everybody.
It is, but we don't play. We put out the call and we here. Let me see if I can find the story another way. Chubby. Here we go. Chubby chicks. 111. And she's got a cute address, Chubby Chicks 1111.
Oh, yeah.
So that's her address.
That building.
111. Isn't that an angel number?
I think so. 1111, I think.
Didn't Garcelle get that tattooed? I want to bring
Yes.
He's one of his friends. I wanted Big Chill. People need to support her. Memphis destroyed Stack's records because the haters couldn't stand successful black folks, which harmed the city. Exactly. Sabotage. Oh, it's condos above, not business. They don't like the name. They tired that. They probably don't want all them Negroes coming in there. Here go the story right here.
Yeah, I think it's just racism. Like, I don't think there's anything logical about it. You know what I mean? I think it's just that irrational, crazy thinking that if they see a black person be successful, somehow that is taking something from them.
Mm-hmm.
Which is weird because they have no smoke for all these other people that have come here. And
But it's also racism where, all of these Negroes are coming in here, all this loud music. What's going on? How did your black ass get down here? What are you doing here? Because when I first heard the story, I was like, damn, they let you come down here? That's how inherently racist certain neighborhoods are in this city.
Well,
like,
I think a lot of stuff, if you know.
But wait, my girlfriend, she was a police officer and she was trying to open a cafe on Patchogue Avenue, and the neighborhood association is Italian, and they wouldn't approve her for it. She had credit, money. She was a police officer, for God's sakes. They would not let her black ass open a cafe down there. And then what was crazy was they told her some nonsense of why she couldn't open it, but somebody else opened the cafe, like, really.
But you know what's crazy is that we were already here when them people got here. Italian people have got here like in relatively recently. You know what I mean? So for them to be closing us out of stuff, people say I'm the one that's wrong. I'm like, no, I just keep game. Everybody else is looking out for their own, except us. These other people do not care about us at all. They will run over us in a minute.
Ace is a place. Yeah, I'm gonna call about this cable because they did send me a message that I need to upgrade the Wi-Fi. It is an old router.
I just think that this just takes a lot of bandwidth. Like doing this seems to take a lot of bandwidth.
Yeah. It shouldn't though. And I think that this computer that I'm on, I made the mistake of connecting it to the Xfinity Wi-Fi and the public one, and it connects to that sometimes.
Oh, okay. You're gonna have to. If there's, well, you on a PC though. On a Mac, I can tell you how to delete that.
I have a Mac. It's my dad's. It's over there, but I'm already set up. I'll have to log into everything.
Yeah, because I don't know on a PC. Not off the top of my head. I don't know.
Come on, Fox. They're trying to run all these damn ads. You know what? I'm gonna stop sharing it for a second and try to do it. have a newer computer actually. I'm going to, but it's slow.
Yeah, I don't even know if it's the computer. It could just be because I've heard other YouTubers complain about that and that they have to pay a lot of money for their internet and all of this stuff. So it could be that maybe you have to have like a really, really high speed internet to be able to do that.
Yeah, that's probably the problem.
Yeah, because like I said, I haven't tried. I keep saying I'm gonna put up a video or go live and talk about the soaps, and I just have yet to have time. But I'm getting close. Well, I just want to. I have to finish my website so I can look for another job. Because realistically speaking, unless I win the lotto or something like really crazy happens, I'm gonna have to find another job for now. So that's that. I always keep my options open. Any way the money comes to me, I'm just trying to attract it. So
It'll come. It'll come. We gotta believe that.
oh yeah, no, I believe it, and I'm a believer in manifestation.
I had a good interview yesterday, so hopefully
you
I get
did?
it. Yes. So pray for me, everybody.
For sure.
Thank you. I need that. Let's see. Chubby chicks. Share. Let's try this one last time. We're gonna celebrate.
Yeah, but unfortunately, these stories of people being racist and trying to run Black people out of business, they just never stop.
It's nothing new.
Well,
That's what I was saying, like with as far as what's happening with the current administration, it affects us, it will affect us, but it don't really affect us.
He's gunning for us, to be honest with you. Not to say that
He's
we won't
not.
get caught up in something, but I don't think that he is specifically gunning for the Black American community. I just don't.
For the first time in forever, I feel like we are at the bottom of
Pennsylvania
the list.
is leadership.
Yeah.
Special Olympics, Pennsylvania
They
is
are
life
so
changing.
focused on the Hispanics that they ain't think about us.
But you know what?
And
What
it's
the
really
ironic
sick.
thing, Richie, is that they created this situation by trying to bring people here to undercut us.
All right, here it is. We'll come back to it.
Of a brand new Center City Cafe says she has been unfairly targeted with false complaints, yet she's hoping for a peaceful resolution. And some city officials are lending a helping hand. Philadelphia City Council President Kenyatta Johnson shared this video on social media tonight showing support for Shakira Turner. Actions apparently Lynn Pender has more on the controversy and the search for a solution.
Shakira Turner opened Chubby Chicks Cafe on Walnut Street 2 months ago, an expansion from a smaller space in New
York. All right, come to bullshit. Why? All right, I'm just gonna pause it till it loads. But yeah, we'll feel the effects, but they ain't worried about us for now. I'll just say for now.
Yeah.
And it's really sick when you think about it, but what is the end goal of the Project 2025?
Well, 2025 was a bunch of Republican agendas that someone took and bundled them together. And some of that stuff is way back from the 70s. To be perfectly honest, that shit is long. It's over 1,000 pages. I have not read it. Most people have not read it. But it's like a bunch of old stuff that the Republicans have been
I'm super excited. This is my dream restaurant. This is my baby.
But Turner.
Let me start it over and keep it paused for a second. Let it load up. All right, it's loading like the old-fashioned way. I can see it loading. But I just hate to. I heard that the people who, all of the people who are getting fired, the workers, the way that they're firing them, that they don't even get unemployment. I don't know if that's true or not, but I'm sure they gotta get them that at least.
You know what? It's some kind of cockamamie thing where he's trying to trick them into quitting or retiring if you have a retirement available. You're old enough. It's
Do you really think he's going to pay the people that he offered that severance package to?
Well, they're saying basically that it's possible that he could not be able to because the president does not control the purse.
Right.
So that would have to have been something that would have had to been approved. Like he thinks that this is his business. This is not his business, and he's not his boss. But again, like I've been saying, I'm not a federal worker. I have no say so. Until you guys stop fighting amongst each other and being jealous because this person can work from home and you can't, and y'all get up and walk off that job and show him that you don't run this, then he's just going to be doing whatever he wants to do. The problem is the people need to check him. That's the problem, because he thinks that's his company.
And the way I see it is that, like I said, for so long, they have been shitting on us for so long. We're so used to it. Whatever. Do whatever, you know, okay.
Well, I mean, as far as
but wait. So, but they don't know how to. The whites don't know how to deal with that. They don't know how to navigate that. They don't know. What you mean I don't have a job? You know, a lot of people, they can't handle adversity. A lot of people, when I say the white, like the White House, I'm talking about white people. Mm-hmm. So the white, when I've seen them commit because they're going broke. So this is like really stressful for them, and that's why they're all panicking on the news and stuff, because they can't navigate this. Where, like I said, this ain't not new to us. We can make $1 out of 15 cents.
A lot of people who work in government jobs, they think that they have a career until they retire. They don't live the way that you and I live, feeling like we could be laid off at any time. They have never experienced that. They don't understand that. You know what I mean? Like they have no, like this ain't the first time. I've been through like 4 layoffs in my career. So, but then
I always quit my job. When my bosses get on my nerves, I just leave. Because you're not the boss of me. You're the boss of the work I do here, but don't get it effed up. Like, my last property management job, it was in that area, Kensington, I was talking about, and work with primarily veterans and felons trying to get their lives together. I'm the property manager, so I'm a woman coming in with primarily men who haven't been paying their rent, and it's time to pay rent. And we were in an organization that was like, oh, if you don't pay rent, you gotta go, because it was, you know, it's a nonprofit, is, you know, we have programs and stuff, so our goal is to keep you housed. And they would have plenty of resources, like, and it's crazy because the Hispanic community, they have so many rental assistance places, and like I had like one tenant who just wouldn't go down there and pick up a $5,000 check for his rent, pay his rent for like a couple of months, or 10 months or whatever. Or this felon who beat up a trans girl. Him and his girlfriend beat him up. Just all this crazy stuff. Then he's on parole, mind you, and he did that. And so the parole officer coming around wants to know what happened. and I gave him the footage, and then he got mad at me. But maybe don't kick somebody's ass if you're on parole. Like,
exactly.
So one of the, and then we had a safe haven thing in the basement, and a safe haven is where it's supposed to be like a place where kids can go and teenagers can go, like a gun-free zone. It's supposed to be somewhere safe where they can go, but the guys down there, they were like abusing the space. They were smoking weed in front of the building, leaving the door open. We were getting people breaking in, stealing computers and stuff out of the offices because y'all keep propping the door open. So one day, this one of the safe haven guys who I gave a room to, let him rent a room because he was homeless. He hadn't paid any rent. I tried to work out a payment arrangement. And one day I saw him buying drugs on the corner, so it made sense to me. Like, where's this money going? Because all of y'all are making like damn near $30 an hour because they got like a $14 million grant from the city for this safe haven. So this boy who was in charge of it was a local guy, and he hired all his friends. I'm like, nigga, why you ain't paying your rent? But like, I saw him on the corner copping. So I'm like, listen, as soon as you get your paycheck, just give me this before you go and do whatever it is that you're doing.
Exactly.
Because you can't be here and not pay no rent. Like, before you even get going, because if you don't pay your rent this time, you're going to have to go. I'm going to have to evict you. So he didn't bring the money. And I'm talking like $50. Like, if I made a payment arrangement. If you just pay me $50 or $40 a week, or if you pay your rent is $400 a month. It's a room. So that's $100 a week. You owe a balance of whatever it was. If you just paid me $25, you have to pay something on the back balance. Like, I made it as easy as possible. If you get paid this amount of money, I'll take, won't take half your check, but like maybe 25 or 30% of your check.
People, they just need to be in a rehab somewhere because they can't function.
He came up to my office on some bullshit, and I had somebody coming up to, I'm a property manager. Part of it is maximum occupancy. So I'm renting these rooms out like crazy. Had somebody coming up to look at a room to rent that I actually knew, and he came in the midst of what was happening, but they all got scared, as they should have been, because it just got like real ugly at a certain point. I'm like, yo, fuck this job for real. Like, there's this job, then it's my life. And if you allow certain behavior to go unchecked, like y'all do, like this situation you got with them leaving the door open like that, it's going to continue. And what he's not going to do, and what nobody's going to do, is come up in my office or be waiting for me at my car without consequence. I don't care how y'all feel about it. Like, period. Like, I let them know right then and there, like, I don't need this job. Of course I need a job, but I don't need it that bad to where it's
not that degree. That ain't the only job in the world.
Let me tell you, this white lady, she did not like that, okay? And guess what? I didn't care, and I let her know I didn't care. And I probably could have sued them because they had suspended me with pay, but I was like, man, I feel for real. Like, I make more money doing Uber any goddamn way. Like, for real. I make double what I make here. Just don't feel like being in my car all the damn time. And blah, blah, blah. I wound up leaving, but I probably could have sued them because she thought I brought somebody up there to, I guess they thought I brought somebody up there to do something to them. Because, of course, his bitch ass went crying to his the CEO of the company. He was really close with everybody. Like, they had like an open office policy, but my office was on a different floor because it was somebody else's office. But he went crying to him, and he only kept him around because he was able to get that $14 million grant from the city. He's so stupid, the boy in the basement. But anyway, he listening to him, and the whites, they stick together. So he suspended me. He didn't even ask me what happened. They just assumed that I brought the boy up there. But when I finally talked to the white lady again, I was like, he was coming to see an apartment. You can actually look on the fucking camera if y'all can figure it out. Because I'm the only one to know how to use the damn camera. I had to figure this shit out on myself. It was just a mess. But the bottom line was, this job is just a job. Like, I'm not, y'all can kiss my motherfucking ass flat out. Like, I had on a dress. I said, don't let the fucking dress and ballerina flats fool you. Like, it can and will go down. Like, ain't nobody up here. I was being loud too. Ain't nobody here doing shit to me. I don't care how anybody feels about it. Period. They ain't like this shit. Like, because I wasn't scared of her. I wasn't scared about the job or losing the job. And she calling me, asking about a second COVID job. Bitch, what? I'll call you back, lady. Fucking play with me.
And that's another thing. Well, luckily for me, most of the job postings I'm seeing are remote. Because I'm like, I'm not fooling with that damn COVID shot. I haven't taken it in all this time. I'm not fooling with that.
Are you joining Discord? Okay. I will when we get off of here. Powerball, let's go. Yes, Callie needs a Powerball. I need a Powerball. I'm scared of the Powerball here. The wolves will be at the door. I might have to disappear. Let me see for the plane.
For me, I have already kind of cut all those people off. And I didn't just do it all at once. It just gradually happened. And I was like, okay, they gone. So
I ain't even talking about no family. I'm talking about the real wolves. The people trying to kidnap me and everything. Let's see if it'll play.
Girl, I got my cover story and everything. If I was the lottery, I got a cover story going. I got a whole plan.
One time. A cover story. What you mean a cover story?
As to where I got this money from. Because you can't tell nobody that you won the lottery. Because otherwise, they really gonna You gotta have like some type of BS story to make it seem like you got some money from a lawsuit and you like spent it all on a house or something and you broke now. like I spent the whole thing on this house.
Yes, speak it into existence. Oh, I just got a message that said plugging it into the internet works better than Wi-Fi. So that is exactly what that's exactly what the problem is.
What's going on with GitHub? This over here tripping.
Owner of a brand new Center City Cafe says she has been unfairly targeted with false complaints, yet she's hoping for a peaceful resolution. And some city officials are lending a helping hand. Philadelphia City Council President Kenyatta Johnson shared this video on social media tonight showing support for Shakira Turner. Action News reporter Leland Pender has more on the controversy and the search for a solution.
Shakira Turner opened Chubby Chicks Cafe on Walnut Street 2 months ago, an expansion from a smaller space in New Jersey.
I'm super excited. This is my dream restaurant. This is my baby.
But Turner says almost immediately harassment began. She says several things have happened, including a stolen sign, coffee poured under her door, flooded bathrooms, and even dead rats outside.
It was one in front of the store like every day for 3 days.
It's unknown who's responsible, but Turner says her upstairs neighbors have complained about her business to her landlord. I reached out to the condo association for a response. Their lawyer, Matthew Collins, said in part, there have been unsubstantiated reports that harassment is taking place on all sides. The association condemns any such behavior. The statement went on to highlight unresolved complaints about loud music. Turner says she hosts a DJ and karaoke, but that ends at 3 p.m. She also says the complaints have been made at times when the business isn't open.
Sending letters to my landlord, making false notices saying that, we're open way past the time that we are open.
In a statement to Action News, Turner's lawyer, Stephen Pena, said in part, it's unfortunate that almost since the day the restaurant opened, a few people have been focused on shutting it down by making offensive and untrue claims.
Why? Please leave me alone.
Turner has no plans to move, but says her new neighbors have made her feel unwelcome and uncomfortable.
Makes me wonder if I dreamed too big. Was this too big? Should I have stayed where I was at? Yeah. And that makes me super sad and it's heartbreaking.
Turner says she is hopeful for a solution, and the lawyer, quote, turned down the temperature. Now, Turner says all businesses here have been very supportive of her, and she's now installed video surveillance as a result of all of this. The Condo Association says they've also approved installing cameras of their own. Here in Center City, Leland Pender, Channel 6 Action News.
Well, I'm glad she's getting the coverage. That she's getting coverage for it, because this is 2 news stations here I've seen it on, and the city council president was there, so that's a big deal.
I don't know. It's really crazy. You know, you have people that don't believe that racism is real. Like, they think we make this stuff up.
No. And I'm glad she made a big deal.
No, we are not making this up. These people really do be doing this mess.
I'm glad she made a big deal out of it. I really am. I think a professor or somebody else posted it. It gave the story like, you know, some legs, and then it got picked up by local news, and now the community is in full force. So I'm glad. I know if they thought they were mad before, I know they're extra mad now because there's more people down there now.
You know what? I have a feeling that it wasn't anything that was affecting them by her being there. I think the idea of her being there offended someone, because a lot of people believe this idea that Black people are lazy, yada, yada, yada. So if you have to every day look at this Black lady owning this business, that's when they start to get a little bit crazy.
That's why when you can see the other news station that wouldn't load, it had so many ads. She was saying, like, somebody asked her, did her drug dealer boyfriend give her the money to open the restaurant? And think about it. Like I said, she's at 111 Walnut. I thought she was on Chestnut. Walnut is even more prestigious. 11th and Walnut, there's a hospital there. There is a lot of stuff right down the street. The Liberty Bell is literally down the street. I told you Beyonce bought a condo down the street, or maybe a house down the street when they first started Made in America here. But they might have sold it because everybody found out where she lived. So that's really like a high-end neighborhood for her to be in. So the way she looks probably, and then them playing, you know, probably rap music during lunch, even though they end at 3, you know, they didn't like it. Let me see a bunch of niggas going in and out there. They don't want to see all that down there. They probably think, you know, they're going to destroy the neighborhood or be shooting or whatever they think, you know?
I don't even think it's anything that rational. I just really think that there is someone who is racist that has preconceived notions about Black people, and them having to look at this Black woman with this business every day, it F's with their mental. It challenges their idea of what reality is supposed to look like.
I think it's probably, I was feeling like, well, they say it's from the condos upstairs, but you really don't know who it is.
No, you don't. It could have been someone who wanted that
it's somebody who's not white doing it. Like, you think about the other businesses down there, you know, Indians own businesses down there. They like other ethnicities.
Yeah, it could have been someone who wanted that.
Huh?
It could have been someone who wanted that space.
It could be that. But she said somebody did something to her basement. They flooded the basement. So that's somebody with access to the building. It has to be. I don't know. Well, they have a lot of eyes on it now.
No, it doesn't always have to be a white person. Unfortunately, a lot of times when you have people that are from other countries, they're even worse than the white people that are already here, because they really are not used to being around Black people. Like they have
I met a lot. I became friends with a lot of foreigners when I did Uber. Like friends with them, so like they were comfortable saying shit around me. So they a trip. And you know what's crazy? A lot of them are Muslim. They come from Muslim countries like Algeria, just all over. Even the African ones, they will all pray at the hours that they pray for, make prayer. And like when the election was going on, like I would fight with this guy. He would hate when I call him Indian. He was from Pakistan. He would like, "Yo, Kamala Harris, you voted for Kamala, Kamala," and most of them had wives who didn't work. Think about like an Uber driver. Well, we was making money though, but like a lot of people, it was like I had started a drivers group of the ones that were. We had a little hack where we were able to make at least $1,200 to $2,500 a week. What we were doing down at the stadium, but most people weren't. Like people were asking me, they wanted to get in our group, and I was like, "Man, it's just my friends, just me and my friends." But I opened up like a larger drivers group just to because I was trying to like help start the union and all this other stuff. So imagine your husband being an Uber driver, because once like there was an influx of immigrants, because we're a sanctuary city. We stopped making the money we were making. We're barely making. You had to be in your car like damn near 24 hours to make $200. It just wasn't worth it to me, and I just destroyed two brand new cars and a Jeep Cherokee. Messing around with Uber. So
people say you just liquidating your car. Like that's all you really doing.
Uber's such a scam. Unless you're making the money, like I said, like $2,500, not even 25, 50, let's just say $1,500 a week. It's not even worth it. So they hated. I used to go to war with the Africans. They just did not like that I was the leader of this group, and that I was just like such a bold woman. Like I was. Why are you here? Why aren't you home and in the bed with your kids? Or bitch, I ain't got no kid. My kid is grown. Or I used to go to war with one of them. He was like the leader of them. But they were just like not having it, a woman president. And you are literally voting against your own interests. Like if ICE really wanted a bunch of migrants to get out of here, then all they got to do is go to the airport lot, Uber lots in every city. If they want to round up a bunch of migrants, and they're not migrants, I don't know the difference. But if they really wanted a sweep, that's all this, they could just go there. Like y'all literally voted for Trump, and he wants y'all out of here.
But it's so funny how I think that we think that these people understand how this country works, and they don't. They just feel like they can come here because of other people that are foreigners have been able to come here. Like they don't understand the laws. They don't understand anything. I've talked to some.
One of them literally said to me that no more people need to come in. Just my people, whoever's here, that's it. The rest of them can stay home. They were just like,
I've heard that before too.
Close the door. That's what they literally said.
Okay, this is the thing. Even they have enough sense to know something that a lot of Americans, especially the Democrats, it will crash the economy. Like we cannot have millions of people come here like that. It will literally crash the economy. So they even know that. They know that it has to be a turnoff point. It has to be a certain point where we're like, okay, we can't have any more people come here. There's only so many jobs. There's only so many houses.
There's only so much work.
Yeah,
even like what happened with Uber is that there were so many drivers and not enough riders. So the price just dropped all the way down. They started offering you stuff like $4. Ain't nobody getting in my car for $4. I'm not doing shit for $4. Like if somebody said I'll give you $4 to I don't know. No, I don't. You can't give me $4 to do something. No. Somebody wants that spot. Maybe Money Maker Zone. Yeah, that is a hot neighborhood. My sister got married across the street. It was very, very expensive. Hating stereotypes. Why couldn't she haven't worked hard to afford it herself? Her man be a doctor. Yeah, right. But they're taught to despise and fear us via propaganda and that originated here. Yep. Well, guys, I am tired. It's 5 a.m.
All right, y'all.
Anybody got any last thoughts? I mean it this time. I said that. I know I said that an hour ago, but I mean it. I'm tired.
Yeah, I'm about to go to bed. I was trying to commit a change to my GitHub, but I did something wrong. Something is not right here. So I'll probably have to fix it tomorrow.
What's today? Thursday? Does anything good come on tonight? I don't know. I might not. I probably won't come on tonight because I'll probably sleep all day. And
I'm gonna miss the Housewives of Beverly Hills when they go off. I'm not gonna have nothing to watch.
yeah, that's what I'm gonna watch, Paradise, when everything goes off. But I'll come back on. I'll find something to talk about. Yes, you're right, DGF. I'm gonna sign up for Discord today. Don't you have my number? Don't you, DGF? I think you do. Didn't you text me about a vintage store? Okay, so yeah, remind me later if you feel like it. Yeah, I'm getting like spacey. I'm tired. I feel bad because 18 people. I don't know if it's 18 on. This is 18 here. 18 people here are watching, but we've been at this for 5.5 hours. It's fun. I just feel like I'm talking to my friends up here. Like I could keep talking for real, but I'm tired. I feel like I'm coming down. Something is trying to attack me, and I'm going to get some rest.
All right, girl. You get some rest.
I see y'all later, especially if Gabor comes on. I'll see you there. But I'll go live again. Maybe tomorrow.
Yeah,
maybe tonight.
See if something happened. Because right now, there ain't nothing on the blogs. There ain't nothing going on right now.
Yeah, if something big happens, I'll come on. Or we'll see. All right, guys. See you later on. Love you. Bye.